Chapter 1. Millie. Millie blew the loose strands of red hair from her face as she shifted in her seat. The 11-hour drive from New York City to Hidden Hollows, North Carolina, was wreaking havoc on her muscles and joints. At 27, she never imagined that an aching body would be something she'd complain about. But if she were honest with herself, moving to some small town in the mountains of North Carolina wasn't really something she imagined for herself either. But what else was she supposed to do? It wasn't like she had a life left in New York to stay for. Samuel made sure of that. All she got in the divorce was a broken heart and his Jaguar XJS, which, at this moment, she couldn't care less about. Glaring down at the dash, she blew the strands back off her face that kept tickling her nose and downshifted, reveling in the sound of the gears scraping against each other. When she peeled away from their condo complex in Samuel's baby, watching his expression harden in her rearview mirror. Cheating on her with Tulip, her former best friend? Well, losing his beloved baby served him right. He took her happiness. It was only fair that she took his. Glancing up, she took note of the sign to her left. Hidden Hollows, 7 miles. She smiled as she moved into the right lane in anticipation of pulling off the exit. She was ready for her new life, whatever that was. When her great-aunt Lucinda announced to the family a month ago in an email that she was retiring, Millie reached out to her. After all, she grew up loving to bake alongside Lucinda. What better way to start her new life than to take over the bakery her great-aunt owned? Plus, being in a small town meant less people, which meant less chances of her heart being broken. Right now, love was the absolute last thing from her mind. If she never saw the cocky smile of another member of the opposite gender, it would be too soon. Men break your heart, she muttered under her breath as she tipped the wheel to the right and slowed as she approached the stop sign. Not really caring about how she shifted gears, the car groaned as the gears scraped against each other. Finally, she came to a stop and looked both ways before she turned right and headed through the mountains toward Hidden Hollows. Just as she was getting comfortable, flashing lights pulled her attention up to her rearview mirror. A sheriff's car was tailing her. Groaning, she clicked on her blinker and moved to the shoulder. She downshifted and then pulled the shifter into neutral after engaging the parking brake. Reaching into her purse, she pulled out her wallet and forced her slamming heart to calm. She'd done nothing wrong. Right? Needing a distraction, she removed her photo ID and insurance card from their slots in her wallet and inhaled slowly. Glancing up, she studied the rearview mirror. The driver's door of the car opened and the sheriff emerged. She couldn't get a good look at him as his face was nearly covered from his cowboy hat. She snorted as she fiddled with the cards in her hand. Cowboy hat? Really? Was he lost or something? Middle of North Carolina was a far cry from Texas. It didn't take him long to close the distance between her car and his. Suddenly, he was standing outside, a few solid knocks on her window drawing her attention. She blew out her breath as she rolled the window down. "Good evening, officer," she said as she turned. She forced the biggest, "I'm not a crazy person" smile as she pushed her hair from her face. 2 dark, almost black eyes were peering down at her. She swallowed at the depth they held. He was tall, over 6 feet. A 5 o'clock shadow did nothing to cover his chiseled jaw. It was spring in North Carolina, so not quite t-shirt weather. Instead, he wore a dark brown jacket over his uniform. Feeling vulnerable under his stare, she cleared her throat and attempted a smile again. The sheriff took his time pulling his ticket book from his pocket and removing a pen as well. "Do they not have stop signs in New York?" he asked as he held out his hand. Realizing that he wanted her info, she moved to slip it onto his outstretched palm. "No, they do," she said, as she racked her brain, trying to remember if she had stopped fully. She swore she had. "Well, here in Hidden Hollows, we expect everyone to stop so that your car actually stops moving before pulling out Amelia, he said as he studied her license. Her name rolled off his tongue in a way that confused her. It sounded almost accusatory. And maybe it wouldn't hurt to shift correctly next time, he said as he tapped her cards on his ticket book. I'm going to go run your license. I'll be back. It's Thornton now, she blurted. Her license still contained the last name of the no-good cheat. In her haste to get out of New York, she'd left the nitty-gritty of getting divorced until she was actually gone. The sheriff paused and then glanced back at her. What? He asked. She cleared her throat as her cheeks heated with embarrassment. What was wrong with her? Why had she even said anything? He didn't ask for her life story, and from the way he was glaring at her, she doubted he even cared. But he seemed to be waiting for a response, so she parted her lips and said, My last name is no longer Parker. It's Thornton. I'm divorced. I'm actually moving to town. You probably know my aunt, Lucinda? She owns the bakery. I'm taking it over as the new owner. Wow. That felt surreal to say. Sure, it had been months since she and Samuel had separated, but it had only been days since it was official. Now that she said those words aloud, it was as if her new status was real. There was no going back. She was alone. Blinking, she forced her emotions to settle. The last thing she wanted was to break down in front of this total stranger. After a couple seconds ticked by, she glanced over to see that the sheriff hadn't moved his attention. He was staring at her with an unreadable expression. It made her nervous. But if the sheriff picked up on it, he didn't move to show it. Instead, he quirked an eyebrow and then glanced down at her license. Have you legally changed it? Millie bit her lip as she shook her head. I'm working on it. It's new. The sheriff's shoulders tightened as he shrugged. Then I don't care. I don't need to know your current marital status to run your background check. He narrowed his eyes as he turned and disappeared. Millie furrowed her brow as she rolled up her window. Well, he was rude. Who did he think he was, speaking to her like that? She folded her arms as she glowered at her dash. The sheriff had just proven her point. All men were full of themselves. Why did fate seem to hate her so much? She leaned her head back and rested it against the seat. She took in a few deep breaths. Soon, she'd be at her new house, living her new life. All of this, including the ticket and the extremely rude sheriff, would be a distant memory. And that thought caused her muscles to relax. It felt like an eternity before the sheriff returned. His knocks were loud and grated her nerves. Determined not to let this man ruin her new lease on life, she forced a smile and rolled down her window. Well, you check out, Amelia Parker, the sheriff said. Millie winced at the sound of her soon-to-be ex's last name. She'd divorced the man. Why did the process of fully ridding him from her life have to be so complicated? Good, she said, as she took her license and insurance card that he'd handed back to her. Let's make sure we fully stop at all stop signs. His voice drifted as if he had something else to say. Millie glanced over at him to see that his jaw muscles had tightened. Okay, she said, slowly. There was a moment there where she wondered if she'd misread the situation. But then, he parted his lips and she realized that she'd been right. He had more to say. And watch the way you shift. You're going to blow up the transmission. She stared at him as his words processed in her mind. Was he seriously lecturing her on her driving? That felt like an overstep. This was her car. What did he care? But poking the already cranky sheriff didn't feel like the best idea, so she just pinched her lips together and nodded. He eyed her one last time and then tore off a ticket from his pad and handed it to her. She took the ticket grudgingly and threw it onto her front seat. She wanted to say something snarky about the fact that he was still writing tickets on a pad, but decided to bite her tongue. The last thing she needed was to be cuffed and in the back of his squad car. That would be quite the entrance. The sheriff didn't seem to want to linger. He touched his finger to the rim of his cowboy hat and nodded, then turned and walked back to his car. She watched in her rearview mirror as he walked back to his car and climbed into the driver's seat. Once she was sure he wasn't coming back, she threw on her left blinker and merged onto the road. As she started to accelerate, she shifted, making the gears grind. It felt good, the fact that through her crappy driving, she was now sticking it to the two men in her life that had ticked her off. Samuel, and now Hidden Hollow's grumpy sheriff. She settled back into her seat as downtown Hidden Hollows came into view. It was a quaint town, something right out of a Hallmark movie. Stores lined either side of the road. People were milling around on the sidewalk, chatting and looking as if this place was exactly where they wanted to be. Like they belonged. Millie couldn't help the feeling of jealousy that rose up inside of her. It was a dull ache, one that she'd grown accustomed to. She took in a deep breath, hoping to dispel it. She was so ready to leave her old life behind her. She was ready to move on. Dragging baggage with her into her new life wasn't what she had in mind. At the far end of Main Street, she found Born and Bred in Hidden Hollows, Lucinda's Bakery. She pulled into the parking lot behind the bakery and turned the engine off. After pulling her key from the ignition, she slipped it into her purse and grabbed the handle. She opened the driver's door and stepped out. It was April, and lingering bits of cold still clung to the air. She took in a deep breath. It was clean and fresh here in Hidden Hollows, something that was sorely lacking in New York. A surge of excitement coursed through her as she slammed the driver's door and made her way toward the back door. The more she saw of Hidden Hollows, the more confident she became that this was the perfect place for her. When she got to the back door, she turned the door handle and pulled. It creaked and reluctantly moved. The smell of fresh baked bread slammed into her as she made her way into the small entryway. She wiped her feet and peeked around the corner. The kitchen was empty, so she pushed in. Lucinda had said to come in when Millie arrived. Lucinda wasn't sure where she was going to be and said it didn't matter anyway. The bakery was going to be Millie's eventually. It was time she started making it her own. "Hello?" Millie called out as she glanced around the kitchen. It was small, but neat. Lucinda utilized every nook and cranny. Ovens lined the back wall. A large metal island sat in the middle of the room. A large refrigerator hummed behind Millie. Everything here was so quiet. It was going to take some getting used to. "Aunt Lucinda?" Millie called out as she set her purse down on the island and made her way into what she could only assume was the front counter. "Millie?" Aunt Lucinda's voice startled her. She yelped and whipped around to see the smiling face of her great-aunt. Lucinda's familiar blue glasses sat perched on her nose. Her white hair was pulled back in a bun on top of her head. Wispy curls fell out, framing her face. Lucinda had a style that Millie envied. She wished she had the confidence that her great-aunt did. "Hey!" Millie exclaimed as she pulled Lucinda into a hug. Lucinda chuckled as she returned the gesture. "It's so good to see you." She pulled back. "Your trip was good?" Millie nodded as she dropped her hands and rubbed her hips. "I'm sore, but that's sitting for an ungodly amount of time for you." Lucinda laughed. "That's why I don't do that anymore. If I can't get there on a plane, I don't go." Millie smiled as she glanced around. The front of the bakery was small. Shelves were sparse, no doubt from being picked from throughout the day. The walls were brightly painted in blues, pinks, and yellows. It felt so cheerful, being in this store. Millie began to realize that she was going to be happy here. "Well, what do you think?" Lucinda asked, drawing Millie's attention over to her. Millie smiled, the feeling of complete satisfaction overtaking her previous frustrations. "This is perfect," she whispered. Lucinda chuckled as she nodded. "I've loved it here. I'm happy to hear that you will, too." Millie ran her hand along the glass cases in front of her. Donut trays lay empty inside of them. Excitement brewed inside of her. "I'm sure I'll love it," she said under her breath. It was almost as if she were worried that if she said it too loud, she'd scare off her future or something. "Let's get you some food. I'm sure you're starving," Lucinda said as she nodded toward the kitchen. "I've got some soup and bread bowls waiting for you." Millie's stomach growled as she nodded. "I'm ready," she said, following after her. Soon they were sitting at the island with fresh bread and steaming hot soup. Millie smiled as she listened to Lucinda talk. She was giving Millie the rundown of the schedule and the town. Leaning forward, Millie took a bite of her soup and smiled. This, all of it, was exactly what she needed. This was the fresh start she'd been longing for. Coming to Hidden Hollows was the smartest move she could have made, and she was ready for the beginning of her new life to start. Never again would she allow a man to run over her, to change her into someone she wasn't. She was going to take this time to discover her true self. Out with the old Millie and in with the new. Hidden Hollows was the perfect place to start over. And she was ready for that first day of the rest of her life. Chapter 2. Luke. Luke flipped on his blinker as he pulled out onto the main road that led into downtown Hidden Hollows. The clock on his dash read 10 o'clock. The darkness surrounded his car, leaving only the light of the moon and his headlights to guide him. His shift was over, and according to law, he had to go home. Even if home was the last place he wanted to be. Growling at his weak mind that seemed to want to return to the painful memories of his past, he scrubbed his face. If only that was all it took to remove the ache inside of his chest. As if that was all it took to bring Sherry back. 3 years felt both like an eternity and the shortest amount of time ever. 1 minute he'd forgotten what Sherry looked like, and the next, the memory of her perfume would assault his senses. It was as if she were sitting next to him once more, complaining about how fast he was driving. He was living in limbo, never able to move on and yet refusing to forget. He grasped the steering wheel as he glared at the road in front of him. "Get a grip," he commanded. There was no way he was going to allow himself to fall apart. Not here, not now. The only way he'd been able to keep his sanity these last 3 years was by ignoring everything that hurt him, by pushing his emotions so far down that he forgot they were there. And since they were buried, there was no need to dig them up. It didn't take long before he was parked in front of the station. He turned his headlights off and pulled the keys from the ignition. After opening the driver's door, he stepped out and took a deep breath. There was something about the expansiveness of Hidden Hollows and the mountains that surrounded this tiny town that made things easier. He could breathe easier, live easier. He could forget about his problems and disappear. He blew out his breath as he turned to focus on the station, except when it came to Gordon. The only person he really talked to besides people he pulled over on the road. Gordon was the deputy sheriff in Hidden Hollows and a non-stop chatterbox. Luke doubted that the guy ever drew breath. As soon as Luke walked into the station, Gordon would start talking, and never cease until Luke left the building. So, as Luke walked toward the front door, he braced himself for the flurry of questions. Just as he pulled open the door, he heard Gordon's voice. Curious, he peeked in to find Gordon with his feet up on the desk and the phone pinned to his face. He was laughing and talking, his gray hair shifting as he nodded along with whoever was on the other line. Realizing that he just might be able to get out of the station without a verbal encounter with Gordon, Luke quickened his pace and headed toward his office. He needed to turn in the paperwork from today, and then he'd be out. If he moved fast enough, he'd be free and clear in a matter of minutes. "Luke," Gordon said as he shifted his head so that the phone tipped away from his lips. Luke nodded and raised his hand as he walked past. He made it into his office and shut the door before Gordon tried to speak again. After dumping his daily paperwork on his desk, he turned and opened the door. Thankfully, Gordon was still engrossed with his conversation, and Luke was able to pass by without another word. Gordon called out, "See you tomorrow!" But Luke only responded with a wave. Once he was outside, he let out the breath he'd been holding. Well, that had been a miracle. Most nights he would find himself stuck at the station an hour after he clocked out, still talking to Gordon. Well, Gordon talking, Luke just awkwardly nodding. Tonight felt like a victory, and Luke couldn't help but pump his fist in the air. Then, feeling like an idiot, he cleared his throat, unlocked his squad car, and climbed inside. Even though he wasn't really keen on going to his house, he was ready to see Tick, grab a beer, and head out to the garage where he'd stay the rest of the night. It didn't take long before he was on the main road, heading away from town. His cabin was a good 20 minutes up the mountain. He reveled in seclusion. It helped keep his monsters at bay. His headlights shone in the darkness around him. Leaning over, he hit the power button on his radio and settled back as the music of Jack Johnson surrounded him. Sure, it wasn't manly, but he couldn't help but get lost in the lyrics and beat. He honked his horn a few times as he pulled into his long and twisty driveway, just to let Tick know he was home. He rolled down his window and silenced the radio, his ears perked for Tick's barking. He couldn't help the smile that formed on his lips when he heard it. The familiar outline of his cabin came into view. He pulled his car up next to the garage and then killed the engine. Tick's barking was louder now as he approached the front door. In Nowhere, North Carolina, no one locked their doors. As soon as he got to the door, he turned the handle and opened it, only to have Tick push through the rest of the way. "Sit," he commanded, just as he saw Tick's urge to jump up become clear. But Luke had worked with Tick, and despite his impulse, Tick collapsed his butt to the ground, his tail wagging behind him. He was a beautiful German Shepherd, and his brown and black coat glowed in the setting sunlight. Luke crouched down and rubbed Tick behind the ears. As if that was the signal Tick was waiting for, he began to lick Luke's face. "Did you miss me, boy?" Luke asked. Tick responded by licking him some more. Luke laughed as he released the dog with a flick of his hand. "Go do your business. I'll grab us dinner." Tick barked as he raced from the deck and disappeared into the trees that surrounded the house. Now alone, Luke let out his breath as he glanced around. He tried not to look, but his gaze landed on a picture of Sherry. Her smile lit up the room, even if it was just a picture. Guilt settled in Luke's chest as he thought back to the moment of insanity today, also known as his attraction to Millie. What was wrong with him? He shouldn't be looking at another woman. Not when his memory of Sherry was so fresh and so deep in his mind. He cleared his throat, hoping to shift the emotions that had built up there, and made his way into the living room, shutting the front door behind him. He took off his hat and set it on the table that lined the wall right by the door. His house was small, a one-bedroom, one-bathroom cabin in the woods. It was perfect and exactly what he needed. Being alone was hard to get used to, especially since he and Sherry had been together since they were kids. But this was his norm now, and he couldn't imagine it any other way. Besides, he had Tick. That dog had enough personality to fill Luke's life forever. After changing out of his uniform, Luke headed into the kitchen where he opened the fridge and grabbed a beer. While his frozen burrito was heating, Luke filled Tick's food bowl. Once both dinners were ready, he cradled his beer in the crook of his arm and grabbed Tick's bowl in one hand and his plate in another. Then he made his way outside, kicking his front door shut behind him. He let out a whistle, signifying to Tick that dinner was ready. He heard Tick's bark in the distance. By the time Luke got over to the garage door and had it open, Tick was back, his tongue hanging from his mouth. He sat in his corner of the garage with his ears perked, waiting for Luke to drop his dish at his feet. "Ready?" Luke asked. Tick gave him an earnest look. Luke laughed and set the bowl down. Tick stared at it and then back up to Luke. He knew the drill. Luke studied him and then said, "Eat." Tick didn't have to be told twice. He bent down and began to inhale his food. Luke grabbed his burrito and took a huge bite, then turned his attention to the engine of the Ford Mustang in front of him. The hood was popped open, and Luke had spent the better part of the winter fixing it. Cars made sense to him. They were easy. If one was broken, he knew what to do to fix it. Not like people. Not like Sherry. Growling, he shoved her memory to the far corners of his mind. He stuffed the rest of the burrito into his mouth and leaned on the car with both hands. He needed to think about something different. Someone different. Suddenly, Millie Thornton, not Parker, entered his mind. She was beautiful. The way her red hair framed her face and the light splash of freckles across her nose. Her bright blue eyes glaring daggers at him. The way she was so frazzled, like she had the world on her shoulders. Luke would be lying if he said she didn't intrigue him, which was strange to think. It had been a long time since he'd been attracted to anyone. That's probably why he'd been so rude to her. That and her complete lack of caring when it came to the Jaguar she was driving. Didn't she know she was crazy to shift like that? He could literally hear the gears grinding as she came to a stop. He'd had his hands in many a car to know the damage that took place when a person didn't shift correctly. And to ruin a car as nice as the one she was driving? Well, it was criminal. Luke sighed as he pushed off the car and wandered over to his tool bench. After locating the correct wrench, he made his way back to the car and focused. Sure, Millie was cute, but that was all she was ever going to be. Right now, attempting a relationship with anyone was a mistake. How could he when he was still so broken about Sherry? Besides, he was pretty sure that his attraction to Millie had more to do with her car than her actual personality. In Hidden Hollows, luxury cars were a rarity. That's it, Luke said as he peered over at Tick, who had finished his dinner and was now lying down on his bed. Tick glanced up at him but couldn't be bothered to lift his head. Luke chuckled as he focused back on his engine. I like her car. That's all, he said, as if saying it out loud would make it true. After all, she was from New York, so what did she know about living in a small town? He doubted that she would last a week. Entertaining any thoughts about her was stupid. He needed to remember that. Blowing out his breath, he focused on the engine that needed his attention. And really, that was where he should keep his thoughts. Women break your heart. Whether intentionally or not, he always ended up hurt. Building a wall around his heart was all he could do to keep from falling apart, from breaking down and losing himself in his grief. He had his work, he had his dog, he had his cars. And that was all he needed. Chapter 3. Millie. Millie woke up the next morning to the screeching of her alarm. Groaning, she silenced her phone and flipped to her stomach. 5 a.m. was an ungodly hour. Why had Lucinda insisted that she wake up that early? Then she sighed. She knew exactly why she had to get up. They had a whole morning of baking ahead of them, and Millie had a feeling that the residents of Hidden Hollows weren't going to be too happy if their food wasn't prepared when they wanted it. And if Millie was going to make this town her home, she needed to make sure that she kept the born and bred customers happy. A new start wasn't going to happen if she had no one to buy the baked goods. Once she was showered and dressed, she slipped on her shoes and grabbed her purse. On her way out of the house, she locked the front door. Her tiny 2-bedroom house was even cuter in person than it had been in the photos the realtor sent her. It had yellow siding and flower boxes hung from the windows. The front door was white, and she couldn't wait to get a wreath to hang from it. The small, detached garage sat off to the side. For now, she found it quaint that she had to pull open the garage door by hand. At some point, she would probably get an electric one installed, but for now, she reveled in the simplicity that this town held. It moved infinitely slower than New York, and even though she'd only been here for a day, she was already falling in love with Hidden Hollows. After climbing into her car, she shut the door and started the engine. Once again, she didn't think too hard about shifting, allowing the gears to grind against each other. And once again, it was all too satisfying to hear it. She could only imagine Samuel's face if he were here to witness it. It gave her glee in a way that made her feel bad. Almost. The 10-minute drive from her house to the bakery was uneventful. She pulled into the back and invented a parking space next to the dumpster. Then she turned off the engine and grabbed her purse. The smell of fresh-baked bread assaulted her senses when she walked into the bakery. She paused to inhale, closing her eyes as she took it all in. It was incredible that she was going to work here every day. It was like a dream come true. "Stop sniffing and get in here," Lucinda said with a playful hint to her voice. Millie laughed as she opened her eyes and followed Lucinda into the kitchen. Mixers were going and the ovens were on, heating the kitchen to a cozy degree. Realizing that she wasn't going to last in this room with hair down to the middle of her back, Millie pulled it up into a bun at the top of her head. Once it was secured, she headed over to the sink and washed her hands. When they were clean and dry, Millie raised them like a doctor would and smiled at Lucinda. "All right, I'm ready. What do you want me to do?" Lucinda was kneading dough on the island. She smiled as she motioned to the mixer along the far wall. It was on and mixing. "That's for the donuts. Go ahead and stop the mixer and then bring the bowl over here," Lucinda said as she sprinkled some flour onto the counter. She plopped the dough she was working with dust down onto it, and the flour puffed up around her, dusting her face with it. Millie laughed as she motioned to her own cheeks. "You have a little something here," she said. Lucinda attempted to wipe it away with her wrist. Then she shrugged. "Get used to it, honey. You're a baker now. You get flour everywhere." Millie smiled as she walked over to the mixer, a sense of pride rising inside of her as she did. There was something that Lucinda said that made her happy. You're a baker now. What Lucinda had said was true. This was who she was now, and that thought made her happier than she'd been in a long time. This was what she needed, and she was grateful for the chance she had to start over. The morning flew by. Between baking and serving customers, Millie didn't realize that it was 10 in the morning until the last customer left, and she was able to take a minute to collapse on the stool behind the counter. Blowing out her breath, she extended her legs as she tipped her head back and took in a breath. "Well, you survived your first morning," Lucinda said. Millie laughed and opened her eyes. "It was amazing," she breathed as she glanced around. Lucinda stared at Millie with her eyebrows furrowed. "Amazing? I'm not sure most sane people would consider working their heinies off amazing." She leaned against the counter and dabbed her forehead. Millie shrugged. Just before she could reply, the front door opened, causing the bells to jingle against the glass. She hopped off the stool and turned, ready to greet the next customer. "Hi, welcome to—" Her greeting was cut short when she was met with the same dark eyes and stern expression of the sheriff from yesterday. His cowboy hat was pulled down low over his brow. He swept his gaze around the bakery, nodded at Lucinda, and then zeroed in on Millie. She couldn't fight the scowl in her eyes as she glared at him. "What do you want?" she asked. His mere presence had dashed the earlier elation she'd felt. He was the fly in her ointment of happiness. He stared at her for a moment, then slowly lifted his hand to remove the ticket booklet from his front pocket. "You're parked in a loading zone," he said, as he began to thumb through the top layers of paper. He must have gotten to the spot he wanted because he stopped and lifted his pen. Fury raced through Millie as she tried to process what he was saying. "Excuse me?" she asked as she leaned forward. She wanted him to look her in the eye, to meet her head on. It took him a moment, but when he glanced back up, he had no problem looking at her. "You're parked in a loading zone," he said again, this time slower, like she needed the extra help. "What's going on, Luke?" Lucinda asked. Luke. So that was this jerk's name. Millie glared at him as she folded her arms across her chest. Luke took his sweet time turning to glance over at Lucinda. "She's parked in a loading zone," he said again. Then he turned his attention to Millie. "Driver's license?" Millie stared at him. Was he serious? She sputtered for a moment, wishing she could come up with something, anything that didn't make her sound like an idiot. It didn't take too long before she realized that there was no way she was going to get out of this. So she growled and marched back to the kitchen where she located her purse. After she grabbed her wallet, she strode back out to where Luke was now leaning against the front counter, looking very pleased with himself. Lucinda was nowhere to be found. Millie paused as she glanced around, trying to figure out where she went. "She had a phone call, so she stepped out," Luke said, as he straightened and met Millie's gaze. There was no way that she wanted to attempt a normal conversation with this man. Instead, she just nodded, dramatically flipped open her wallet, and removed her driver's license. "Here," she said, shoving it in his direction. Luke glanced down at it and then back up to her. He stood slowly and adjusted his weight before he took her card and held it pinched between his thumb and the ticket pad. Silence engulfed the room as Millie stood there, watching him write down her information. She was ready for him to leave. He was ruining her perfect impression of this town. From what she'd seen, the sheriff of a small town like Hidden Hollows was supposed to be old and nice, not young, hot, and extremely rude. It was like he blew in from Crankyville and decided to make this his home. One of these was definitely not like the other. "What?" Luke asked as he continued writing. Millie startled, not aware that she had been staring. But now she realized that she was glaring a bit too hard for a bit too long. She tucked some of the strands of hair that had fallen from her bun. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Luke paused as he tipped his face toward her but kept his gaze down. "What?" he asked, returning to his writing. "Why are you here? In Hidden Hollows?" Those questions seemed to pique his interest because he stopped writing and glanced up. "What's that supposed to mean?" Millie folded her arms. "This is a sweet town. It's beautiful and quaint. And you?" She really wasn't sure what she was planning to say to finish the sentence, so she let her words die. Luke was staring at her now with his brows furrowed and frustration written all over her face. Heat crept across her skin and settled on her cheeks. Where was she going with this? Why hadn't she kept her mouth shut and just allowed the man to write her another ticket? After all, he did seem to have issues with her. It was probably not wise to poke this already raging bear. "Just because I choose to do my job doesn't make me a bad person," Luke said as he continued to write. "There are laws that we are all expected to follow no matter how small our town is." He emphasized his words with the tearing of the ticket off his pad. Millie glared at him, really wishing she could say the words that were rolling around in her mind. Who did this guy think he was? He held out the ticket, waiting for her to grab it, but there was no way Millie was going to entertain him. She just glared at him, to which he raised his eyebrows. As if he realized that she wasn't going to take it, he rested it on the counter in front of her. Millie pursed her lips. Luke didn't look like he had any intention of leaving. What was this guy's problem? It was like he'd come in here merely to torture her. "Is that all?" she asked, not really caring if he answered. Luke cleared his throat as he shifted his weight. "I was wondering if I could get some bagels?" Millie scoffed. Was he serious? Sure, this was a bakery, and sure, it was her job to serve him. But she had the ability to refuse him, right? But the longer she stood there, she realized that she couldn't just leave him hanging. This was a bakery, and it was her job to serve him, so she sighed and slid off the stool. "Blueberry plain or everything bagel?" she asked as she shook out a paper bag and stood in front of the bins of bagels that were behind the counter. They were separated into 6 per plastic bag. "Blueberry, please," he said. And there was a less cocky hint to it. If she didn't know the guy who was standing on the other side of the counter, she might have been able to imagine that he was a nice guy. but she did know better. So she slipped the bag of blueberry bagels into the paper bag, rolled the top, and turned and shoved the bag toward him. $5.50, she said. Luke nodded as he pulled out a 10 from his wallet. He held it, pinched between his thumb and forefinger for a moment before he handed it over. Go ahead and keep the change. He shot her a smile. It wasn't the obnoxious one he'd always given her. This one made him look human. She brushed that off and nodded toward him. With the 2 tickets he'd given her already, she was going to keep that change. She was starting to rack up bills she wasn't 100% sure how she was going to pay. She hadn't discussed a salary with her aunt, so she had no clue how quickly she was going to get cash flow. Luke grabbed the bag and let his hand drop to his side. Then he glanced up at her, touched the top of his hat with his fingers, and headed out of the bakery. Just as the front door started to swing closed, Lucinda caught it. Millie could hear her say goodbye to Luke, and then she walked into the bakery. She furrowed her brow. What did he want? Millie chewed her nail. Her nerves were so ragged from that man. He frustrated her in a way she didn't quite understand. He came in to give me a ticket, she said. Lucinda nodded. I knew that. What did he end up buying? Millie slipped the cash into the register and removed the tip he'd given her. Bagels, she said, as she tucked the money into the Help Kids with Cancer collection bin that was attached to the front counter. Lucinda slid her gaze over to the door as she leaned against the counter. She rested her elbow on the glass enclosure next to her and sighed. Poor man. He's had such a hard time since Sherry died. Millie stopped in her tracks. She turned to face Lucinda, regret pulsing through her body. He what? She asked, hoping she didn't hear what she thought she had heard. Lucinda glanced over at Millie. Sherry, his wife, she died. They'd only been here a year, moved from Texas, which is why he wears that ridiculous cowboy hat. Lucinda sighed and shifted her gaze toward the window that lined the front of the store. She was a teacher at the elementary school. Sweetest lady you'd ever meet. Had a smile that lit up the room. Lucinda's voice drifted off before she glanced over at Millie. He was never the same after she was gone. Guilt filled her chest as she regretted all the things she'd thought about him. No wonder he seemed defensive. He was broken. At least with Samuel, he was still alive. Sure, her ex was a crappy person, but that didn't mean she wanted him dead. And for Luke, it was his wife. That was a kind of pain no one ever came back from. And Millie should know. After her mom died, her dad took to drinking. It had been hard seeing the one man in her life that she adored dissolve into a shell of a man. He'd never really come to terms with her death and disappeared 5 years ago. It broke Millie's heart. She attempted to find him but was never successful. Losing her mom and dad in the span of a few years had crushed her. It was something she would never wish on anyone, even her greatest enemy. Lucinda seemed to have moved on from their conversation as she didn't offer anything more. Instead, she began to busy herself around the bakery, cleaning up sample cups and organizing the shelves. After she dumped the garbage into the nearby bin, she declared she was heading back to the kitchen to whip up some bread dough for tomorrow. Now alone, Millie blew out a breath as she leaned forward and rested her forehead in the crook of her arm. Her mind was swarming, and her heart aching for this beastly sheriff. It was a strange sensation to feel, but it was there nonetheless. Millie closed her eyes as she attempted to still her emotions. She was working herself up for nothing. After all, she doubted she'd see him again anytime soon. She was going to make sure she was the most law-abiding citizen out there. There was never going to be any reason for him to give her a ticket. She was going to be that good, which was going to work out for her. Right now, with the way she was feeling, she wasn't sure what she would say or how she would act around Luke. So avoiding him seemed like the best option possible. Chapter 4. Luke. Luke stretched out in his squad car. He'd been sitting on the highway all afternoon, waiting for someone to drive by. So far, it seemed as if every law-abiding citizen was out and about. No one speeding, no one driving erratically. It was making for a very boring day. Twisting in his seat, he reached into the back and grabbed the now half-empty bag of bagels. He fished one out and then set the bag in the passenger seat. His thoughts returned to the bakery. Well, if he were honest, to Millie. He had to admit, when he drove by the bakery that morning, he may have had ulterior motives. He wasn't just going for his weekly bag of bagels, which he was pounding through at record speed. He had expected to see her car there, but the fact that it was parked in a loading zone was icing on the cake. No one should own a car like that and not take it seriously. How could he not go in and ticket her? It would be irresponsible for him to let that slide. He bit a chunk of bagel off and chewed thoughtfully. He hoped that if he ticketed her enough, she would finally take her ownership of the car seriously. And what she said about the town? It was like this lady had her head in the clouds. Hidden Hollows was a good town. It had been good to him when Sherry died. But living here wasn't the solution to one's problems. Problems still existed whether you wanted them to or not. A town. A home. None of that solved anything when it came to pain. It festered and grew no matter how much he wanted it to be different. Just as he finished the last bits of his bagel, he brushed his hands and glanced up. A very familiar car was headed his direction. He narrowed his eyes as he sat up in his car. What was Millie doing? Where was she going? The Jaguar passed by, going a bit faster than he liked. He reached forward, started the engine, and peeled out onto the road. His heart was beating a tad bit faster than normal. He got a certain rush of adrenaline when he was chasing after someone in his car, so that was to be expected. But right now, this felt different. Weird. He flipped on his lights and siren and pulled up behind Millie. It took her only a few seconds to pull over. Luke parked behind her, taking his time to pull his keys from the ignition and slipping them into the pocket of his shirt. Then he grabbed his ticket book and pulled open his door. There was a sort of satisfied feeling that settled in his chest when he walked alongside Millie's car and up to the driver's window, which she already had down. Just as he moved into her sight, she stuck her ID cards out of her window. He blinked a few times. It was as if she were expecting to get pulled over. "Was I driving too fast?" she asked, after he took the cards from her. He grunted and nodded as he glanced down at the information he already knew. He'd already written her name so many times, he didn't need help. She was quiet for a moment. He could see her staring at him through his peripheral vision. He took a second to sneak a peek at her before he dropped his gaze back down at the paper in front of him. "Can I ask you a question?" she asked. He paused as he lifted his head slightly and then continued writing. "Actually, it's not so much a question as it is a statement," Millie continued. It was as if she wasn't bothered by the fact that he'd pretty much ignored her request. "My aunt told me about your wife," she started, her words growing faint. Luke could no longer concentrate on what he was writing. Instead, he stared hard at the ground in front of him, as if he were waiting for a hole to open up and swallow him. "I'm really sorry." "Don't," he said. The sudden urge to run away took over him. He tossed her cards back into the car and flipped the cover over on the ticket book and walked back toward the squad car. "Wait!" she called out. He heard the door opening from behind him. That sound only made him quicken his step. "Luke," she said. Her shoes crunched on the gravel as she approached. He grabbed onto the handle of the driver's door and pulled, but just as he did, Millie's hand reached out and rested on his forearm. Energy shot through him, but all he could do was stand there like an idiot. It had been a long time since someone had touched him. It felt warm and strange, and he wasn't sure if he liked it or not. But he was frozen to the spot. The muscles in his throat tensed from the emotions that he was trying to force down. Listen, I know you don't know me. I know that I'm new, and it's probably not my place. It's not, he said. His voice was low and throaty. Truth was, here in Hidden Hollows, no one ever talked about Sherry. In fact, there were very few times he allowed himself to think about her. It stirred too many emotions inside of him, painful ones that he'd worked long and hard to push down. Millie didn't move. Instead, she kept her gaze on him. Sighing, he turned to look at her for a moment, just a moment, to see what her game plan was. If she wanted to sit him down on some leather couch where he talked about his feelings, she was going to be incredibly disappointed. That wasn't him. He had a handle on his feelings. He had a handle on his life. And right now, he didn't want any of it to change. "Luke," Millie said, her voice softer than the feeling of her skin against his. "Please, I want to help." Luke furrowed his brow. Was she kidding? He'd done nothing but harass her since she'd come to town. Why was she being nice to him? "Why?" he asked before he could stop himself. Millie pulled her hand from his arm, and he couldn't help but wonder what she was going to do. So he glanced over at her to see that she was rubbing her temples. "I lost my mom when I was a kid. It caused my dad to do some terrible things. I'd love to ignore you, but you've kind of forced me to pay attention to you." She sighed and folded her arms as she leaned against the hood of his car. "I mean, if you care this much about my safety, you can't be all that bad, right? And who am I to ignore a call for help? After all, you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. And maybe I've been giving you vinegar." She shrugged as if that thought kind of got away from her. Luke took out his keys and fiddled with the ring. He wasn't sure how to feel or what to think. But then, the realization of why he built up walls around his heart rose up in his mind and made it impossible for him to ignore. He didn't want people in his life. Being alone meant he could never get hurt. And he'd been hurt enough to last him his whole life. So he grasped the door handle. "I'm not a charity case, and I don't need your pity," he said, as he slipped onto the seat and slammed the door. Thankfully, Millie had stepped away from his car and was staring after him as he backed up. Then, he pushed the car into drive and sped out of there, gravel spewing from the tires. Millie jumped out of the way just in time to avoid them. Luke kept his gaze on the road as he drove aimlessly. His chest felt as if there were a vice around it, squeezing hard. His breath was shallow and his heart was pounding. Millie needed to learn that he wasn't friend material, that she'd picked the wrong person to make her charity case. He was never going to be able to open up to her or anyone. Pain was his only companion now, and he'd built it a house complete with a porch in his soul. The sooner she realized that she needed to stay away from him, the better. For both Millie and him. He wasn't going to be rescued. Ever. Millie. Millie stared at Luke's car as he sped off into the distance. Her jaw slacked as she tried to process what had just happened. She'd reached out, tried to befriend the man. She'd even told him she had been in the wrong, and he literally sprayed her with gravel. Well, this was off to a great start. Sighing, she walked back to her car and got in. Her license and insurance card were strewn all over. She picked them up and returned them to her wallet. At least she'd distracted him enough to avoid a ticket. That had to account for something. After sticking her key into the ignition, she pulled onto the road and headed into town. By the time she parked behind the bakery, her aggravation still hadn't eased. The fact that Luke had basically blown her off was really getting her goat. She didn't like the fact that she'd reached out and he'd rejected her. In fact, it irritated her to no end. All she'd wanted was to be nice to the guy, to maybe befriend him. Why did he run? Sure, maybe she shouldn't have mentioned his wife. That was probably a little too forward of her to think that he would want to speak to her, a semi-stranger, about it. But she just wanted to help. Was that so wrong? She pulled open the back door and walked into the kitchen. Lucinda was nowhere to be found, so she wandered to the front of the store. Lucinda was leaning next to the register with a book in hand. She was smiling as her eyes darted around on the page. "Good book?" Millie asked as she pulled a stool over and sat down on it. Lucinda glanced over at her and then nodded with a soft, "Mm-hmm." She turned the page, not looking like she wanted to be interrupted. Millie sat there, tapping her fingertips on her legs. She wanted to talk about what happened with Luke, but wasn't sure how. She sighed once, and then again. By the third sigh, Lucinda's lips pursed and she glanced up at her, placing the bookmark in the spot she was reading. "Do you want to talk about it?" she asked as she moved to stand. Millie raised her hand. "I mean, if you want to read—" Lucinda shook her head. "It's okay. You have my full attention." Millie sighed as her shoulders sank. She tucked her hair behind her ears and started. "He blew me off. I tried to reach out to him and he basically sped out of there." Lucinda nodded. "Right. I told you to leave the man alone. He's hurting, and you can't fix a hurting man." She rested one hand on the counter and leaned on it. Millie scoffed as she folded her arms across her chest. "Well, I'm very convincing," she said, giving her aunt a wide smile. Lucinda laughed. "I'm sure you are, but those are city men. What you're dealing with now is a country man." She raised her finger and waggled it in Millie's direction. "Very different animals." Millie snorted. Animal was a really accurate way to describe Luke and his behavior. She'd only wanted to apologize and let him know that he wasn't alone in what he was going through. Why couldn't he see that? Suddenly, an idea hit her. She slid off the stool and wandered over to the case that held the cupcakes. She pulled it open and started filling a box with an assortment of them. "What are you doing?" Lucinda asked. Millie glanced over at her and smiled. "Nothing." Lucinda furrowed her brow. "Doesn't look like nothing. Are those for Luke?" Millie shrugged as she kept filling the box. "Maybe." Lucinda appeared next to her. "Have you not been listening to me? Luke St. Clair likes to keep to himself. Showing up at his house uninvited is a good way of getting yelled at, or shot." Millie continued filling the box, only half listening to her aunt. She didn't care if it wasn't a good idea. She was going to do it. Period. Once the box was full, she shut it and then turned and smiled at Lucinda, who didn't seem convinced. But it didn't matter. Once Millie got an idea in her head, she did it. She was going to melt the sheriff's frozen heart if it was the last thing she did. He wasn't going to be grumpy anymore. She was going to befriend him if it killed her. Chapter 5. Luke. Luke pulled into his driveway an hour later and blew out his breath. Gordon had been particularly chatty this evening, keeping Luke at the station for a good half an hour after Luke's shift had ended. It took a phone call for Luke to find his opening to get out of there. After stopping by Food and Stuff and grabbing some dinner, he drove home with one thought on his mind: working on his car. After his confusing and a little too personal interaction with Millie an hour ago, he was ready to call it a day and crawl back into his cave and not come out until he had to. He was ready to put his past behind him and hide from the world. Just as he pulled to a stop, his gaze made its way over to a very familiar car. One he'd given a ticket to numerous times in the past 2 days. Millie's car. What the heck was she doing here? He opened his car door. After reaching over to grab his food, he got out of the car, slamming the door and looking around as if she were going to pop out at any minute. Which, from what he was beginning to gather, she was most likely to do. But, after one sweep of his property, he didn't find her anywhere. Even more suspect was the fact that Tick was nowhere to be found. Luke let out a low whistle and waited. Nothing. He pounded up his front steps and shuffled the things in his arms around until he was able to pull open his front door. He got inside and whistled again. He wiped his shoes and peered around the corner to see if Millie was there. Nothing. "Tick?" he called out as he set his food on the counter and glanced around. This was strange. Grabbing his shoes, he abandoned his dinner and headed out the back door and over to his garage. He whistled again, only to hear the familiar bark of Tick. Ah, he was inside the garage, which meant Millie was in there as well. Crap. That was his sacred space. No one went in there but Luke and Tick, but only when he was invited. Anger flooded his body as he pulled open the garage door to find Millie standing by his car. Her hand was on the hood and she was peering inside. "What are you doing?" he asked. He rushed over to where she was standing and situated his body so that she had to back up. She stared at him as she took a few steps away from him. Her hands rose up as she swept her gaze over him. "I'm sorry," she said as she glanced around the garage. Then she lowered her hands. In my defense, the door was open. Luke growled as he glanced beneath the hood of his car. Relief filled his chest, and he felt as if he could finally breathe again. She hadn't touched anything, at least from what he could tell. He glared over at her. "Do you have a habit of inviting yourself into a stranger's house when they aren't there?" Millie furrowed her brow. No." Then she folded her arms and tapped her finger on his forearm. "But we're not strangers. You've given me enough tickets and know more about me than most of the people in this town." Luke stared at her. "No, I don't," he said. Millie snorted. Yeah, you do." "Like what?" Was it true? How had he gone from not wanting any friends to knowing personal information about this stranger? Millie found a stool and dragged it over so she could sit on it. She raised her gaze up to the ceiling as if she were counting things off in her mind. "Well, you know I'm divorced." Luke leaned his hip against his car and folded his arms. He raised a finger to interject. "I didn't ask about that. You shared voluntarily." Millie nodded. "Right, but you know, and beside my aunt, no one else knows." "You need to make more friends." "I've only been here a day. If you hadn't insisted on giving me tickets all the time, the amount of people I know here would be cut in half." She raised her eyebrows as she leaned in, as if she wanted the weight of her words to settle around him. Luke studied her as realization hit him. She was right. He had been making a point to talk to her. And somehow, in the midst of all of that, he managed to create a relationship that he didn't want with this woman he barely knew. And now, he didn't know how to get rid of. She tucked her hands under her thighs and shrugged as she curved her back. Her red hair fell down in front of her face. For a moment, he allowed himself to think she looked beautiful. Sure, he was broken and doubted that love was ever going to be on the table again, but he was a man, and he had eyes. "I guess that means we're friends," she said, with a slight shrug of her shoulders. And there it was, the ice-cold water to his brain. Just what he needed to snap out of his thoughts and back into the real world. Luke pushed off the car and snorted. There was no way he was going to agree to that. Was she serious? He was a loner. This was all there was to his life. He had no intention of having friends. She picked the wrong charity case. Luke turned his focus to his car, resting his hands on the edge and peering into the engine. "I don't have friends," he said. He reached in and fiddled with a hose. He wasn't doing anything, but Millie didn't know that. He had this ridiculous hope that if he looked busy, she might take a hint and leave. But when he felt her arm brush his, and the rush of warmth that followed, he realized his hope was in vain. There was no way she was leaving. She was tenacious, he'd give her that. He just wished she would stop being this stubborn with him. "Well, maybe we need to change that," she said, as she reached forward and fiddled with the oil cap. "Don't do that," he said. Before he thought his action through, he reached out and grabbed her wrist. It was small and feminine. Her skin was warm to the touch. For a split second, he could feel her heartbeat. It drummed against his fingertips. He heard her take in a sharp breath, as if she too hadn't expected him to touch her. As if he'd placed his hand on a hot stove, Luke dropped his hold on her and turned away. He needed to get out of there. The urge to run pounded throughout his body. This wasn't where he wanted to be. He needed the expansiveness of the outside world. So, without a word, he barreled through the garage and out into the dark night air. He took in a few deep breaths and leaned against the exterior wall. He pitched his upper body forward and closed his eyes. Frustration with his reaction caused heat to permeate his cheeks. What was wrong with him? Why couldn't he seem to get a grip on his emotions? This was ridiculous and definitely not how he wanted to respond to this stranger. He wanted to come across as cool and collected, not weak and breaking. After a few deep breaths to calm his nerves, he straightened and pulled open the door to the garage. He stepped inside, glancing around to see where Millie had disappeared to. He found her, crouching down next to Tick as he lay on his spot in the garage. She was scratching his ears and muttering something under her breath. Luke stepped closer, trying to catch what she was saying. But it was a mixture of whispered words. She must have heard him approach because just as she stepped next to her, she tipped her head to glance up at him. She didn't seem to be in a hurry to go anywhere. Instead, she nuzzled Tick's neck with her nose and then straightened. "Your dog is fantastic," she said. There was a hinted laugh to her voice that caused a hollow ache to throb inside of Luke. Sherry had a laugh like that, and he reveled in the familiarity it brought him. Clearing his throat and internally blaming Tick for his current struggle, he glared at his dog. "He's a traitor," Luke said as he turned and made his way over to his car. From the soft sounds of Millie's footsteps, he realized she was following after him. Man, she was a shadow he couldn't shake. Glancing behind him, he furrowed his brow. "I'm not going to be able to get rid of you, am I?" he asked as he leaned against the hood of his car once more. Millie did the same, except on the other side of the car so she could stare him down. "Nope," she said. A small smile of triumph spread across her lips. He growled, "Why do you care so much?" His tone came across harsher than he'd intended. He winced, hating the person grief had turned him into. Her smile dropped, and for the first time since meeting her, he saw her vulnerability. His heart ached at the familiar pain he saw in her gaze. She blinked a few times, as if she were trying to dispel her tears, and straightened. "Let's just say that you're not the only one familiar with the ache of losing someone." A tear slipped down Millie's cheek, and she hurried to wipe it away. Luke felt like a Class A jerk. What was wrong with him? He raised his hands. "I'm sorry. I should think before I speak." "Yeah, you should." She sighed, and then blew her breath out. She dropped her gaze for a moment before returning it to his. "Listen, I may have ulterior motives for this as well." Luke quirked an eyebrow. This was what he was waiting for, her reasoning for wanting to be his friend. She shot him an annoyed look. "Listen, I know what you're going through, and folding in on yourself isn't going to solve it. Plus, with your beastly attitude, I'm going to be broke before I even get my first paycheck." Luke furrowed his brow. "Beastly?" He couldn't help the smile that tugged on his lips. Did she really just describe him like that? She attempted a serious look, but he could see the hint of a smile behind it. "It's not funny. It's accurate." "So, if I'm the beast, what does that make you? Belle?" He couldn't help but tease her, and the shocked expression that passed over her face, and the fact that her lips parted as her jaw dropped, all of that made what he said worth it. After all, she'd had the upper hand on him during this entire conversation. It felt good to land a perfect line. It took a moment for Millie to regain her composure and fold her arms. You wish. Sadly, I've given up on men. Luke raised his eyebrows. Really? Millie's cheeks flushed. Yes, divorcee, she said as she swept her hand in front of her chest. This was getting good. He folded his arms and stared her down. So I have to get back out there while you get to live in your solitary world writing off men? He leaned forward, allowing his smile to spread across his lips. Millie narrowed her eyes. This isn't about me. He scoffed. It's only about me? Why? Sounds to me like the pot is calling the kettle black. Millie smirked. Well, I'm not a menace to society. I'm not running around giving everyone tickets they don't deserve. Oh, you deserved one. With what you were doing to that transmission, you definitely don't deserve to drive that car. His cheeks flushed as he leaned forward and rested his hands on the frame of the car. He hadn't meant to let that all escape. In fact, he had meant to keep his reasons for pulling her over a secret forever. But when he glanced up to see Millie staring at him, he realized that there was no way she was going to let what he said slide. Instead, her eyebrows were raised, and realization sparked in her gaze. Wait a minute. That's why you keep pulling me over? She took a step back and swept her gaze over his car. You're worried about what I'm doing to my car? He scoffed and turned. He walked over to his tool bench and began fiddling with the items there. When he turned, he jumped. He was face to face with Millie. She was looking up at him with her hands on her hips. He studied her for a minute, then sighed. It wasn't the only reason, he offered, and then sidestepped her. That's when he saw a bright pink box sitting on an abandoned chair off in the corner. Curious, he started to make his way over to it, only to have Millie jump in front of him. What is that? He asked, nodding in the box direction. Nothing, Millie offered quickly. He stared down at her. Was she serious? I know what a pastry box from the bakery looks like. He pointed to his chest. Did you bring that here for me? He moved to step toward it again, only to be stopped by Millie's hand pressed to his chest. Warmth radiated through his body at her touch. He blinked a few times, trying to calm his racing mind. If Millie felt something too, she didn't move to acknowledge it. Instead, she had a determined expression on her face. Those are cupcakes for people who decide that they want to be my friend. Luke studied her. She was adorable. He had to give her that. She was like this scatterbrained tornado, whirling her way into people's lives and upheaving everything. Her spontaneity was frustrating and intriguing at the same time. It did make him wonder, for a split second, what spending time with her would be like. She was like a train wreck one couldn't help but stare at. Except in Millie's case, it was her bright eyes and hopeful gaze that had him entranced. She seemed so full of life where he felt dead. But allowing her into his life would mean opening up, which couldn't happen. So he leaned forward. Do you always bribe your friends? He asked. Anger flashed in her eyes. Are you always a jerk to everyone who tries to be nice to you? She asked, meeting him with the same amount of stubbornness as he gave her. He faked a wince as he held up his hand. Jeez, pulling out the big guns, he said. You don't have to take everything so personally. He moved to touch her arm, but she pulled it back and glared at him once more. A growl escaped her lips. Then she threw up her hands. I tried, she said. It didn't sound like she was saying it to him as much as herself. Frustrated that she was not only making him feel bad, but not getting the hint that he didn't want her there, he leaned in. No one asked you to try. She stood there, eyes wide, lips parted. He could see all her thoughts swirling around in her mind, but something was forbidding her from saying anything. She glared at him as she started to back away. Then she sighed, shouldered her purse, and headed toward the door. The final sound, marking her departure, was the slamming of the door to his garage. He winced as sound rattled through the rafters and settled in around him. For a moment, he closed his eyes. The desire to run after her and apologize tugged at his mind. He wasn't a bad guy, just one that wanted to be left alone. He wished she'd realized that and hadn't come here. A warm, wet nose against his hand caused him to open his eyes and glance down. Tick was standing next to him, his hot breath coating Luke's skin. Luke rubbed Tick behind the ears. He studied his dog. "It was the right thing," he said. Tick just looked up at him and barked. Luke attempted to interpret that as a validation of his actions, but he knew better. And he didn't need his dog to tell him he'd been a jerk. Sighing, Luke walked over to the box on the chair and pulled it open. An assortment of cupcakes were lined up inside of it. He studied them. This had been the nicest thing anyone had done for him in a long time. For a moment, he allowed that kindness to wiggle its way into his heart. Regret clung to his thoughts as he closed the lid of the box and whistled for Tick to follow him. After shutting off the garage lights, he closed the door and walked across his yard to his front steps. Once he put away the cupcakes and his now cold dinner, he headed into his room and got ready for bed. He brushed his teeth and washed his face. By the time he got out of the bathroom, Tick was curled on his bed. Luke commanded the Tick get down and the dog was obedient. Luke turned off the lights and climbed under his comforter. Silence engulfed the room as Luke lay there, staring up at the ceiling. His eyes were wide, his conversation with Millie rolling around in his mind. And then, Sherry's familiar quirked eyebrow and folded arms flitted into his mind. She was staring at him as if she wasn't happy with something he'd done. His heart ached as he studied her. "What?" he whispered to the darkened room. Sherry just responded by raising her eyebrows higher. He growled as he rubbed his eyes. He knew exactly what Sherry was upset about, and he knew what he needed to do to fix it. Tomorrow, he was going to have to track down Millie and apologize, which was something he didn't want to do, but he also knew that Sherry would have never been happy with the way he acted. If he wanted to honor Sherry's memory, he needed to say sorry. And maybe, just maybe, let Millie into his life. Just a little. Crap. Chapter 6. Millie. To say that Millie was in a sour mood throughout the next morning was the understatement of the century. She'd been up half the night, tossing and turning, rage fueling her sleepless night. Lucinda knew something was up. She kept staring at Millie from over her glasses and telling her to stop kneading the dough so hard. No one wanted hard bread. So, by mid-morning, Lucinda proclaimed that Millie was to deliver some baked goods to the hairdresser in town and shooed Millie from the bakery. Now on Main Street, Millie made her way deeper into downtown. She was looking for Betty's Haircut, a small yellow shop sandwiched between the hardware store and coffee shop. The paper bag she held in her hand bounced against her leg as she walked. The sun was shining through the clouds, turning what had started out as a gloomy, overcast day into a sunny one. The feeling of the rays on her face caused Millie to tip her face toward the sky. She allowed the warmth to penetrate her soul. She couldn't help the smile that emerged on her lips. There was something about the way the sunlight danced through the trees that lined the road and the way the air was crisp but warm that put Millie's ragged nerves at ease. By the time she found Betty's Haircut, she was in a much better mood. She glanced inside the large front windows to see two women standing behind filled chairs. Mirrors lined the wall, and shampoo bottles were neatly arranged along the other. Millie found the door handle and pulled. Bells rattled against the door, and both women turned to stare at Millie. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded and held up the paper bag. "Delivery," she said. The smaller, dark-haired hairdresser smiled at her while the other hairdresser, with a bleach blonde pixie cut, snapped her gum and pointed toward the wall to the right. "Be a doll and grab our coffee order as well. They aren't as accommodating as Lucinda is." Kenzie! The dark-haired hairdresser set her scissors down on the counter next to her and wiped her hands on her apron as she walked toward Millie. I'm so sorry. You'll have to forgive Kenzie. She didn't take her manner pills today. She stopped in front of Millie and extended her hand. Excuse the hair, but I'm Haley. Millie met her handshake and smiled. Amelia, but most call me Millie. Haley's smile widened. It's nice to meet you, Millie. When did you get to Hidden Hollows? Which she sat next to the cash register. 2 days ago. Haley raised her eyebrows. Wow! How are you liking the town so far? Millie's thoughts immediately turned to Luke and her first 24 hours here in Hidden Hollows. After she got home last night, she vowed she was finished with the man. She'd done her part. She'd tried to make peace. Now, she was determined to keep her distance from him. It's been great. I'm really loving the feeling of a small town. Millie smiled at Haley. It sure beats New York. Kenzie snorted, drawing both Millie and Haley's attention over to her. Kens, Haley said. Kenzie just shrugged as she continued snipping away at the hair of the woman in her chair. Haley shot Millie an apologetic smile. Well, thanks for the treats. We were getting desperate. Millie chuckled. I get it. There's nothing a blueberry muffin or chocolate cookie can't solve. Amen, Kenzie said, not looking up. I should get back. Haley nodded toward the gentleman in her chair. He was busy reading a magazine, and Millie wondered if he'd even noticed that his hairdresser was gone. Of course. Millie stepped backward toward the front of the shop. Just as she expected to feel the door handle, it disappeared, and she backed right up into what felt like a brick wall. Except a hand engulfed her arm, and a low grunt sounded. Heat pricked her cheeks as she turned around, only to discover that she was staring straight into the eyes of Luke. He studied her, his brows furrowed. I'm looking for you, he said. Millie parted her lips as she attempted to process her response. She wanted to say something, anything, but nothing was coming out. Can I borrow her, ladies? Luke asked, as he glanced up at Haley and Kenzie. Millie watched as they both nodded, while giving her a very surprised look. Luke didn't seem to want to wait until Millie responded. Instead, he motioned for her to go outside, the bells jingling as the door shut behind them. Millie was now standing out in the sun, squinting up at Luke. Her ability to think was finally making a comeback. She raised her hand up to her forehead so that she could block out the sun and really give Luke a what-for look. Listen, I need to talk to you, Luke said, as he shoved his hands into his front pockets. Millie glared at him as she asserted her independence and sidestepped him. I think you said everything you wanted to say last night. She located the door of the coffee shop and made a beeline for it, only to be stopped suddenly by Luke's hand on her elbow. She turned, wanting to give that man a piece of her mind, when she saw the pain etched across his face and the depth in his eyes as he stared down at her, and she found her words choking her throat. Please, hear me out, he said, as he dropped her hand and used it to scrub his face. Despite her better judgment, she folded her arms across her chest and narrowed her eyes. Then she sighed and nodded toward the coffee shop. If you follow me, I won't stop you from talking. Luke glanced in the direction she'd motioned and then back down to Millie. She raised her eyebrows and he nodded. Deal. Sighing, she turned and walked toward the door. Once she got there, she reached out to grab the door handle just to have Luke beat her to it. His fingers brushed hers as he wrapped them around the metal handle and pulled. Millie considered telling him that she was perfectly capable of opening her own door, but then decided against it. One of the reasons was it would halt the flow of traffic coming out of the shop. And honestly, she was tired of fighting with Luke. She was ready to put aside their last conversation and move forward, Lukeless. The guy behind the counter looked up as she approached. He smiled and then glanced behind her to Luke. The guy behind the counter was cute, with blonde hair and bright blue eyes. When he smiled, his perfectly straight teeth shone back at Millie. Hey, he said, nodding in Millie's direction. "What can I get you?" Millie stepped up to the counter. "Just grabbing an order for Kenzie and Haley?" The man furrowed his brow, then nodded. "Right. An iced coffee and a triple vanilla latte," he said, as he wandered over to the pickup window and grabbed the 2 cups that were sitting on a small ledge. "They're done and ready." Millie nodded as she took the drinks from him. He held on to them as he met her gaze. "Name's Cooper. Are you new to town?" His smile was wide, and his expression was earnest. But Millie had seen smiles like that before. She knew what they meant. Trouble. "Yep, I'm taking over the bakery from my aunt," she said, pulling hard on the cups. Cooper must have picked up on her gesture and released his hold on the cups. With them now firmly sandwiched between her fingertips, Millie gave Cooper a smile and then turned. She only let her gaze linger on Luke for a moment, which was long enough to see the frustrated look in his eyes, before she walked briskly over to the front door and pushed it open. Luke's hand appeared next to her as he sprawled his fingers out on the glass door, holding it open for Millie to pass through. She grumbled under her breath as she stepped out onto the sidewalk. "I can get my own doors," she said as she whipped around to face Luke. He was studying her with his eyebrows raised. She'd misjudged the distance between them and found herself inches from his gaze. She met his gaze with as much intensity as she could muster, but with this close proximity, it wasn't working. She was worried she was coming across as a deer in headlights instead of a woman who could hold her own. Realizing that she was in a lose-lose situation here, she sighed and stepped back. "What do you want, Luke?" Luke watched her before he dropped his gaze, pulled off his cowboy hat, and ran his hands through his ridiculously thick and fist-grabbing hair. It was curly and dark, and despite Luke's prickly personality, looked incredibly soft. Irritated that she was even thinking those things about Luke, Millie pushed the thoughts from her mind and forced herself to focus. "I wanted to say sorry for what I said yesterday," he offered her an apologetic smile. "I can be a real prick sometimes." Millie scoffed. "That's putting it lightly." Luke studied her and then nodded. "Right. I don't know how to act around people who want to help me. I've spent a long time pushing people away." Millie's lips parted as she took in what Luke was saying. From the earnest look in his eyes to the fact that his voice had deepened, Millie was seeing a part of Luke she didn't know existed. He was opening up to her. He was acting human. Was he being serious? Was he being sincere? He'd been pretty adamant yesterday that he wanted nothing to do with her. Why the sudden change in heart? "Why are you being nice to me?" she asked. Luke raised his eyebrows. "What?" She held her ground. He must want something from her. "You said it yourself. You don't have friends. Why are you now acting like that's something we could be?" Luke held her gaze and then blew out his breath. "Because despite what you might think about me, I'm not a bad guy. His voice trailed off as she could see the war going on inside of him. And that just did wonders for her self-confidence. Watching someone literally battle within themselves to be your friend wasn't something she wanted to see. "You don't have to—" "I want to," Luke said. The speed to which he said the words caused Millie to blink. "You want to be my friend?" Luke's expression turned pained as he studied her. Then he nodded. "Yes." "Really?" He looked like a bomb that was about to explode, not like a person who'd made up their mind and felt great about it. He looked like he was choosing between her friendships and having blades shoved under his fingernails, both of which were going to have the same effect on him. But he looked like he was trying, and Millie had to give him that. So instead of standing there drilling this more, she sighed. "Fine. You're on probation." She shrugged as she started walking toward the door of Betty's haircuts. She could hear the footsteps of Luke behind her. Just as she approached the door, she waited, and sure enough, Luke's hand appeared as he pulled on the door handle. This time she let him without giving him any flack for it. He held the door as she started walking into the shop. Just as she passed him, she stopped and looked up. 7 o'clock at the bakery. Bring your empty stomach for dinner. Luke's skin paled, but Millie ignored it. If this was what he wanted, she wasn't going to let him weasel out of it. If he really wanted to be friends, then she was going to move forward at full speed. A few seconds after he looked as if he'd swallowed a lemon, that expression dissipated and he nodded. I'll be there. I'll bring wine. Millie paused. That was unexpected. After all, she took him for a beer kind of guy. Great. She stepped into the hair salon and then stopped. I'll see you tonight? It sounded crazy, but she needed to verify with him that she'd heard what she thought she heard. Luke nodded and then let the door slide closed behind her. Feeling a tad stunned, she watched as he passed by the front windows and over to his car. He climbed in, started the engine, and peeled away from the curb. What was that? A voice next to her caused Millie to yelp and turn. Kenzie was standing a few inches away from her. Her bright pink lips were pursed, and her gaze was focused on the spot that Luke had parked in. What? Millie asked, turning away from the windows and handing the coffees to Kenzie and Haley. Haley was busy sweeping up her station, so she set down her broom so she could take the cup. She thanked Millie and then leaned against her counter and took a drink. Kenzie was busy staring at Millie with her lips parted into an O shape. Realizing that both women wanted to know what was going on, Millie sighed and adjusted her ponytail. We're going to be friends. That's all. Haley's eyebrows went up. Kenzie snorted as she took a drink. Luke Clair doesn't have friends, Kenzie said as she licked her lips. Millie stared at the two of them. I'm sure he could have friends if he wanted one. Kenzie shook her head. Nope, not one. Not since Sherry died. He's barricaded himself in that house with that dog. The only time he comes out is to give half the town a ticket. Millie glanced over at Haley, who was nodding. She met Millie's gaze and gave her a soft smile. He's not that bad, but Kenzie is right. I don't think I've ever seen Luke talk to someone as much as he talked to you today. I think it's good. Millie wasn't sure what to say to that, but she knew with people in mourning, sometimes it was best to force them out of their norms, to make them participate with the living. It was the only way they could see past their grief and live again. And if she had to be that person to help Luke, she would. She owed it to her father, to her mother, and lastly, to herself. Realizing that she'd been gone longer than she expected, she said goodbye to Haley and Kenzie. Haley insisted that she get Millie's number so that they could hang out this weekend, and Millie slipped from the salon. The walk back to the bakery was calmer this time. She found a lightness to her step that hadn't been there before. By the time she got inside and found Lucinda, she was smiling. Lucinda ran her gaze over Millie, raising her eyebrows. She was wiping down the island and her apron was covered in flour. What did I tell you? A walk outside in the fresh air was just what you needed. Millie folded her arms as she leaned against the counter. She studied her aunt, but really, her mind was racing. Thoughts about Luke and their impending dinner date wouldn't leave her alone. Can I use the bakery tonight? Millie asked. Lucinda paused and looked up. Honey, this is your bakery. You don't have to run things by me. She straightened and pressed her hand into her lower back as she glanced around. Just for curiosity's sake, what did you have in mind doing here? Millie felt her cheeks flush, which frustrated her. Why was she embarrassed that she was going to spend time with Luke? They were just friends. So she smiled. Luke's coming over for dinner. Lucinda's jaw dropped, and the same surprised look that Haley and Kenzie had flashed in her eyes. Luke? Millie nodded. Luke St. Clair. Millie nodded again. Luke, as in the sheriff? Millie sighed as she met Lucinda's gaze. Yes, Luke as in the sheriff. Is there another Luke in Hidden Hollows? Lucinda set the wash rag into the sink and rinsed it. Then she hung it on the edge to dry. No, not that I know of. She turned to study Millie. I'm just surprised he agreed to a friend. That's all. Groaning, Millie made her way over to the hooks by the door and grabbed her purse. She didn't want to enter into another conversation about the actions of Luke. He was coming to dinner. End of story. I've got to get soup fixings for tonight, she said as she pulled her keys from her purse. Lucinda was chuckling as she nodded and waved at Millie. I'll finish cleaning up and then the kitchen will be all yours to do dinner. Millie furrowed her brow at her aunt and the way she'd said dinner, but Lucinda continued laughing and turned away from Millie. Ready to get out of the bakery, Millie pulled open the back door and headed out to her car. Once she was inside with the engine running, she paused. She knew what everyone was saying was true. She was pretty sure that Luke had no friends. With that understanding, she couldn't help the nagging in the back of her mind. The voice that kept asking the one question she couldn't say out loud. If what they said about Luke was true, then why was he being nice to her? What made her so special? Chapter 6. Millie. To say that Millie was in a sour mood throughout the next morning was the understatement of the century. She'd been up half the night, tossing and turning, rage fueling her sleepless night. Lucinda knew something was up. She kept staring at Millie from over her glasses and telling her to stop kneading the dough so hard. No one wanted hard bread. So, by mid-morning, Lucinda proclaimed that Millie was to deliver some baked goods to the hairdresser in town, and shooed Millie from the bakery. Now on Main Street, Millie made her way deeper into downtown. She was looking for Betty's Haircut, a small yellow shop sandwiched between the hardware store and coffee shop. The paper bag she held in her hand bounced against her leg as she walked. The sun was shining through the clouds, turning what had started out as a gloomy, overcast day into a sunny one. The feeling of the rays on her face caused Millie to tip her face toward the sky. She allowed the warmth to penetrate her soul. She couldn't help the smile that emerged on her lips. There was something about the way the sunlight danced through the trees that lined the road and the way the air was crisp but warm that put Millie's ragged nerves at ease. By the time she found Betty's Haircut, she was in a much better mood. She glanced inside the large front windows to see two women standing behind filled chairs. Mirrors lined the wall, and shampoo bottles were neatly arranged along the other. Millie found the door handle and pulled. Bells rattled against the door, and both women turned to stare at Millie. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded and held up the paper bag. "Delivery," she said. The smaller, dark-haired hairdresser smiled at her while the other hairdresser, with a bleach-blonde pixie cut, snapped her gum and pointed toward the wall to the right. "Be a doll and grab our coffee order as well. They aren't as accommodating as Lucinda is." "Kenzie!" The dark-haired hairdresser set her scissors down on the counter next to her and wiped her hands on her apron as she walked toward Millie. "I'm so sorry. You'll have to forgive Kenzie. She didn't take her manner pills today." She stopped in front of Millie and extended her hand. "Excuse the hair, but I'm Haley." Millie met her handshake and smiled. "Amelia, but most call me Millie." Haley's smile widened. "It's nice to meet you, Millie. When did you get to Hidden Hollows?" Which she sat next to the cash register. 2 days ago. Haley raised her eyebrows. "Wow! How are you liking the town so far?" Millie's thoughts immediately turned to Luke and her first 24 hours here in Hidden Hollows. After she got home last night, she vowed she was finished with the man. She'd done her part. She'd tried to make peace. Now, she was determined to keep her distance from him. "It's been great. I'm really loving the feeling of a small town." Millie smiled at Haley. "It sure beats New York." Kenzie snorted, drawing both Millie and Haley's attention over to her. "Kens," Haley said. Kenzie just shrugged as she continued snipping away at the hair of the woman in her chair. Haley shot Millie an apologetic smile. Well, thanks for the treats. We were getting desperate. Millie chuckled. I get it. There's nothing a blueberry muffin or chocolate cookie can't solve. Amen, Kenzie said, not looking up. I should get back. Haley nodded toward the gentleman in her chair. He was busy reading a magazine, and Millie wondered if he'd even noticed that his hairdresser was gone. Of course. Millie stepped backward toward the front of the shop. Just as she expected to feel the door handle, it disappeared, and she backed right up into what felt like a brick wall. Except a hand engulfed her arm, and a low grunt sounded. Heat pricked her cheeks as she turned around, only to discover that she was staring straight into the eyes of Luke. He studied her, his brows furrowed. I'm looking for you, he said. Millie parted her lips as she attempted to process her response. She wanted to say something, anything, but nothing was coming out. Can I borrow her, ladies? Luke asked, as he glanced up at Haley and Kenzie. Millie watched as they both nodded, while giving her a very surprised look. Luke didn't seem to want to wait until Millie responded. Instead, he motioned for her to go outside, the bells jingling as the door shut behind them. Millie was now standing out in the sun, squinting up at Luke. Her ability to think was finally making a comeback. She raised her hand up to her forehead so that she could block out the sun and really give Luke a what-for look. Listen, I need to talk to you, Luke said, as he shoved his hands into his front pockets. Millie glared at him as she asserted her independence and sidestepped him. I think you said everything you wanted to say last night. She located the door of the coffee shop and made a beeline for it, only to be stopped suddenly by Luke's hand on her elbow. She turned, wanting to give that man a piece of her mind, when she saw the pain etched across his face and the depth in his eyes as he stared down at her, and she found her words choking her throat. Please, hear me out, he said, as he dropped her hand and used it to scrub his face. Despite her better judgment, she folded her arms across her chest and narrowed her eyes. Then she sighed and nodded toward the coffee shop. If you follow me, I won't stop you from talking. Luke glanced in the direction she'd motioned and then back down to Millie. She raised her eyebrows and he nodded. Deal. Sighing, she turned and walked toward the door. Once she got there, she reached out to grab the door handle just to have Luke beat her to it. His fingers brushed hers as he wrapped them around the metal handle and pulled. Millie considered telling him that she was perfectly capable of opening her own door, but then decided against it. One of the reasons was it would halt the flow of traffic coming out of the shop. And honestly, she was tired of fighting with Luke. She was ready to put aside their last conversation and move forward, Lukeless. The guy behind the counter looked up as she approached. He smiled and then glanced behind her to Luke. The guy behind the counter was cute, with blonde hair and bright blue eyes. When he smiled, his perfectly straight teeth shone back at Millie. Hey, he said, nodding in Millie's direction. What can I get you? Millie stepped up to the counter. Just grabbing an order for Kenzie and Haley? The man furrowed his brow, then nodded. Right, an iced coffee and a triple vanilla latte, he said, as he wandered over to the pickup window and grabbed the 2 cups that were sitting on a small ledge. They're done and ready. Millie nodded as she took the drinks from him. He held on to them as he met her gaze. Name's Cooper. Are you new to town? His smile was wide, and his expression was earnest. But Millie had seen smiles like that before. She knew what they meant. Trouble. Yep, I'm taking over the bakery from my aunt, she said, pulling hard on the cups. Cooper must have picked up on her gesture and released his hold on the cups. With them now firmly sandwiched between her fingertips, Millie gave Cooper a smile and then turned. She only let her gaze linger on Luke for a moment, which was long enough to see the frustrated look in his eyes, before she walked briskly over to the front door and pushed it open. Luke's hand appeared next to her as he sprawled his fingers out on the glass door, holding it open for Millie to pass through. She grumbled under her breath as she stepped out onto the sidewalk. I can get my own doors, she said as she whipped around to face Luke. He was studying her with his eyebrows raised. She'd misjudged the distance between them and found herself inches from his gaze. She met his gaze with as much intensity as she could muster, but with this close proximity, it wasn't working. She was worried she was coming across as a deer in headlights instead of a woman who could hold her own. Realizing that she was in a lose-lose situation here, she sighed and stepped back. "What do you want, Luke?" Luke watched her before he dropped his gaze, pulled off his cowboy hat, and ran his hands through his ridiculously thick and fist-grabbing hair. It was curly and dark, and despite Luke's prickly personality, looked incredibly soft. Irritated that she was even thinking those things about Luke, Millie pushed the thoughts from her mind and forced herself to focus. "I wanted to say sorry for what I said yesterday." He offered her an apologetic smile. "I can be a real prick sometimes." Millie scoffed. "That's putting it lightly." Luke studied her and then nodded. "Right. I don't know how to act around people who want to help me. I've spent a long time pushing people away." Millie's lips parted as she took in what Luke was saying. From the earnest look in his eyes to the fact that his voice had deepened, Millie was seeing a part of Luke she didn't know existed. He was opening up to her. He was acting human. Was he being serious? Was he being sincere? He'd been pretty adamant yesterday that he wanted nothing to do with her. Why the sudden change in heart? "Why are you being nice to me?" she asked. Luke raised his eyebrows. "What?" She held her ground. He must want something from her. "You said it yourself. You don't have friends. Why are you now acting like that's something we could be?" Luke held her gaze and then blew out his breath. "Because despite what you might think about me, I'm not a bad guy. His voice trailed off as she could see the war going on inside of him. And that just did wonders for her self-confidence. Watching someone literally battle within themselves to be your friend wasn't something she wanted to see. "You don't have to—" "I want to," Luke said. The speed to which he said the words caused Millie to blink. "You want to be my friend?" Luke's expression turned pained as he studied her. Then he nodded. "Yes." "Really?" He looked like a bomb that was about to explode, not like a person who'd made up their mind and felt great about it. He looked like he was choosing between her friendships and having blades shoved under his fingernails, both of which were going to have the same effect on him. But he looked like he was trying, and Millie had to give him that. So instead of standing there drilling this more, she sighed. "Fine. You're on probation." She shrugged as she started walking toward the door of Betty's haircuts. She could hear the footsteps of Luke behind her. Just as she approached the door, she waited, and sure enough, Luke's hand appeared as he pulled on the door handle. This time she let him without giving him any flack for it. He held the door as she started walking into the shop. Just as she passed him, she stopped and looked up. 7 o'clock at the bakery. Bring your empty stomach for dinner." Luke's skin paled, but Millie ignored it. If this was what he wanted, she wasn't going to let him weasel out of it. If he really wanted to be friends, then she was going to move forward at full speed. A few seconds after he looked as if he'd swallowed a lemon, that expression dissipated and he nodded. "I'll be there. I'll bring wine." Millie paused. That was unexpected. After all, she took him for a beer kind of guy. Great. She stepped into the hair salon and then stopped. "I'll see you tonight?" It sounded crazy, but she needed to verify with him that she'd heard what she thought she heard. Luke nodded and then let the door slide closed behind her. Feeling a tad stunned, she watched as he passed by the front windows and over to his car. He climbed in, started the engine, and peeled away from the curb. "What was that?" A voice next to her caused Millie to yelp and turn. Kenzie was standing a few inches away from her. Her bright pink lips were pursed and her gaze was focused on the spot that Luke had parked in. "What?" Millie asked, turning away from the windows and handing the coffees to Kenzie and Haley. Haley was busy sweeping up her station, so she set down her broom so she could take the cup. She thanked Millie and then leaned against her counter and took a drink. Kenzie was busy staring at Millie with her lips parted into an O shape. Realizing that both women wanted to know what was going on, Millie sighed and adjusted her ponytail. "We're going to be friends. That's all." Haley's eyebrows went up. Kenzie snorted as she took a drink. "Luke Clair doesn't have friends," Kenzie said as she licked her lips. Millie stared at the two of them. "I'm sure he could have friends if he wanted one." Kenzie shook her head. "Nope, not one. Not since Sherry died. He's barricaded himself in that house with that dog. The only time he comes out is to give half the town a ticket." Millie glanced over at Haley, who was nodding. She met Millie's gaze and gave her a soft smile. "He's not that bad, but Kenzie is right. I don't think I've ever seen Luke talk to someone as much as he talked to you today. I think it's good." Millie wasn't sure what to say to that, but she knew with people in mourning, sometimes it was best to force them out of their norms, to make them participate with the living. It was the only way they could see past their grief and live again. And if she had to be that person to help Luke, she would. She owed it to her father, to her mother, and lastly, to herself. Realizing that she'd been gone longer than she expected, she said goodbye to Haley and Kenzie. Haley insisted that she get Millie's number so that they could hang out this weekend, and Millie slipped from the salon. The walk back to the bakery was calmer this time. She found a lightness to her step that hadn't been there before. By the time she got inside and found Lucinda, she was smiling. Lucinda ran her gaze over Millie, raising her eyebrows. She was wiping down the island and her apron was covered in flour. "What did I tell you? A walk outside in the fresh air was just what you needed." Millie folded her arms as she leaned against the counter. She studied her aunt, but really, her mind was racing. Thoughts about Luke and their impending dinner date wouldn't leave her alone. "Can I use the bakery tonight?" Millie asked. Lucinda paused and looked up. "Honey, this is your bakery. You don't have to run things by me." She straightened and pressed her hand into her lower back as she glanced around. "Just for curiosity's sake, what did you have in mind doing here?" Millie felt her cheeks flush, which frustrated her. Why was she embarrassed that she was going to spend time with Luke? They were just friends. So she smiled. "Luke's coming over for dinner." Lucinda's jaw dropped, and the same surprised look that Haley and Kenzie had flashed in her eyes. "Luke?" Millie nodded. "Luke St. Clair?" Millie nodded again. "Luke, as in the sheriff?" Millie sighed as she met Lucinda's gaze. "Yes, Luke as in the sheriff. Is there another Luke in Hidden Hollows?" Lucinda set the wash rag into the sink and rinsed it. Then she hung it on the edge to dry. "No, not that I know of." She turned to study Millie. "I'm just surprised he agreed to a friend. That's all." Groaning, Millie made her way over to the hooks by the door and grabbed her purse. She didn't want to enter into another conversation about the actions of Luke. He was coming to dinner. End of story. "I've got to get soup fixings for tonight," she said as she pulled her keys from her purse. Lucinda was chuckling as she nodded and waved at Millie. "I'll finish cleaning up and then the kitchen will be all yours to do dinner." Millie furrowed her brow at her aunt and the way she'd said dinner, but Lucinda continued laughing and turned away from Millie. Ready to get out of the bakery, Millie pulled open the back door and headed out to her car. Once she was inside with the engine running, she paused. She knew what everyone was saying was true. She was pretty sure that Luke had no friends. With that understanding, she couldn't help the nagging in the back of her mind. The voice that kept asking the one question she couldn't say out loud. If what they said about Luke was true, then why was he being nice to her? What made her so special? Chapter 8. Millie. Thankfully, the next day was so busy that Millie didn't have time to think about Luke. She was busy filling orders and running to the back to throw more bread and rolls in the oven. Apparently, every resident in Hidden Hollows wanted something from the bakery. It wasn't until noon that the last person in the bakery finished checking out, allowing Millie to collapse on the chair by the register and catch her breath. She leaned back, stretching out her legs and arms. Her stomach growled, and she rested her hand against it in acknowledgement. Lucinda popped through the kitchen door and walked over, propping herself up on the counter. "That was a crazy morning," she said as she glanced over at Millie and smiled. Millie nodded, but wasn't really listening to what her aunt was saying. Instead, her thoughts had returned to last night and her conversation with Luke. She tapped her fingertips on the countertop in front of her. It was methodical and helped calm her frayed nerves. Lucinda must have picked up on it. She straightened and folded her arms. By the time Millie glanced over at her, Lucinda had an incredulous look on her face. Millie rolled her eyes as she sighed. "What?" Lucinda pinched her lips together as if she were fighting with herself, but then shrugged. "Nothing. You just seem supremely distracted, that's all." She narrowed her eyes. "How did dinner go last night?" Millie rubbed her temples. She didn't even know. How was she going to explain it to her aunt? "It was confusing," she finally muttered. Lucinda's eyebrows went up, and Millie realized that there was no way she was going to get away from her aunt's impending questions. So she pushed off the stool and busied herself with cleaning the countertop and then grabbed a broom. "Confusing how?" Lucinda asked, following after Millie. Millie stared at the floor as she methodically ran the broom over it. It was nice, doing something that didn't require a lot of thought. It helped her mind relax. It made her feel less stressed when she knew that if she pushed the broom against the floor, it would pick up the crumbs. It wasn't a mystery. It made sense. And right now, that was what she needed. "Millie, you're leaving me hanging," Lucinda said. Her hand suddenly appeared in front of Millie as she waved it around as if to get her attention. Millie glanced up to see Lucinda's expectant expression. There was no way she was going to be able to get away with not finishing her thought, so she sighed and nodded. "We didn't talk too much. I asked him what he liked to do in his free time, and he didn't really answer. We spent most of the night just eating in silence." Which was so weird, and yet it wasn't. Even though neither of them had spoken to each other, Luke didn't seem bothered by that. If anything, he was more at ease than she would have expected. Which was why she didn't push him too much. "He's become quieter ever since Sherry died. He doesn't share too much." Millie rested against the broom handle as she took a moment to think. What Lucinda had said was true. She'd seen it last night. Millie just wished that she could find a way to pull Luke out of his shell. The fact that he stayed, even though there were times that he looked as if it was physically hurting him to do so, meant a lot to her. She knew how horrible loss was. She'd seen what it did to her dad. Her heart went out to Luke and the pain he must be feeling. But she knew what acceptance and moving on did to someone's soul. And even though she just met Luke, she wanted that for him. In a strange, soul-aching way. Lucinda cleared her throat, snapping Millie from her thoughts. She startled and turned to see her aunt standing there with her arms crossed. She was tapping her forearm with her fingers. Her eyebrows were raised and she had an incredulous look on her face. One that was starting to annoy Millie, like Lucinda knew what was going on before Millie did. It was bugging her. "What?" Millie asked as she focused her attention back to sweeping. "Nothing." Then she let her voice trail off, which signified to Millie that it definitely wasn't nothing. So Millie stopped and glanced over at Lucinda. She raised her eyebrows as if challenging her aunt to speak. Lucinda in turn laughed and shook her head. "I just think it's interesting that you've been here for a few days and all I've heard you talk about is Luke." She leaned forward as if she were wanting to make sure that Millie heard. Millie's cheeks heated as she thought back to the last few days since she'd arrived. And what her aunt said was true. She had occupied a lot of her time thinking about Luke. Chewing the inner part of her cheek, Millie swept the crumbs into the dustpan and brought it over to the garbage. Even though she knew the truth herself, she really didn't want to admit Lucinda's assessment of the situation out loud. That she was drawn to Luke in a way she couldn't explain. That she had this desire to fix him, to help him move on from his wife, to find the joy in life again. And that desire was clouding her thoughts and distracting her. Exactly what she didn't want to have happen. Men were trouble. She needed to remember that. And Luke St. Clair wasn't an exception. She needed to build the wall up around her heart as high as she could. If not, she would break even more than she already was. She shot a look in her aunt's direction and declared that she was heading to Cooper's for a coffee. Lucinda chuckled as she busied herself around the shop. Millie pushed through the front door and out onto the sidewalk. The sun was shining down on her and it helped calm her. She took in a few deep breaths of the cool spring air and allowed the warmth of the afternoon to surround her. This was what she needed. A break from her thoughts and a break from the bakery. She made her way down the sidewalk and over to the hair salon where she found Haley and Kenzie sitting in their chairs, chatting. Haley glanced up and waved. Millie motioned toward the coffee shop and Haley nodded. Millie didn't wait for her to join. Instead, she made her way inside the coffee shop and placed her order with the small blonde behind the counter. While her order was being made up, the door opened and Haley walked in and straight over to Millie. "Hey," she said, as she pulled her dark hair from her face and tucked it behind her ears. Millie smiled as she folded her arms. She was ready for relaxed, no hidden meaning conversation. "Hey," she said, just as Cooper called her name. She made her way over to get her drink, only to have Cooper hold it hostage just as she lifted her hand to take it from him. She furrowed her brow as she stared at him. "I'm glad you came in today," he said. Not really wanting to talk to him, Millie just nodded and shot him a quick smile. Hopefully one that said, "Thanks, but I'm not interested." Cooper didn't seem to pick up on her desperation. Instead, he continued to grin at her like he was the funniest guy in America. "Well, at some point I was going to need a caffeine fix," she said, when it became apparent that she was going to have a conversation with this man in order to get her drink. Cooper laughed. A little too loud for Millie's taste. She knew what he was doing. It wasn't the first guy to attempt to flirt with her, but this wasn't what she wanted to deal with right now. She wanted her drink, a nice conversation with Haley, and to forget all the confusing thoughts and feelings that she had toward Luke. Thankfully, Haley joined her after placing her order. She glanced over at Cooper and sighed. "What are you doing? Give the poor woman her drink," Haley said, as she shook her head at Millie, her eyes wide. "Not until she agrees to go out with me," Cooper said, moving the cup farther away. "Coop," Haley scolded him. He shrugged and smiled at Millie. "What do you say? Tonight? You and me? Miller's?" He wiggled his eyebrows like that was somehow going to convince her that spending time with him was something she, in fact, wanted to do. Millie just shook her head and glanced over at Haley, whose eyebrows were raised as she had a shocked look on her face. "Cooper, seriously, leave the poor woman alone." Millie raised her hand. "It's okay. Actually, I was wondering if we could get a group of people together to hang out. I'd love to know some more locals." Haley kept her gaze on Cooper for a minute longer before she turned to focus on Millie. "Well, there's not a ton to do around here. We normally meet up for drinks at Miller's Tavern. We could plan something tonight. Will that work?" Cooper scoffed as if he realized his plans for this evening were rapidly being changed. But Millie didn't care. All she knew was that she didn't want to hang out at her house alone tonight, but she certainly didn't want to go out with just Cooper. Hanging out with a group of people seemed like the best distraction. Exactly like the kind of distraction she needed. "That sounds amazing," she said, shooting Haley a smile. Haley turned to Cooper. Want to come with us to Miller's? She asked, and then shot him a pleased smile, like she knew she was annoying him on purpose. Cooper scoffed. Only if Millie agrees to save a dance for me. Millie furrowed her brows. Dance? Haley nodded. There's a dance floor at Miller's. It's for people who get a little too drunk. She shot Cooper a glare. Stop acting like you don't want to use that as an excuse to put your hands all over her. Heat permeated Millie's cheeks. Who's touching Millie? Luke's voice boomed from behind her. Millie's stomach leapt into her throat as embarrassment slammed into her. She turned to see Luke staring down at her. His jaw was set, and he looked as if what he'd just overheard was not something he was okay with. Haley glanced over at him and then back to Millie. Her eyebrows were raised, saying just what Millie was thinking. What was he doing here? Cooper, a group of us are going to hang out at Miller's tonight, Haley said slowly as she glanced over at Luke, who had now turned his attention to Cooper. I hope you aren't planning on being anything but a gentleman, Luke said. There was a bite to his tone that Millie had never heard. All the times Millie had personally annoyed him, there had always been a sort of playful hint to his voice. But this time, it seemed like he was about to pull out his pepper spray and do some damage to Cooper. As if sensing like she needed to dispel Luke's frustration, she rested her hand on his forearm, hoping that a touch from her would calm him down. Luke whipped his gaze over to her, surprise flashing in his eyes. He dropped his gaze down to her hand and then slowly up to her. There was concern there, as if he were worried she'd been hurt. It's okay, we're going together, and Haley was just joking, she offered in a soft voice. She could feel Luke's frustration lessen and see his shoulders start to sink. She'd never experienced someone being so protective over her. Samuel would have just laughed it off with Cooper, giving him a high five, like being gross was something to celebrate. She wasn't sure how to handle what Luke was doing, but she'd be lying to herself if she said she didn't like it. You can come with us if you want, Haley offered. Luke flicked his gaze over to her and then back to Millie. His expression turned pained as he held her gaze. Is that okay with you? He asked. He leaned in, his voice deepening as he did. She stared at him, not sure what that meant. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? The way he was standing and the fact that she was still touching his arm caused her stomach to do front flips inside of her. Luke was tall, like really tall. He towered over her, and yet she felt completely safe in his presence. His dark eyes were intent on staring at her like she was the only one that existed in the entire room. It was a little much to take in, especially when she wasn't sure how she felt about him or his secretive demeanor. Then I'll come, he finally said. He held her gaze for a moment more before turning to look at Cooper and Haley. What time? Haley's eyes were wide as she studied Luke and then glanced over at Millie. 8 o'clock? Does that work? Millie was pretty sure her cheeks were bright pink as she nodded. Yeah, that works. When she turned back to look at Luke, she saw him staring at her once again. His gaze was intense as he studied her. Great, I'll be there. Cooper must have given up on his game because he grumbled something under his breath and left Millie's drink on the little shelf by the pickup side. Luke didn't hesitate to reach over and pick it up. He handed it to Millie. Is this yours? Millie was semi-aware of what was going on around her. She heard Cooper call Haley's name, and from the corner of her eyes, she saw Haley reach over and grab her coffee. But all Millie could do was stare at Luke as he stared back at her. She felt lost in the soulfulness of his eyes, like he had a lot to say, despite what their history had proven, but he was scared. She could feel it in his whole demeanor. He wanted to break free from his pain, it was pretty evident, but he'd been hurt. Hoping to ease his concern, she shot him a soft smile. Thanks, Luke, she said. He furrowed his brow and slipped his cowboy hat back onto his head. Then he peered down at her once more before he nodded, turned, and left the coffee shop, empty-handed. Millie watched as he climbed back into his car and drove off. She felt Haley come to stand next to her, sipping her iced coffee as she watched Luke drive off as well. "What was that?" Haley asked as she faced Millie. Not sure what she was going to say, Millie shrugged as she sipped on her own coffee. She really wasn't sure what had happened or how to process any of it. "We're friends," she said, feeling like that was the most nonchalant response to what had just happened. Haley widened her eyes. "Just friends, huh? I've never seen a guy do that with someone he saw as just a friend." Millie clicked her tongue as she started making her way out of the coffee shop. "Well, you just did, 'cause Luke and I are only friends." Haley followed after her, pausing in front of the salon's door as she glanced over at Millie. She smiled as she moved to pull open the door. "Well, I don't know a lot about guys, but I do know one thing. Luke St. Clair definitely sees you as someone more than a friend. I doubt he knows what he sees you as, but from the way he was looking at you, a friend isn't in the cards." Millie took another sip as she studied Haley. Then she smiled at her friend. "I'll see you tonight?" she asked, ready to move on from this conversation. Haley nodded. "I'll text you the address." "Perfect." They said goodbye, and Millie headed back to the bakery. Her mind was swirling with thoughts of what had just happened. Her interaction with Luke and Haley's assessment afterward. She wondered if what Haley had said was true. Did Luke see her as more than a friend? How did she feel about that? It all seemed too soon to tell. From what she knew of the man, he was hurting. He was broken. It had been a long time since he'd had an intimate relationship with anyone. It probably had more to do with the fact that he'd been a recluse for so long. He wasn't sure how friendship relationships worked anymore. It had nothing to do with Luke having feelings for her. That was ridiculous. Millie pulled open the bakery door and let it swing closed behind her as she walked across the store and over to the register. She sat on the seat as she pushed those ridiculous thoughts from her head. She'd prove it to herself tonight if she had to. Luke had only platonic feelings at best for her. There was no need to let any thoughts of feelings and emotions cloud her judgment. And that was fine with her. She wasn't in Hidden Hollows to fall for the sheriff. She was here to change her life, and that should be her only focus. Right? Right? Chapter 9. Luke. Luke scrubbed his face as he sat in the Miller's Tavern parking lot, staring up at the building in front of him. He cursed as he pulled off his hat and ran his hands through his hair. Why he kept committing himself to participate in social things was beyond him. He really needed to consider locking himself in a mental institution. What did they say? The definition of insanity was doing the same thing over and over again, and yet expecting a different result. Yep, that was him. As insane as they came. He growled as he slipped his cowboy hat back on and then gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles turned white. The memory of what had happened at Cooper's raced through his mind. Right. That's why he was here. Hearing Cooper hit on Millie was not what he was expecting when he walked into the coffee shop in search of her. And he certainly didn't like what Haley inferred when she said Cooper was looking for one thing only. He couldn't very well stand by and let that happen, so he had to interject, even if that meant him spending his evening in an alcohol-laden building, avoiding conversation with two chatty people. Glancing up, he saw Millie pass by his truck. She was arm in arm with Haley, and they were laughing about something. For a moment, Luke allowed his gaze to fixate on Millie. There was something about her, something that had him drawn to her. After he ran out of the bakery last night, he hadn't been able to push her from his mind. So much so that he went to the bakery earlier this afternoon in search of her so he could apologize for what he did. Lucinda told him she was at Cooper's, and now here he sat, watching her walk by. As if she sensed his stare, Millie turned and met his gaze. She paused, halting Haley as well. Haley objected, turning to look at Millie, who was still watching him. Not wanting this to be awkward, Luke raised his hand and waved. Haley must have followed Millie's gaze because a moment later, she glanced over at him as well. "I'll meet you inside," he could barely hear Millie say as she unhooked her arm from Haley and started toward Luke's car. Of course, his heart started pounding as she neared. He pulled his keys from the ignition and opened the door. By the time Millie was standing in front of him, Haley had disappeared into the tavern, leaving Luke and Millie alone. Millie had her arms folded. The soft evening breeze picked up her hair and swirled it around. Millie was wearing a black turtleneck and jeans. She looked beautiful, and despite Luke's efforts, his body began to warm. "Hey," she said, reaching up to smooth her hair and tucked it behind her ear. "Hey," Luke said, and then winced. He sounded like an idiot. Millie pinched her lips together, glanced around, and then settled her gaze on him again. "So, you weren't busy tonight?" Luke shut his door and shoved his hands into the front pocket of his jeans. "Nope." Then he shrugged. "Unless you call drinking a beer at home with Tick something to do." Millie laughed. It was light and sweet. It surrounded him and filled his soul like nothing he'd experienced in a long time. The sides of her mouth tipped up and there was a sparkle to her eyes. "How is Tick? I miss that guy." Luke cleared his throat as emotions rose up inside of him. A woman who liked his dog was hard to pass up. But he shouldn't even be thinking like that, so he quickly chided himself and focused on what Millie had just said. "He's good, getting under my skin, as usual," Luke said, shooting her a smile. It was amazing how he didn't feel like he had to be fake with Millie. Being real just came naturally to him. It felt new, opening up to her like this. Millie smiled and nodded. Then she glanced behind her toward the bar. She shrugged as she motioned toward it. "Ready to go in?" she asked. He glanced in the direction she motioned and hesitated. Would it be bad if he told Millie that he just wanted to spend time with her? That going into an overcrowded, extremely loud building was the last thing that he wanted. But he'd do it if it meant he could spend time with her. Then, realizing that he sounded selfish, he nodded and forced a smile. "Let's do it." Millie grinned and turned. She was waiting as he fell into step with her, and then they walked alongside each other toward the entrance. There was a lot of things he wanted to say, but wasn't sure how to say them. He parted his lips and then closed them so many times he figured a bystander would think he was mimicking a fish. Then, cursing himself for being so weak, he spoke. "I'm sorry about last night," he said. Millie paused and glanced up at him. "For what?" Luke winced, hoping she wasn't trying to hide her frustration with obliviousness. "For running out on you last night. I'm having issues." Millie's hand landed on his arm again, halting his words. Just like this morning, jolts of electricity raced through his body. He couldn't help but glance down at her hand and revel in the feeling of her warm skin against his. When he glanced up at her, he saw her smiling back at him. It was soft and inviting and spoke to his soul in a way that hadn't happened in a very long time. "You don't have to justify anything to me. I get it." She pressed her hand to his chest. "All is forgiven." Luke hated the emotional ball that lodged itself into his throat. He swallowed against it, willing it to move, but it didn't. Instead of speaking, he just nodded and met her smile with his own weak one. "Come on, let's go get something to drink," Millie said, as she wrapped her arm around his and leaned in close, just as she'd done with Haley. Luke's breath caught in his throat as she pressed her body next to his. It wasn't until this moment that he realized how much he missed being touched. Feeling someone else next to him. His heart pounded so hard that he feared she could hear it. But she didn't seem bothered by it, and she didn't move to get away from him. Instead, she leaned in closer as if she were trying to absorb his body heat. Mind if we start moving now? I'm freezing." She glanced up at him and met his gaze. Still shocked that she was touching him, all Luke could do was nod. He led her over to the door and pulled it open. Millie unhooked arms with him and walked through the doorway and into the bar. Luke took a moment to calm his mind and gather his thoughts. He took in a few deep breaths as he grounded himself in the present. There was no need to lose his crap reminiscing about the past. When he was pretty sure too much time had passed, he rolled his shoulders and entered the bar. He could do this. He'd be fine. 45 minutes later, Luke was most definitely not fine. It was too crowded and too tight in Miller's. His toes had been stepped on more times than he could count, and numerous women had gotten a bit too close for comfort. He hadn't been this close to so many people since Sherry's funeral, and he hated it. If it hadn't been for Cooper, who kept making eyes at Millie, he would have left a long time ago. Instead, he decided to stand off in the corner with a beer in hand, watching what was going on in front of him, daring Cooper to glance over at him just so Luke could give him a piece of his mind. But Cooper seemed to know better and hadn't looked over at him once, which just meant Luke was standing in the corner, glaring. Great. The current song died down and another one started up. It was twangy and loud and definitely not something that Luke wanted to listen to. He winced as he took a swig of his beer and then rested the bottom of the bottle in the fingers of his other hand. He glanced around, locating Millie. He let his breath out slowly when he saw her talking to Haley at the other end of the bar. She was laughing, her eyes dancing with excitement. Luke couldn't help but smile as he watched her. She was happy. She was calm. She was alive. Something he very much missed for himself. She was becoming the fresh breath of air in his life. The air that he hadn't realized he was missing. It was strange, but oddly comforting to be in the same room as her. Like he didn't need to be speaking or participating in anything that was going on around him. He was completely content with just being here. The feeling of someone approaching him caused his senses to pick up. Glancing to the left, he saw Lucinda zero in on him. He straightened and pulled his feet in, assuming that she wanted to pass. But she didn't. Instead, she stood next to him with her gaze fixated on him. To say Luke felt uncomfortable was an understatement. He pinched his lips together and nodded, not quite sure what she wanted from him. "How's it going, Luke?" she asked as she shifted to stand next to him, leaning against the wall. He peeked over at her and shrugged. "Good. You? Great?" The air fell awkwardly quiet between them. He wasn't sure where they were going to go from here. He knew Lucinda casually. They didn't really speak much because Luke didn't talk much to anyone. He glanced over at her and gave Lucinda an awkward smile. She glanced up at him and then took a sip of the drink she had in her hand. "What's your plan with my great niece?" she asked, not meeting his gaze. Luke coughed as he glanced down at her, hoping to read her body language. "I'm sorry, what?" Lucinda glanced over at him. "Millie, what is your plan with her?" Luke scrubbed his face with his hand. I don't know. Be her friend?" What was he supposed to say to Lucinda when he really didn't know what he wanted for himself? He figured things would progress the way they were moving with or without the whole define what kind of relationship we have talk. Lucinda turned to face him. "There's something you should know about Millie." Her voice was low, and his heart leapt into his throat at her tone. It felt wrong, standing there discussing Millie like she didn't have a say. He knew what it was like to be the subject of whispers around town. He didn't like it and didn't want to participate in it himself. But there was a desperation in Lucinda's gaze that kept him from pulling away. Instead, he nodded. "What?" Lucinda blew out her breath as her gaze slipped to Millie and then back to him. "Her mother died when she was in high school. Cancer." Luke's stomach twisted. Pain coursed through him as he took in what Lucinda had said. "I'm sorry," he whispered. It was a sentiment he was getting used to saying and hearing. Lucinda met his gaze but then shrugged. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't anyone's fault. But that didn't stop my nephew from spiraling. He took to drinking and a few years ago disappeared from Millie's life. Luke glanced up at Millie. He saw her smile and heard her playful laugh ring out above the sound of the music. It was almost as if he were trained to hear only her. She looked so carefree, not like someone who was hanging on to the weight of her past. Not sure what to say, Luke looked back at Lucinda. She had her lips pinched together as she stared at him. He nodded, hoping to signal to her that he understood. I'm not saying you're a bad guy or that you have nefarious things planned for Millie, but understand what she's been through. Why, maybe she singled you out? Lucinda took in a deep breath. I don't want to see her hurt or mistreated by anyone. Luke cleared his throat as he took a long swig of his beer. He understood what Lucinda was saying, and he didn't blame her. Millie needed to be protected, and if he wasn't willing to be that person, then he needed to leave. Lucinda was looking out for her family, and that was admirable. He just hated that he was basically being offered an ultimatum that he wasn't ready to decide on. But Lucinda looked expectant, so he started to move to speak only to be cut short by Millie's hand on his arm. A gesture he was growing to love. What's going on here? Why do you two look so serious? Millie asked as she glanced between Luke and her aunt. Lucinda forced a smile and shrugged. Nothing, just Hidden Hollow's gossip. Lucinda leaned forward and kissed Millie on the cheek. I'm tired and going to head home. Be safe and I'll see you tomorrow. Millie nodded and followed Lucinda's retreat with her gaze. Luke kept his focus on his beer, Lucinda's words rolling around in his mind. Was he ready to move on? Was he ready to open up to someone? Because if he wasn't, then he needed to be kind to Millie and let her know. That was weird, Millie said as she turned to face Luke. What did Lucinda want? Realizing that he didn't want to bring her down right now, Luke straightened and forced a smile. Nothing, just shooting the breeze. Millie studied him as if she didn't believe what he was saying, but then shrugged and nodded toward the dance floor. Come on, let's dance, she said, just as the song ended and a slow song came on. Luke parted his lips to protest, but Millie didn't stop. Instead, she slipped her hand into his and tugged. I won't take no for an answer. You've been holding up that wall for too long. I want to see if your smile muscles really work, Millie said from over her shoulder. Even though Luke wanted to stop her, to leave this bar and head back home where he could wallow in his pain, where he could live out his time in his own world, never hurting anyone, he couldn't find it in himself to pull his hand from Millie's. Instead, he followed after her, reveling in the feeling of having her close to him. She stopped in the middle of the dance floor and brought her hand up to his shoulder and twisted her other hand so that his cradled hers. Stunned for a moment, Luke stood there as the warmth of her hands pressed to his body rushed through him. And then, despite his best judgment, he lifted his hand up to rest on her back, just below her shoulder blade. A rush of sensations flowed through his body as he held her. It wasn't until this moment that Luke realized how starved for human connection he'd been. Sure, he'd spent the better part of the last 3 years thinking he didn't need to be touched, that he didn't need relationships that went deeper than a speeding ticket. But he'd been wrong. Even though he was scared, more than he'd been in a long time, he couldn't find it in himself to move. This was where he wanted to be, and for this moment, he was going to allow himself to be happy. He didn't realize that he'd been staring off into the distance until Millie's face came into view. Her expression was earnest as she peered up at him. Her forehead was worried as her gaze racked over his face. Realizing that she might be concerned with his reaction, he allowed a smile to form on his lips. It was one of the first genuine smiles he'd given in a long time. Millie pulled back as her concerned expression morphed into one of surprise. She studied him and then stepped closer. Instinct took over and Luke pulled her up next to him. There was barely an inch between their bodies. Warmth radiated from her and Luke's senses were going haywire. She was like the air he didn't know he needed to breathe. But now that he'd had a taste, he wasn't sure how he was going to let it go. Taking the lead, Luke began to lead her around the dance floor. He wasn't much of a dancer, but he'd had a few lessons before his wedding to Sherry. Even though he hadn't thought about dancing in a long time, it seemed as if his body remembered how to move. Similar to how his body remembered how to feel. Sure, he'd kept that part of him shoved way down for a long time, but all it took was one person to awaken that part in him. And it scared him. It terrified him to his core. He wasn't sure what he was going to do tomorrow, especially with Lucinda's words rattling around in his mind. He wasn't sure if he could do the one thing a guy did for a girl. He wasn't sure if he was capable of being the person a woman deserves. So, right now, for this moment, he was just going to enjoy it. He'd worry about tomorrow later. Chapter 10. Millie. It surprised Millie how natural it felt to be held by Luke. His hand was pressed to her back, and she was very aware of its placement. Her fingers tingled as he gripped her hand with his other one. He wasn't talking to her at the moment, which she was grateful for. She wasn't sure how she would sound if she did try to speak. There were so many emotions flowing through her, and it was best to keep them to herself. The last thing she needed to do was freak out the already hurting sheriff. The song ended, and Millie slowed her pace. Luke didn't move to let her go, though. Instead, his grip on her back tightened as if he wanted to keep her close to him, like he was having a hard time letting her go. Millie's heart pounded in her chest as she peeked up at him. He was staring pretty hard at something over her head, his jaw so tight that she could see his muscles clenching. Worried she'd done something wrong, she furrowed her brow as she moved a step back. "Are you okay?" she whispered. The next song started up. Its fast tempo rattled her body, and other dancers on the floor began jumping up and down to the beat. Millie watched as they crowded in on them. This would most likely end very badly if she and Luke didn't get out of here soon. But Luke seemed rooted to his spot. "We should probably go," she started as she turned away from him only to have red-hot heat rush through her body. She yelped when she realized that a very robust man had come down on her foot. She wiggled to free her smushed toes, tapping the man in desperation. "Move," Luke said, his voice low and threatening. The man on Millie's foot turned, his eyes wide. "Excuse me?" "You're on her foot," Luke said, taking a step forward and staring the man down. The man's eyes widened as he glanced behind him at Millie. Her eyes were watering from the pain radiating up from her foot. His face dropped as an apology shone on his face, and he lifted his foot from hers. "I'm sorry," he yelled over the music. Luke just responded with a growl as he turned to Millie, obviously ignoring the man. "Are you okay?" he asked as he dipped down to study her. The pain in her foot was dulled by the sensation of Luke towering over her. She knew she needed to answer, but wasn't sure if she could even form the words. Instead, she just nodded. Luke wrapped his arm around her waist and extended his other arm out to create a barrier between her and everyone else. Millie moved to walk on her foot only to have an excruciating pain rush up her leg. She yelped and folded to take the weight off of it. But suddenly, she was airborne. She gripped onto Luke's shoulders as he wrapped his arm under her knees and kept his other arm tightly wrapped around her back. He pulled her to his chest. Stunned, she stared at him. The way his jaw muscles flexed. The way he stared straight ahead like he had a job to do and he was going to do it. He moved through the crowd and, amazingly, people parted for him. Millie tightened her grip on his shoulders as she watched him bypass the bar and head straight for the door. Before she could protest, he carried her outside and over to a nearby picnic table. The music was muted now, and Millie felt as if she could breathe. As soon as they got to the table, Luke set her gently down. He didn't speak as he moved to face her. "May I?" he asked, his voice gruff. Millie raised her eyebrows but nodded. Luke gently lifted her leg and began to unzip her boot. He slid her shoe off, his gaze staying trained on her face as if he were gauging her reaction. Millie tried to tough it out, but the moment he slipped her toes past the heel, she winced. Luke stopped, his brow dipping low as he watched her. "I'm sorry," he said. Millie nodded. She knew he wasn't trying to hurt her, and she cursed herself for being so weak. But with Luke this close and touching her like he was, it was getting hard to do anything. Her heart was so muddled, and her brain foggy. Luke nodded and gently slipped her shoe off. Then he set her boot down on the ground and focused on her foot. His hand was under her calf to hold it up. It was large, and her leg looked tiny in comparison. She found herself marveling at how every part of Luke was manly. His broad shoulders, his jaw, his hands, even down to the cording of muscles in his forearm. She shushed her mind as she dropped her gaze from Luke. This wasn't good. Her reaction to him wasn't just emotional. Her body was responding as well. Warmth was radiating up from every point of contact. Her cheeks were flushed as her imagination ran wild, her thoughts she was sure she shouldn't be having for this man. If he could hear them, she was certain she would die. "Can you move your toes?" Luke asked. He kept his gaze trained on her foot, thankfully. Millie wasn't sure what she would do if he looked at her. She was fairly certain she would melt under his gaze. The distraction of moving her toes was exactly what she needed. She was grateful for the task. Wincing, she moved her toes. It was slow, but she could do it. Luke seemed satisfied with what she did. "Can you press against my hand if I do this?" He moved his hand to press underneath her toes. Pain shot up her foot, but she was able to press against his hand. He moved his palm to the top of her toes and had her do the same in the opposite direction. Millie was able to complete each of his tasks, which seemed to reassure him. He twisted his body so that he was sitting on the bench next to her. He glanced up and met her gaze. "I don't think you have any broken bones. Bruised, yes. Idiot," he mumbled under his breath. Millie reached out and rested her hand on his shoulder. It was a simple gesture, and she hadn't expected the rush of warmth that flooded her body from the touch. She wanted to show him that she was okay. Part of her feared that Luke would go barreling back into the bar and handcuff the guy. And she didn't want that. "It was an accident, and I'm fine," she said, smiling down at him. Luke tensed, and she could see his thoughts rolling around in his gaze. "I should give that man a ticket for disorderly conduct," he said, moving to stand. Millie swung her legs to rest them on either side of him, effectively trapping him on the bench. She pressed both hands into his shoulders to keep him from moving. She was now inches from him, inches from his face. Luke's eyebrows rose as he stared up at her. He didn't move to pull away. Instead, his breathing turned shallow and his gaze hazy. Millie's heart began to pound as she found her gaze slipping down to his lips. She wondered what it would feel like to kiss him. She doubted he was as rough and tough as he made himself out to be. The urge to discover the softer side of Luke St. Clair took over her, and before she could stop herself, she found herself moving closer to Luke. "Millie!" Haley's voice snapped Millie away from Luke. She released him at the same time Luke pulled back. Heat flushed her cheeks as she realized what she'd almost done. Had she really wanted to kiss Luke? Really? As much as she didn't want to think the answer to that question, she couldn't help it. She knew what she'd wanted, and pulling away from Luke hadn't been it. "Haley," Millie said as Luke stood and stepped away from the table. Once he was gone, Millie twisted so that her legs were dangling from the table. Haley was approaching them cautiously, her gaze sweeping over Luke and then Millie. "Am I interrupting something?" she asked as she crept closer. Millie pinched her lips together and shook her head. Luke turned his back to them and stared off into the distance. "Nope, Luke was just checking my foot for breaks, after Goliath stomped all of my poor toes." Millie shot what she hoped was a relaxed smile in Haley's direction. "Yeah, Samson is not known for his grace," Haley said as she stopped in front of Millie and inspected her foot. "So, what's the prognosis?" Millie found herself glancing over at Luke, waiting to see if he was going to answer. But he didn't. Instead, his hands were shoved into his front pockets, his shoulders hunched forward. She wondered what he was thinking. She wanted so badly to know he'd felt something too. Was that even possible? "Millie?" Haley asked as she leaned forward to catch Millie's gaze. Millie snapped her attention back to her friend to find Haley with a very curious look in her eye. Not wanting Haley to run wild with her speculation, Millie shrugged. "Nothing is broken, just bruised," Millie said, shooting a smile at Haley just to prove that she was fine. Haley studied her and then glanced back at Luke. "Okay," she said slowly. "Do you want me to take you home?" "I can," Luke said, turning to face Millie and Haley. Millie raised her eyebrows as Haley glanced over at Millie. Okay," Haley said. Luke tipped his head down, hiding his face with the brim of his hat. Millie took that moment to glance over at Haley with her eyes wide. What was happening? Was it possible that she wasn't the only one feeling something? Haley pinched her lips together and then made the sign for a phone. "Call me," she mouthed and glanced over at Luke. "Take good care of her, Luke," she said. Luke nodded but didn't say anything. Haley turned and paused as she gave Millie a surprised look. Then she started walking toward the bar. Now alone, Millie peeked over at Luke to see he hadn't moved from his spot. It was like he was rooted there. She could see the internal battle going on inside of him. It broke her heart that he was so conflicted. "It's okay, I could have gotten a ride home with Haley," she said, as she shifted to reach down and grab her boot. His hand on her back, stopping her from moving. He then reached down and grabbed her boot for her. Then he pushed her shoulder as if signaling that he wanted her to lean back. "I know," he said, as he gently lifted up her leg again, kneeling down to rest her foot on his knee. Then he slipped her foot into her boot and slid it up, his fingers grazing her calf as he moved. Millie's breath caught in her throat from his touch. Her stomach fluttered from the sensation. The memory of their almost kiss came rushing back to her. Luke didn't look up at her as he finished zipping up her boot. Once it was on, he gingerly slipped her foot off his knee and straightened. Then he moved to her side with his arms extended. She pulled back as she stared at him. "What are you doing?" she asked. Call it self-preservation, but she needed to know what he was doing. She needed to prepare herself. "You can't walk to the car," he said, as he slipped his arm under her knee, and the other one he pressed firmly to her back. "Luke, But her protest was lost to the wind as he pulled her up effortlessly, cradling her next to his chest. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling her closer to his body. Jeez, this man smelled amazing. Millie was having a hard time not closing her eyes and inhaling. He smelled earthy. Part of it was his cologne, which would make any woman's knees weak, but the other part was the pure masculine scent that she was pretty sure was 100% Luke. What was she doing? Did she hate herself? Why was she allowing herself to feel these things for this man? He was hurting and broken, and despite her previous assumptions about the man, actually a good guy. He was just helping her. There was probably a part of him that felt guilty for the way he'd been treating her. He didn't have feelings for her. She was the idiot that was romanticizing what was happening between them. She was the one that was going to end up with a broken heart. Again. Desperate to keep herself from getting closer to him than she already felt, Millie straightened her back, pulling her away from Luke. She stiffened her body, hoping that somehow she could signal to the rest of her that Luke was not hers, that there was no reason for her to fall so stupidly into him. Her body was not made to rest against his. Her heart was not meant to beat for him. She was a stupid girl who was letting attraction distract her. If she really cared about Luke, then she would keep her distance. A man with a broken heart didn't need a woman coming in and confusing him. If she cared about him, she would be his friend, according to their agreement that started this all. Thankfully, it didn't take long before Luke was at the passenger door of his truck, pulling on the handle. He didn't hesitate to lift her up onto the seat in one swift movement. Millie adjusted in her seat and turned to grab the seatbelt, only to be beat to it by Luke. He had the buckle in his hand and had stepped up onto the step so that he could lean over her to find the receiver. His chest came into full view as he buckled the seatbelt. Just as he moved to climb down, he paused, inches in front of her face. His gaze met hers, and for the life of her, she couldn't read his thoughts. What was he thinking? Was he thinking about her?
"Are you okay?"
he asked. His brow furrowed as he studied her. Millie's breath caught in her throat as she nodded. "Yes," she whispered. Luke kept his gaze trained on her, and Millie swore she saw his gaze dip down to her lips for a moment before he pulled away. He dropped onto the ground and shut the door. Millie let out the breath she'd been holding as she watched him jog around the hood of the truck and open the driver's side door. He climbed in and buckled his seatbelt, then shoved the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life and he pulled out of the parking lot. Millie sat there, startled by what had happened. She swore she was picking up on a vibe from Luke that beat in time with her own. But was she just dreaming? Was it foolish to hope? Glancing out the window, she mentally nodded. Yes, it was foolish to hope. She doubted that a man who loved a woman like he had loved his wife could ever love again. After all, what did she have to offer? She was as broken and hurt as he was. She was divorced. Life had basically laughed in her face when she tried to make a connection with a man. Why did she think it would be different with Luke? Two broken halves can't ever make a whole. She should just get that into her head right now. Luke St. Clair was off limits. Period.
Chapter 11. Luke. Luke sat in his squad car, staring at Millie's house. It was 5 a.m, and like an idiot, he was waiting for her to come out. He'd fought his desire to drive over here ever since he got into his car, but his willpower proved his weakness. All it took was one wrong turn, and he'd found himself parked outside Millie's house. He'd convinced himself that it was because there was no way she could drive her car to the bakery with a bum foot. That it was his fault that she was hurt, so it was his responsibility to help her out. That's what a good guy would do. But he knew deep down that it wasn't the only reason. Not when he'd spent half the night lying in bed, replaying just about every interaction he'd had with her over and over in his mind. Forgetting her and moving on was proving impossible for him, especially when he was parked outside her house, like an idiot. Cursing under his breath, Luke started the engine. He shifted the car into drive and moved to press his foot on the pedal, only to stop as Millie's front door opened. He watched her hobble across the sidewalk that ran parallel to her house. She had her sweatshirt tucked tight around her body and her head dipped down. Her damp hair fell in front of her face as she looked deep in thought. For a moment, Luke wondered if he were fast enough could he speed out of there without her seeing. But she must have sensed him there because a moment later she turned and met his gaze. Now seen, Luke raised his fingers at her and shot her a soft smile. Hopefully one that said he wasn't a creep, and there was no need for her to run back into her house and lock the doors. Millie furrowed her brow as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Realizing that there was no way that he wanted Millie to walk all the way over to his car just to ask him what he was doing,
Luke unbuckled and pulled open the door. He shoved his hands into his front pockets as he strode over to her. When he got there, she stared up at him. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Luke shrugged. "I figured you couldn't drive with your foot. I thought I'd give you a ride." Millie tipped to the side, her gaze falling to his car behind him. "In a squad car?" she asked as she straightened and glanced up at him. Luke looked over his shoulder and shrugged. "It'll be fine. It's not like I need to handcuff you to ride in it or anything." Millie's eyebrows rose higher. Embarrassment coursed through Luke. What was wrong with him? Why was that the thing that came out of his mouth? Millie glanced back over at the squad car and then back up at him. She was chewing her lip, and he could see indecisiveness written all over her face. And it was doing great things for his self-confidence. Luke started to turn as the desire to run took over him. "This was a stupid idea. I'll just go." Millie's hand stopped him in his tracks. She'd reached out and grabbed his forearm. His gaze instantly dropped to where she was touching him. To his surprise, she didn't pull away. Instead, she was staring up at him with a gentle expression, a smile playing on her lips. "Thanks, Luke," she said. "A ride would be perfect." Relief flooded his body as he relaxed his shoulders and nodded. He pulled his cowboy hat off and pushed his hands through his hair, breaking her contact with him. But he needed it. His entire body was going haywire from her touch. Millie chuckled nervously as she nodded toward his car. "Ready?" she asked. Luke nodded and turned. He started walking only to stop when he took in Millie's limp. He glanced down at her. "It's okay, I don't need you to carry me to the car. It's sore, but I'm worried if I don't move it, it will take longer to heal." She gave him a wide smile, as if that was all it took to convince him. It didn't, but he was already forcing a ride on her. There was no way he was going to push this. So he kept a slow pace as he walked alongside of her. When they got to the passenger side, Luke pulled open the door and waited while Millie slid into the seat. Once she was situated, Luke shut the door gently behind her and then jogged over to the driver's side. He got in and started the engine, then pulled away from the curb and settled back in his seat with his hand resting on top of the steering wheel. It was surprising to him that being next to Millie calmed him like it did. He'd spent most of the night tossing and turning at the thought of her. He figured that if he finally got into her presence again, he would be just as much of a wreck as before. But he was wrong. Sitting next to her had the opposite effect. If he could convince her to stay next to him for the entire day, he felt confident that it would completely change his demeanor. And maybe he'd find himself happy for once. "So, do you do this a lot?" Millie asked as he pulled to a stop at a red light. He glanced over to see her smile. She had her arms folded across her chest as she studied him. "Do what?" he asked, as he twisted his hand on the steering wheel to ground himself. As much as he wanted to get lost in her eyes, to allow himself to feel what he so desperately wanted to feel, he had to fight it. Lucinda had made her point last night, and even though Luke wanted to ignore it, he couldn't. He wasn't ready for the kind of relationship he wanted to give Millie, the kind of relationship that she deserved. But Millie didn't seem to sense the conflict growing inside of him. Instead, she settled back in her seat, moving her elbow to the center console and leaning on it. "Driving Hidden Hollow's residents around?" she asked. It may have been his imagination, but Luke was pretty sure he sensed a flirtatious tone to Millie's voice. And when he glanced over to see her smiling up at him, his heart began to hammer in his chest. He turned his attention back to the light above him. He stared, probably a bit too hard at it, as he willed it to change. Thankfully it did, and Luke pressed on the pedal and sped through the intersection. When he was farther down the road, he allowed himself to peek over at Millie, who was smiling as she stared out the windshield. She didn't seem to pick up on his hesitation. If anything, she seemed completely at ease, as if she wasn't as wrecked with confusing thoughts as he was. Which made what he was feeling that much worse.
It was one thing to both come to the agreement that a relationship wouldn't work out. It was a whole other thing for it to be one-sided. Right now, Luke wasn't sure which was worse.
"It really is beautiful here," Millie said, her voice barely above a whisper. Luke glanced over at her to see that her smile was soft and peaceful. She tucked her hair behind her ear as her gaze roamed around the world outside of the car. Luke turned his attention back outside. The sun was starting to peek above the horizon, bathing the sky in all sorts of pinks and oranges. The world seemed to span out in front of him as they drove. The mountains rose high into the sky, the tips dusted with the last remnants of snow.
Hidden Hollows is beautiful. It's one of the reasons Sherry wanted to move here. She didn't want to raise kids in Texas. She said here, they would have the joy of different seasons.
The words tumbled from Luke's lips before he could stop himself. He pinched his lips together as his words fell around him. The car remained quiet as he felt Millie's gaze on his face. He shifted in his seat.
What was wrong with him? Why had he said anything about Sherry?
"Sherry sounds like the kind of person I would have been friends with," Millie said gently. She twisted in her seat, tipping her body toward him. Her gaze remained on his face. Luke took in a deep breath and nodded.
She was perfect. Everywhere she went, people flocked to her. I'm not sure how I won her over. He glanced over at Millie and shrugged. Probably because I have such a sunny personality.
Millie smiled and glanced away. "I think she knew what she was doing when she picked you," Millie said, her voice so soft that Luke had to lean toward her just to catch what she said.
"What?"
he asked, not sure if he'd heard what he thought he'd heard. Millie glanced over at him and shook her head. "I just said I'm sure Sherry knew what she was doing when she picked you." She smiled at him. Luke studied her for a moment before he turned his attention back to the road. They drove in silence as he pulled onto Main Street and headed toward the bakery. There was a tension in the car that Luke couldn't quite understand. He wanted to hope it meant what he thought it meant, but did he dare hope? He was foolish to think that Millie could want anything from him, other than a friendship they'd established a few days ago. I mean, how could she? He'd pretty much made it his mission to ticket her the first 24 hours of being in Hidden Hollows. All she saw in him was a grumpy, beastly sheriff. Was it possible for her to see him as something more? Was that what he even wanted? Before he could answer that question himself, he came to a stop in front of the bakery, and Millie pulled open the door. She stepped out and then hesitated as she dipped down to study him. "Thanks for the ride," she said, giving him a wide smile. It didn't look forced. It didn't look like she felt as if she was duty-bound to give it to him. Instead, it felt soft and meaningful as Luke's chest swelled at the thought.
"Sure, anytime,"
he said, as he raised his fingers and touched the rim of his cowboy hat. Millie laughed and then paused. She held up her hand. "Wait right here. I'll be right back." Luke parted his lips to protest, but before he could get anything out, Millie had turned and was limping toward the front of the bakery. She unlocked the door and disappeared inside. A few minutes later, just when Luke began to wonder if she was even coming back, Millie appeared with a paper bag in her hand. She hobbled over to his car and held out the bag for him to take. Luke peeked inside to see a plastic bag full of bagels. He pulled them out and held them up. Millie was smiling at him as she raised her eyebrows. "I figured you could use some energy today. You know, to give all those tickets." She winked at him and then turned to head back to the bakery. Not feeling right about taking these without paying for them, Luke set the bagels next to him and then scrambled to unbuckle his seatbelt. He pulled on his door handle and climbed out of his car.
"What do I owe you?"
he asked as he rested his forearms on the hood of his car. Millie hesitated and then turned. She had a mysterious smile on her lips. She shrugged. "I'm sure you can come up with something," she said. Then she turned, pulled open the door, and disappeared into the bakery. Luke watched as the door shut slowly behind her. He furrowed his brow as he tried to sort through his emotions. Realizing that it was going to take longer than he wanted, he slipped into the seat of his car and shut the door behind him. He glanced once more at the bakery before he pulled away from the sidewalk and started down the road in the direction of the station. He had an hour before he needed to clock in, and he figured he would spend that time with his eyes closed and his head tipped back while he tried very hard not to think about Millie. But from the way his heart was pounding and his thoughts kept slipping to her bright blue eyes and infectious laugh, he realized that was going to be easier said than done. Millie had wormed her way into his heart, and no matter what he did, he wasn't going to be able to get her out. And right now, he wasn't sure he wanted to. At least for now, he was going to allow himself to be happy. For once. Chapter 12. Millie. Despite Millie's bum foot, she was actually having a decent day. Sure, the bakery was busy as usual, but it didn't bother her. In fact, she found herself humming as she served up a dozen donuts for the local church's brunch. Even Lucinda seemed to take notice of her change in attitude. She kept glancing over at Millie and raising her eyebrows as if she wanted Millie to spill, which Millie did not. For some reason, she wanted to keep what happened between Luke and her quiet for now. She wasn't sure what to think of any of it and didn't want to be bombarded with everyone's opinion, especially since she knew without a doubt that her aunt had one. Noon came around, and the flow of customers slowed to one every so often. Millie took the break in customers to clean up around the shop. She wiped down the counters and swept the floor. Even though it was tedious work, she was enjoying herself. The bell on the door jingled, drawing her attention upwards. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw the familiar cowboy hat and swagger of Luke enter. The brim of his hat was pulled down over his eyes, and she had half a mind to rip it off and throw it across the room. She hated how much he hid behind that thing. He must not have seen where she was, standing in the corner with the broom handle, because he took his time surveying the room. Millie took this time to survey him. Her heart began to pound in her chest as she watched him walk up next to the counter and lean against it. He rose up onto his toes and peered over the counter as if he expected her to be camped out there, ready to spring up and surprise him. Millie stifled her laugh as she imagined doing just that. Luke sighed and tapped his fingers on the counter. The fact that he was waiting for her made her smile widen. That he wanted to be around her caused her body to flush with excitement. Perhaps he felt similarly for her as she did for him. Which was crazy to think, but she couldn't help but wonder. Realizing that she was being a creeper, standing in the shadows, staring at him, Millie stepped forward to speak, only to be stopped by the ringing of the bell as the front door opened. Millie glanced over at the same time Luke did. Her cheeks burned as his gaze roamed over her. Instead of facing what he thought about her, Millie turned to give the woman who'd walked in her full attention. The woman was short and plump. Her graying hair was pulled back in a tight bun at the nape of her neck. She scanned the shop with her overly made-up eyes, only to stop when her gaze landed on Millie. Hooked under her arm was a stack of papers. "You must be Amelia," the woman said as she walked over, her heels clicking on the floor. She held out her hand that sported her perfectly manicured nails. Millie took it as she nodded. "Millie, actually, but yes, I'm Amelia." From the corner of her eye, Millie saw Luke turn around and fold his arms across his chest as he watched them. "Perfect. Well, I'm Genevieve Stewart, the mayor," she said with so much pride in her voice. She pumped Millie's hand up and down as she smiled. Millie nodded, ready to get this interaction over with. "It's nice to meet you," Millie said as she began to pull her hand away. Thankfully, Genevieve didn't insist that they keep shaking. Instead, she dropped Millie's hand and turned to eye Luke. "Afternoon, Sheriff." Then she glanced around. "What are you doing in here?" Luke raised his eyebrows, and for a moment it looked as if his cheeks flushed pink. But if they did, he overcame it quickly as he reached out and grabbed a bag of herb-crusted bread. "Just getting some food," he said as he plopped it down on the counter. 5 seconds must have been the amount of time Genevieve could stay interested in a topic. She didn't even respond to Luke as she turned to focus on Millie. A smile spread across her lips as she grabbed a piece of paper from the top of the pile in her arm and handed it over. "I was wondering if you wouldn't mind posting some of these around in here." She shoved the paper into Millie's hand and then marched over to the windows and pointed. "We're trying to get as many participants as we can." Her grin was wide as she stared at Millie. "I hope I can depend on you. I can only imagine what people would pay for a date with you." Millie's eyes widened, and distantly she heard Luke cough. What was the mayor talking about? Glancing down, she read what was printed on the paper. Hidden Hollow's first annual Lovers' Picnic. Come bid on these fabulous lunch baskets as well as a lunch date with the creator. All proceeds will go to refurbishing the park's gazebo. Millie glanced up at Genevieve, whose smile had grown 2 times since she came in the store. Millie found herself pulling back, a little frightened by the enthusiasm this woman had. "I'm not really into things like this," she said, moving to hand the flyer back. Participating in something that ended with her having a blind date with someone she didn't know wasn't exactly what she wanted to do in her spare time. Besides, she had flowers to get into the ground and her yard to clean up. Come this weekend, she was hunkering down at her house and crossing projects off her already growing list. "Nonsense! You have to participate. As one of Hidden Hollow's longest establishments, you can't not participate. People will expect you to be there with a basket full of freshly baked goods." Genevieve tapped the piece of paper with her finger and made no movement to take it from Millie. Not wanting to agree, but realizing that there was no way she could not submit, she forced a smile and nodded. "I'll think about it. How's that?" Millie offered. Genevieve studied her and then nodded. "Perfect. We'll see you bright and early Saturday morning for the auction. I'm sure you'll be a hot ticket item seeing as how you're so new. And people are interested." The mayor leaned in and wiggled her eyebrows. All Millie could do was smile as she stared at the woman. Genevieve must have felt as if she'd accomplished her goals because she glanced around, sighed, and then marched over to the door and pulled it open. "Be a dear and hang them up fast. We want the whole town to be a part of this," Genevieve sang out as the door closed on her words. Now that the woman was gone, Millie slumped against the wall and blew out her breath. This was the last thing she wanted to do, and yet here she was, committed. "I didn't take you for the auctioned-off kind of gal," Luke said. She jumped as she whipped around, completely forgetting that Luke was standing there, witnessing all of this. He had a smug smile on his lips as he stared at her. She groaned as she narrowed her eyes and made her way over to the counter. She tucked the flyer under the register as if that was going to be the solution to her problems. "That'll be $7.50, she said, leaning forward to rest her elbows on the counter and meet Luke's gaze head-on. Luke raised his eyebrows. "What?" Millie nodded toward the bread he'd set there. "The bread? You're buying it. It's $7.50. Luke dropped his gaze to the bread and then brought it back up to study her. "Bread is normally $5. Millie straightened and shrugged. "True, but because you didn't jump in to save me, the price went up." Luke pushed the brim of his cowboy hat up and glanced down at her. "You wanted me to save you?" he asked, his voice growing husky. Millie's heartbeat instantly picked up speed as she watched him rake his gaze over her. There was something in his gaze, a desire she hadn't seen before, and it startled her. It scared her. What was she doing? Why was she flirting with this man when nothing could come of it? Was she always going to be a glutton for punishment? "Maybe we should work out a signal, then," he said, folding his arms across his chest. Millie had been too distracted with chiding herself to remember what they were talking about. She furrowed her brow. "For what?" Luke paused as he studied her. "So I know when you want me to save you?" he offered in a much more hesitant way, like he was doubting his own interpretation of their conversation. Not wanting him to feel bad because she was so lame, Millie nodded and forced a smile. "Right. Then she blew out her breath. "It's okay. I have a feeling that Lucinda would have made me do it one way or the other. You heard the mayor. We're an establishment here." Millie shrugged as she pushed her hands down on the counter in front of her. When she glanced back up, she saw Luke staring at her with a small smile. Then he sighed as he reached to his back pocket and pulled out his wallet. After throwing a 10 down on the counter, he moved to grab the bread. Millie felt like an idiot as she beat him to the bread. She pulled it away as she shook her head. "I was only joking. You don't have to buy this if you don't want it." Luke paused with his hand extended as he stared at her. Then he shrugged. "I made a commitment and I'll stick to it," he said, as he turned his hand so that his palm was up and he wiggled his fingers in her direction. "Well, then at least let me get you some change," she said, as she set the bread down on the counter and scrambled to grab his $10 bill. Luke grabbed the top of the bag and pulled it off the counter, then he turned with his hand up. "It's okay. I don't need it. After all, you gave me free bagels today," he said as he smiled at her, and in a moment of insanity, Millie thought she saw him wink at her. Which couldn't have been right. Luke St. Clair didn't look like a man who would ever wink. Millie must have had a shocked expression on her face because a second later, Luke cleared his throat, adjusted his cowboy hat further down on his face, and gave her a stiff nod. "It's yours," he said, as he turned and headed toward the door. In an act of desperation to save face, Millie called out, "At least you don't owe me now." Luke stopped moving. His shoulders stiffened as it seemed he was processing her words. Then he spoke without even turning around. "I guess not," he said. He dipped his head, extended his hand, and disappeared out onto the sidewalk. He didn't look back as he walked to his car. He pulled open the door and slipped onto his seat. Millie couldn't help but watch as he started his car and drove away. A distinct feeling of regret rose up inside of her. She hadn't meant to make him feel bad or awkward, but she was worried that she'd done both. Millie blew out her breath as she stretched her arms out onto the countertop and then buried her face into her elbow. There she sat, taking in deep, cleansing breaths. What was wrong with her? Things were going well with Luke, and now she was pretty sure she'd run him off. "What's wrong with you?" Lucinda's voice broke through her thoughts. Millie groaned as she kept her face buried. Then she slipped out one hand and began patting around on the countertop until she found the flyer from Genevieve. She gave it a tug and then held it up in the direction of Lucinda's voice. The room grew quiet, and Millie assumed that meant that Lucinda was reading the paper, although she wasn't completely certain. Finding out for sure required her to lift her head, and at this moment, she didn't want to. Instead, she wanted to wallow in her own self-pity. "Why are you so mopey about an auction? Have you seen that gazebo? I'm happy Genevieve is finally doing something about it." The feeling of paper brushing the top of her fingers caused Millie to straighten. Lucinda had set the flyer down next to her and was busy unloading some loaves of bread into the baskets by the counter. Not sure how much Millie wanted to share with her aunt, she blew the loose strands of hair from her face and sighed. It doesn't sound creepy? A blind date with someone I don't know? In all actuality, the only person she wanted to buy her basket was the one guy she doubted actually would. Not with his sudden desire to hightail it out of the bakery moments ago. The chances of Luke St. Clair even showing up to an event like this were slim to none. And she was the fool who allowed herself to hope. Lucinda paused and glanced over in her direction. "I don't know. It might not be that bad. After all, it'll give you the chance to meet some of the eligible bachelors here in Hidden Hollows." Lucinda's eyebrows went up as she studied Millie. What does that mean? Since when had her aunt become such a matchmaker? Lucinda sighed and dumped the remaining loaves of bread into the basket in front of her. Then she made her way over to Millie and rested an elbow on the counter as she leaned in. "Listen, I know Luke seems exciting and a little mysterious, but you have to realize something about him." Millie parted her lips to speak, but Lucinda gave her a look that said, "Wait." So Millie closed her mouth and instead folded her arms. She didn't like where this conversation was going, but she'd give her aunt the benefit of the doubt.
Luke is hurting, and I know you think you can save him. I know you think that if you help heal him, he'll find happiness again. You want to fix him like you couldn't fix your dad."
Lucinda let her last words linger in the air as she stared at Millie. Tears pricked Millie's eyes as her aunt's words hit her like a Mack truck. It hurt so much to even think about her dad, and the fact that her aunt was bringing it up just picked at the scab that covered the wound that was her parents. She seldom let herself think about them, much less try to analyze her actions under their microscope. So what if she sympathized with Luke because she knew what it was like to lose someone? That didn't mean what she was feeling was any less real. And the longer she spent with Luke, the more she was beginning to realize that she enjoyed his company. Sure, he was quiet, but he was coming out of his shell. Heck, she'd even seen him wink at her today. She doubted that was something he'd done in the last few years. It didn't matter if Lucinda didn't agree with her relationship with Luke. All that mattered was that Luke cared about it. Millie straightened as she folded her arms. "I'm not fixing Luke as a way to finally fix my dad," she said. Lucinda studied her. Then she nodded and removed her readers from her nose and let them drop. They were stopped by the multicolored chain around her neck. "Millie, I just want you to be smart. You're hurting from so many things. I'd hate for you to glom onto Luke with the hope that he can save you, only to find he has to work through his demons as well." Millie tried to think of words to say to combat what Lucinda just told her. Even though, deep down, she knew it was true. That Luke had skeletons in his closet just like every other human on the planet. That didn't mean she couldn't help him. But it didn't seem like she was going to convince her aunt of any of this, so instead she pulled her hair back into a bun at the base of her neck and walked over to the swinging door that led into the kitchen. "I'm going to make some dough for tomorrow. Mind the front, please," she tossed over her shoulder. She wasn't sure if Lucinda responded, but she really didn't want to see. Instead, she busied herself in the kitchen, pulling out the ingredients for bread dough, all the while her thoughts reeling from her aunt's words. If anything, her relationship, or lack thereof, with Luke was her choice to make and her choice to break. Lucinda had no right to butt into her life like that. Who was she to say that Millie was only reaching out to Luke as a desperate move to fix what she'd failed to do with her own father? Even if that were true, who was it hurting? If Luke came out of his shell because of Millie reaching out, who was it hurting? Millie dumped the flour into the mixer and turned on the machine. Then she sighed as she watched the liquid get absorbed by the flour as the paddle beat the mixture. A determined feeling rose up inside of her as she blew a strand of hair from her face and pressed her hands into her lower back. She'd show her aunt. She'd show her father. And most of all, she'd show herself. She could help Luke deal with the death of his wife and come back to the world of the living. If anything, she was the one perfect for the job. And if she could finally get her emotions under control, she might actually succeed in her plan. She just needed to be stronger. That was all. She could do this. She could.
13. Luke. Luke sat on the fraying armchair in his garage, staring at the car he should be working on. He growled as he pushed back against his thighs and slumped against the back of the chair, a rogue spring stabbing him in the back. But he couldn't be bothered enough to move. Not when thoughts of Millie were filling his mind and distracting him. Their interaction at the bakery had his thoughts swirling. What had started out as what he thought was a flirty interaction between the two of them had gone south fast. The end took a turn he hadn't expected, and now he was left trying to figure out what he'd done wrong. Frustrated, Luke tipped his beer to his lips and nursed the bottle. What was he doing? Why was he moping like this? What was wrong with him? Luke set the bottle down by the chair and stood. He marched over to the car and stared at the engine. Why couldn't he concentrate? Fixing his car was something that had brought him so much joy in the past, but now?
It wasn't giving him the distraction that he so badly wanted. The distraction from his thoughts and the pain that his history used to hold. Luke pushed off the car frame and glanced over at Tick, who was staring up at him. He looked uninterested but alert. "What am I doing?" Luke asked, as he pulled off his cowboy hat and ran his hands through his hair. He tipped his face toward the ceiling and blew out his breath. He closed his eyes, and just as he did, the memory of Millie's face flashed in his mind. Which was strange. Since meeting that infuriating woman, he was having a hard time remembering the one woman he'd loved. Seeing Sherry's face in his mind was getting foggier and fading faster than he liked. But now, when he tried to draw up the memory of the woman he loved, Sherry was no longer the one that came to mind. Instead, it was Millie. Every time. "Am I an idiot?" Luke asked, turning to study Tick, hoping he'd give some sound advice. But it was pointless. All Tick did in response was wag his tail and perk his ears. Luke shook his head as he realized the only thing he was going to be able to do in this situation was act. He needed to figure out what he wanted and just go for it, no matter what happened. He had to start taking chances. And maybe through putting himself out there, he might find exactly what he wanted to find. Would that be so bad? No, it wouldn't. So, Luke slipped his hat on his head and straightened. He whistled for Tick to follow him as he strode out of his garage and over to his truck. He pulled out his keys from his front pocket and climbed up into the cab of his truck. Even though feelings of fear and worry tugged at his mind, Luke decided to ignore them. Instead, he threw his truck into reverse and backed out of the driveway. Tick was sitting on the passenger seat next to him, panting and sticking his nose out the cracked window. Luke settled back in his seat as he took some deep breaths. He wasn't sure what he was going to say or how he was going to approach Millie, but he knew he wanted to see her again. And right now, that was all that mattered. Luke drove down the mountain and into Hidden Hollows. He was going to stop by the local diner, Flapjack Joe's, to grab some French toast and bacon. There was no way he wanted to show up to Millie's empty-handed. Plus, if he needed an excuse as to why he was there, he could say that he ordered too much food and wanted to see if she was hungry. Luke gripped the steering wheel as he fought past the cheesiness of that statement and settled on it as an alternative. He pulled into the diner's parking lot and told Tick to stay. Then he climbed down from the cab of his truck, slammed the door, and strode over to the front door of the diner. 10 minutes later, he emerged with 2 bags full of takeout containers. Once he got inside, he feared he might have decided on the wrong food, so ordered a little bit of everything, much to Doris's chagrin. The diner's owner had shaken her head at him when he'd made his order. But she was fast, which Luke was grateful for, and had him out and walking to his truck in record time. As he approached, Luke saw Tick pacing back and forth between the 2 seats. But with one look from Luke, Tick plopped his butt down on the passenger seat. His breath fogged up the window as he stared out at Luke. After placing the food in the back seat of the truck, Luke climbed into the driver's seat and turned the engine on. He pulled out of the diner's parking lot and headed down Main Street toward Millie's house. It didn't take as long as he thought it would before he pulled up in front of Millie's small house. The sun had slipped behind the mountains now, but the sky was still lit from its lingering rays. He killed the engine of his truck, but instead of getting out, he sat there, paralyzed. What was he doing? Why was he here? Did he think this would end the way he wanted it to? Leaning forward, he rested his forehead on the steering wheel and took in a deep breath. He fought through the emotions that were raging inside of him. He could do this. It was just dinner, after all. And who knows, maybe things wouldn't end up as terribly as he was making it out to be in his mind. So, he pushed the fears from his head and pulled on the door handle. He dropped down to the ground and then retrieved the food from the back. One whistle and Tick was out and standing next to him. Luke could feel his desire to sprint, but this was Hidden Hollow's suburbs, not his house. He doubted the neighbors would be happy with a strange dog running around. "Heel," he said as he slammed the doors and then made his way around the truck. Tick stayed reluctantly by his leg as he walked. Just as he rounded the hood, he stopped in his tracks. Millie was walking straight toward him. She was limping slightly as she pushed a wheelbarrow. Her head was down, and she looked as if she were focusing on keeping the contents inside. Her hands and arms were covered in dirt. She had shorts on, and her knees were caked with dirt as well. But that wasn't what Luke was staring at. Instead, he was focused on how beautiful she looked with her hair pulled up into a bun, and yet strands of hair had fallen out and framed her face. He was focused on how long her legs looked, and how even her plaid flannel shirt hugged her curves. He swallowed as he pushed out the thoughts that were swirling around in his mind. The ones that wondered how her skin would feel under his fingertips, or how her lips would feel pressed to his. He already knew that he could get lost in her gaze forever, or listen to her laugh as she poked fun at him. She could make his heart race from attraction and rage in the same moment. And the way she drove that Jaguar, it made his skin heat just thinking about it. And then he saw her wince when she put her injured foot down, and Luke felt like a clown. What kind of guy just let an injured person push a wheelbarrow? Apparently, him. So he dropped the food to the ground and headed straight toward her. Millie didn't seem to notice him until he was reaching out to grab the handles from her. "Luke?" Millie asked as he gently pushed her to the side. "What are you doing here?" "Saving you from injuring yourself more," he said as he lifted the handles of the wheelbarrow up and glanced over at her. "Where do you want this?" Millie studied him for a moment, and he wished he could figure out what she was thinking. But alas, she was a mystery to him. And instead of speaking to clue him in, she wiped her wrist against her forehead and then turned and motioned toward the flower bed in front of her bay window. "Over there would be great," she said. Luke followed her gesture and then nodded as he zeroed in on the spot she indicated. Once he got there, he dumped the dirt onto the ground and then looked around for a rake. Millie had it in her hand and was leaning against it. Luke wiggled his fingers, hoping she'd understand what he was trying to do. Millie raised her eyebrows and then sighed as she handed the rake over. "Really? I can't do anything?" Luke chuckled as he began to push the dirt around. "It's the least I can do since, I got you hurt and all." Millie had her hands on her hips when he glanced over at her. She was squinting as she watched him. When her gaze met his, her eyebrows went up. "You didn't get me hurt. It wasn't your fault. Here, let me do that," she said as she limped over to him and took the rake from him. Luke considered fighting her but then decided against it. He let her take the rake and stepped to the side so he could watch what she was doing. Her methodical movements were mesmerizing him. "What are you planning on planting here?" he asked, needing to distract himself from staring at her. He didn't need to turn into a creeper just because he was attracted to a woman. Millie glanced up at him as she continued pushing the dirt around. "Flowers. Lots of them. I imagine myself living in the Garden of Eden." She smiled and it lit up her entire face. "Wow, you have some big aspirations," Luke said as he folded his arms across his chest. Millie laughed. "Well, we'll see. The only experience I've ever had with a plant was one on my desk at work. And sadly," she pressed her hands together in a prayer motion and tipped her face toward the sky. "The poor thing died when I was in Hawaii on my honeymoon." Her words died off as if she'd suddenly realized what she said. Her face fell as she turned her gaze toward the ground. Luke watched as she chewed her lower lip. Frustration and anger rose up inside of him as he imagined that loser who would ever hurt Millie. He had to be a real piece of work. If he ever came across the man, well, let's just say their interaction wouldn't be a pleasant one. Luke moved toward Millie, not quite sure what he was going to do, but knowing that he needed to do something. So, before he could stop himself, he reached out and rested his hand on her shoulder. She stiffened at first, but only for a few seconds. Luke worried that he'd done the wrong thing and was just about to take his hand away when he felt her relax and lean into him slightly. "He's a jerk," she said. She turned toward him, and to Luke's surprise, she moved closer to him. "He cheated on me with my best friend." Her voice was barely a whisper now. Luke studied her as she kept her gaze turned toward the ground. He wanted to do so much more than rest his hand on her shoulder. He wanted to show her that he was here for her, that she was worth so much more than her ex seemed to believe she was. He wanted her to know that he was a giant fool for shutting her out again and again. Reaching up, Luke swept away the ringlets that had fallen from her bun. His fingers brushed her neck, sending tingles across his skin from the touch. He let his fingers linger for a moment before he pulled them away. Millie was quiet, and Luke wondered what she was thinking. Was it possible that she was feeling something too? Or was he the only fool who was wishing for something more? He stared down at her, desperate to do something to ease her pain. Just when he was sure he was going to go crazy from the unknown, Millie turned and met his gaze. Her blue eyes were wide as she stared up at him. She didn't move. She stood inches away from him. They were so close that he could smell her perfume and reveled in the way it filled his senses and made him whole. He could see the tiny flecks of gold in her eyes. Her lips were perfection and kissable. Luke couldn't help but drop his gaze to them and wondered what it would feel like to kiss them. "Your ex is an idiot for letting you go," he said. The depth of his voice surprised even him. He held her gaze with as much intensity as he could muster. He wanted her to know that he meant every word. "Really?" Millie asked. Her voice was breathy and sent shivers down Luke's back. He nodded as he swept the loose curls away on the other side of her face. He focused on tucking them behind her ear before he returned his gaze back to her. "Any guy who leaves you for another woman is an idiot," he said. He let a smile emerge, enjoying the feeling of closeness he felt. It had been so long since he'd let someone in, and even though it scared him, he couldn't help himself. He was going to close his eyes and jump no matter what happened on the other side. For just a moment, he was going to feel. He wasn't going to think. He was going to bask in the glory that were his feelings for Millie. He just hoped that she felt the same. Tick's bark rang out into the silence that had surrounded them, drawing Millie's attention over. She smiled as she dropped down to a crouch and rubbed behind Tick's ears. Luke had half a mind to stuff his dog back into his truck for interrupting their moment, but Millie seemed content with petting Tick, so he decided to let it go. Instead, he walked over to the shovel that Millie had propped against the house and grabbed it. "Can I dig you some holes?" he asked. Millie straightened but kept her hand on Tick's head as she nodded. "Sure. Let me get the flowers that I got today so we can figure out where to plant them." Millie hobbled over to the small garage off to the side of her house. Luke followed after her. She moved to pull open the garage door, but Luke beat her to it. He slipped his fingers around the handle just as she did the same. Their fingers brushed each other, and Luke couldn't help his gaze snapping over to her. Millie was staring at their hands. Then she slowly brought her gaze up to meet his. Luke stared at her in an open and unabashed way. He wanted her to know how he was feeling. With Sherry, he'd allowed himself to care so much about her, and now that he was around Millie, that ability came flooding back to him. Fear crept into his chest, but he pushed it out. If loving Sherry taught him anything, it was the fact that he had to live in the now. Tomorrows weren't guaranteed. "Millie," he said, emotions clinging to his throat. Her eyes widened, and then her gaze dropped to the ground as she stepped back. "I need to get a drink," she said quickly, and then turned and almost sprinted into the house. Luke watched her retreat, mentally slapping himself. What was he thinking? Why did he think she was ready for his feelings? She'd just been talking about her ex-husband, and he was the idiot who thought that meant she was over him, when she was so obviously not. And now he was pretty sure he'd scared her off. His one attempt at caring for someone after Sherry had fallen flat on its face. Growling, he pulled hard on the garage door. It flew up and Luke looked around. Once he located the plants, he gathered what he could into his arms and brought them to the front and set them gently down. Then he returned to the garage to finish up. At least he had a job to do so that he wouldn't slip into the pit of frustration with himself, a pit of regret that seemed to want to drag him down. It was best if he just kept to himself. He'd put himself out there with Millie and she had rejected him. He was beginning to realize that perhaps he was the only one that had felt something, that he'd grossly misread Millie's body language. Well, one thing was for sure. He wasn't going to make that mistake again. He seemed like a glutton for punishment, and he was tired of hurting. What he'd previously decided about love had been the truth. He was destined to be alone. Forever. 14. Millie. Millie's heart was hammering in her ribcage as she shut the back door and collapsed against the aged wood. She pressed her hands to her chest in an attempt to still it. Was she crazy? What was happening? Was she correct in interpreting Luke's touches, his looks, like she was? Did the beastly sheriff, who seemed completely content with being an annoyance when she first got here, have feelings for her? Millie's stomach lightened as she thought those words. She swallowed as she closed her eyes and allowed the warm feeling that had crept up inside of her to pulse throughout her body. Despite her shock at her realization, she couldn't deny the warmth she felt from his touch, or the way his gaze made her toes tingle. Luke made her feel alive again in a way that she'd never felt before. Movement by the front window drew her attention over. She studied Luke as he came into view. His arms were full of the plants that she'd picked up earlier. His jaw was set and his brow furrowed as he glanced around and then turned and walked back toward the garage and out of sight. Once he was gone, she let her breath out slowly, not realizing that she was holding it. Her whole body warmed at the memory of his touch, and the way he stared down at her like he didn't care what anyone thought. He was going to let her know how he felt. And that scared her. "I'm an idiot," she said, as she pushed off the door and headed over to the sink where she flipped the water on. After grabbing a glass of water, she filled it. After drinking half, she set it down on the counter and then rested her hands on the counter and leaned into it. Her body felt at war with her mind. She wanted to care about Luke, more than just a friend. It was pretty obvious that she wanted that. Butterflies didn't take flight in one's stomach when they were around someone who was just a friend. But her mind was holding her back. There was this fear that she couldn't quite get over. It was a fear that her aunt had planted in her mind that she couldn't shake. The fear that she'd fallen for a man who couldn't love her back, no matter how much he wanted to. That she would put her whole soul into loving Luke, only to have him back away, to betray her trust just like Samuel did. Her mind was screaming at her that the risk was too great, while her heart was telling her to leap, fully and completely, allow herself to feel the things that she was desperate to push down, to love Luke like she wanted to. Tipping her face toward the ceiling, she closed her eyes. "What do I do, Mom?" she whispered. It was becoming more and more common for her to call out to her mom. It probably had to do with the fact that she was feeling as if her life were spiraling out of control. That all these grains of sand that she was desperate to hold onto were slipping from her fingertips at a rapid rate. And every decision that she made seemed to be the wrong one. And she was tired of making the wrong choices. But, like so many times before, an answer didn't come. Defeat hung over her as she straightened and sighed. Why couldn't a fairy godmother appear and give her the answers to all her questions? Why was she left alone and more confused than she'd been before? A knock on the back door startled her. She whipped around and stared at the door, her heart hammering in her chest once more. Luke was on the other side, probably very confused with her sudden retreat. He probably wanted to talk about what had happened, and she wasn't sure if she was ready for it. Before she had a chance to call anything out, the door handle wiggled and then turned. She parted her lips to say something, but nothing came out. Instead, she was face to face with a surprised Luke. His gaze roamed over her as he stood there, holding the bag she'd seen him carrying earlier. He furrowed his brow as he stepped around her and set the bags on the counter. "What did I tell you about leaving doors unlocked?" he asked, as he rested one hand on the counter and drew up his foot so he could untie his shoes. Once they were both off, he picked them up and walked over to the door where he dropped them on the mat. Confused, Millie focused on him. "What?" she asked. Luke paused for a moment before he straightened and then met her gaze again. "I told you to keep your doors locked, and yet I find the door unlocked. Any creeper could come in and hurt you." He narrowed his eyes and then turned and walked back over to the bags. He laid the food containers out on the counter and then began opening cupboards, clearly looking for something. Millie was still reeling from what he said. She was frustrated with the fact that Luke seemed to think that he could boss her around like that. She was getting tired of his emotional whiplash. One moment he was being sweet, the next he was telling her what to do. And not in a nice way. He just barreled into her life, confused her with his touches and glances, only to turn cold and demeaning. It was exhausting keeping up with him. "This is my house. I can do what I want. Besides, I just barely walked in," she said as she marched up to him. She placed her hands on her hips and stared up at him. Luke turned slowly, glancing down at her with his eyebrows raised. "What?" he asked. He took a step closer to her, and suddenly, she realized just how close they were. Her heart began to hammer in her chest. It was like a drum that wanted to explode from her. The whooshing sound of blood flowing through her ears was making it hard for her to concentrate on the response she was attempting to form in her mind. One that was good and stuck it to him. But she was struggling with finding anything to say. Luke moved closer, forcing her to tip her head back so she could keep her cold stare on him. But it was proving to be difficult, especially when she could smell his cologne and feel his warmth surround her. "I said, you're not the boss of me," she whispered, and then winced. Not the most eloquent thing she'd ever said. A smile tugged Luke's lips higher, and it irritated her. So much so that despite the fact that she was uncomfortably close to him, she didn't move. Nope, she wasn't going to give in. Instead, she was going to stand her ground. Prove to Luke, and maybe herself, that she was, in fact, in charge of her life and emotions. Luke raised his eyebrows as he kept his gaze trained on her. "I never said I was the boss of you," he said as he leaned closer to her. Millie's entire body was reacting now. Her mind swirled, her gaze kept dipping down to his blasted lips that looked so incredibly sexy. Her thoughts were going in a direction that was neither helpful or productive. "Well, you sure act like you are," she whispered. It may have been her imagination, or her desire to make it so, but Millie swore Luke leaned closer to her, his lips inches from hers. "I'm just trying to protect you," he said. His voice had dropped an octave. It came out gravelly and sigh-inducing. All of the pep talk she'd given herself when she was alone in the house were flying out the window. All she was left with was a broken heart and a desperate plea that he not break it. Because right now, she was pretty certain that she didn't have the strength to walk away. "Luke," she whispered. She hadn't meant for it to slip out. It just did. She wanted to allow herself to fall, to give in to the desire coursing through her with every beat of her heart, but she couldn't. Not until he spoke, guaranteeing that she wouldn't break more than she already was. "I know," he whispered, as he moved his hand to cradle the back of her head. He met her gaze, and before she could allow pain and fear to cloud her judgment, his lips were on hers. Warmth and tingles erupted across her skin as she stood there, too stunned to move. She knew what she was supposed to be doing, This wasn't the first time she'd kissed a man, but for some reason, her brain short-circuited and she was left with a stunned feeling. But that only lasted a few seconds. The feeling of Luke's hands sliding down her back and pulling her closer to him was all it took to snap her out of her head. And suddenly, all she wanted was to kiss him back, to drink him in like she so desperately wanted to. Letting go of her inhibitions and the things that were holding her back, Millie placed her hands on his chest, to which Luke let out a deep growl against her lips. Millie sighed as she ran her hands up to his shoulders and then to the back of his neck where her hands played with the strands of his hair there. Luke teased her lips open, and Millie responded. They fell into a dance, each exploring and discovering the other. At one point, Luke grabbed onto her waist and lifted her up to set her on the countertop. Millie never pulled away. Instead, she took this moment to wrap her legs around him, in an effort to make sure he never left. She was giving herself to him in a way she thought she could never do, not since Samuel pulled out her heart and stomped on it. But it felt so right, so natural to lower her wall just enough to let Luke in. They were both broken, both hurting. Was it possible that they could find the comfort and solace that they were seeking in each other? Was Millie naive to hope? Much to her protest, Luke eventually pulled away. Their deep breaths matched as they stayed locked together with their foreheads resting against each other. Neither said a word, but that didn't matter. They'd said everything they needed to say in that kiss. Luke's fingers were playing with the hem of her shirt, and Millie reveled in the feeling that rushed across her skin from his touch. A warmth spread through her body, and she couldn't stop the smile that formed on her lips. Luke pulled away and met her gaze. There was a depth to his eyes that caused her breath to hitch in her throat. There was a need in his gaze that Millie wanted to fill. "Millie," he whispered as he furrowed his brow. She could feel his pain, sense his desire as it matched her own. The fear that comes with loving someone. The fear that someday they would be taken from you. Living a life you think is perfect only to have it yanked out from under you when you least expect it. That was a feeling that Millie was all too familiar with. A feeling that haunted her thoughts and her heart like a shadow she couldn't shake. A heart not broken trusted easily, but as soon as reality hit, it was hard to trust again, no matter how much she wanted to. But that wasn't what she wanted to focus on right now. All she saw was Luke, and how happy he made her. He completed her in a way she'd never had before. And she didn't want to lose that feeling, not right now. Millie slid her hands from the back of his neck to his cheeks as she held his face in her hands. Luke studied her, worry etched across his face. "I know," she whispered, tears forming on her lids. Tears of joy, tears of pain, tears of the unknown. All of those feelings wanted to spill from her like a fountain. The dam had a hole in it, and she doubted that she would ever be able to fill it again. "It's okay," she said as she tipped her forehead toward his. Luke nodded. He slipped his hands from her waist to her lower back and pulled her closer again. They stood there for what felt like an eternity, which was fine with Millie. While they held each other, they had the certainty of what they felt, of the closeness of the other person. But as soon as they separated, their lives were in the hands of fate. Their future of happiness wasn't guaranteed. It could be taken from them in the flash of a moment. Their paths forever changed. So, they were going to revel in this feeling as long as they could, holding each other close, basking in the moment that was the present. Tomorrow, they would face whatever the future brought, take whatever twist of fate the next day was sure to bring. But for now, it couldn't touch them. They had each other, and that was all that mattered. For now. For now. 15. Luke. Luke woke up the next morning to the sound of birds chirping in the trees, to the feel of fresh mountain air wafting into his room,
The curtain blew, pressing against some papers he had on his dresser and making a soft scraping noise. Luke rolled to his back and rested his hand on his chest while he stared up at the early morning light as it cast shadows across the ceiling. A feeling of completeness flowed through his body. He took in a deep breath and allowed the smile that he would have once fought to spread across his lips. The memory of Millie pressed to his chest into the wee hours of the night filled his whole soul, and he couldn't help but want to be happy. Luke reached up and scrubbed his face with his hands and then pumped his fists in the air like he'd just won the Super Bowl. 'Cause right now, that's how it felt. Winning Millie was what he didn't know he wanted, and yet exactly what he needed. His phone buzzed on his nightstand. Luke turned to grab it and swiped it on. A text had come in from Millie. His grin widened as he sat up so he could focus. Millie. Are you up? I am, and am headed your way. I'll grab coffee and meet you. Luke's heart pounded in his chest as he glanced up at the clock. It was 5:30 in the morning. If he wanted to shower, spend time with Millie, and get to the station to relieve Gordon, he needed to move fast. Luke. I am now. See you when you get here. Drive safe. Luke flung his covers from his body and set his feet on the floor. After placing his phone back on the nightstand, he jogged over to the bathroom and flipped the water on. Tick must have sensed Luke's urgency because he leapt from his spot in the corner of Luke's room and came trotting into the bathroom. He stood there, staring at Luke. Luke reached down and tousled his fur. Millie's coming over, he said, as he patted his dog's head and then shooed him from the bathroom and shut the door. Luke showered in record time. He was dried off and back in his room 5 minutes later. He pulled out his uniform from his closet and dressed. Then he shoved his feet into his shoes and began tying them when a familiar buzz drew his attention over to his nightstand. Luke finished tying his shoes and then leaned over his bed to grab his phone. It was Gordon. Luke furrowed his brow as he pressed the talk button and brought it to his lips. Hello? Luke? Yeah, what's going on? Gordon paused. The background noise sounded familiar. There were panicked voices and sounds of scraping as if Gordon was holding his phone against his cheek as he spoke. Any chance you can get down to Main and Unity? There's been an accident. I can't leave the station and Morgan is on another call. Luke sighed as the sense of duty took over him. He wanted to stay here to see Millie, but if Gordon was calling him in early, there was a real problem. There was no way he was going to be able to stay. So he confirmed with Gordon that he'd be out the door in a few and hung up. Then he texted a quick message to Millie, apologizing for missing her but telling her he'd see her later for a lunch drop-in. Once he sent it off, he slipped his phone into his back pocket along with his wallet. Then he threw on his jacket and grabbed his keys. After calling a goodbye to Tick, he pulled his front door shut and hurried over to his squad car. It didn't take long before he was on Main Street, headed toward Unity. He kept his eyes peeled for signs of an accident. When he spotted it, his blood ran cold. Thankfully, the cars were pulled off to the side and the inhabitants were out on the sidewalk, but all Luke could see was Millie's Jaguar. The front of the car was completely smashed in, and from one quick look inside, the airbags had deployed. Trevor Mason stood in front of Millie, wringing his hands. The side of his white Chevy Malibu was crumpled, and Luke didn't need to see inside to know that it was totaled. He went through the motions of pulling over and getting out of his car. Thankfully, this wasn't his first accident, so experience took over as he grabbed his notepad and pulled open his door. He stepped out onto the road and tried to calm his mind. The only thing he wanted to do at this moment was make sure Millie was okay and chew Trevor out, to revoke that man's license and make sure he never drove again. Luke? Millie's voice cut through his anger as she popped into his line of sight. Luke blinked a few times, not realizing that he had somehow made it over to the two of them and was just standing there, staring at them. He glanced down at Millie. The desire to know if she was okay or not overtook him, and he reached out and gripped her upper arms with his hands. He needed to see with his eyes that she was okay. "Are you hurt?" he asked. He hadn't meant for his voice to sound so accusatory or demanding, but all he could focus on was making sure she wasn't hurt.
because if he found even a scratch, he was going to hurt Trevor. Millie moved to catch his gaze. Just as she did, she winced, and even though she tried to cover it up, Luke had seen it. She was physically hurt. He dropped his hands and pulled out his phone. He found Gordon's number and pressed the talk button. "Hey, man," Gordon said. "We need an ambulance," he said, and then hung up. He wasn't interested in waiting for Gordon's response, not when he had to deal with Trevor. He shoved his phone into his back pocket and then turned his attention to Millie. "Come sit down," he said, as he grabbed her hand and started ushering her over to the bench in front of the drugstore next to the crash. Millie started to protest, but Luke wasn't really asking, and her protest against what he was doing was lost in the wind. Once he was sure she was situated on the seat, he turned and zeroed in on Trevor, who was standing there with his arms folded across his chest. He was staring at his car with his eyebrows furrowed and worry etched on his face. Luke walked over, making sure to stand just a few inches away. He was so angry at what could have happened, he wasn't really thinking. All he could do was act, even if it was unprofessional. Trevor had played with Millie's life, and he wasn't sure he could ever forgive the man. It took a moment for Trevor to acknowledge him, and when he did, his eyebrows rose and he took a step back. "What happened here?" Luke said, and then winced when he heard the tone in which he'd spoken. It definitely wasn't a good color on him, but he couldn't help it. Millie could have been killed. Trevor seemed to be in shock. He dropped his gaze and began to wring his hands in front of him. "I'm not really sure. I was moving through the intersection and the car came out of nowhere. I couldn't stop. I ran right into her." Just hearing what happened made Luke's blood boil. How could Trevor be so reckless? How could he be so unobservant and crash into Millie? "Where were you?" Luke asked as he pulled his notepad from his pocket and clicked on his pen. Trevor glanced up and then raised a shaking finger. "I was right there, at the stop sign. Then I looked both ways before I crossed. I swear I didn't see her at the other stop sign. I wouldn't have gone through had I seen her." He glanced up at Luke with wide eyes. "Is she okay?" Luke glanced over at Millie, who was rubbing her neck. Her eyes were closed and her brows furrowed as she moved her fingers around. He wanted to lecture Trevor, but there was something in Trevor's words that had him confused, so he leaned forward, readying his pen. "Did you say you were going through the intersection?" he asked. Trevor nodded. "Yes, I didn't see her. If I had, I would have never pulled forward," he repeated. Did that mean... He glanced back at Millie. Had she blown through a stop sign? Luke told Trevor that he would be right back as he walked over to Millie and sat down next to her. He rested his elbow on his knees as he took in a deep breath. His adrenaline was wearing off, leaving him shaky and unsettled. He wasn't sure how to ask what he wanted to ask, so he took a moment to gather his thoughts. Then he tipped his head in her direction and studied her. She must have sensed that he was next to her because her gaze was focused on her hands and her shoulders were curved forward. He could see that she was chewing her bottom lip. He wondered if she knew what he was going to ask her. Taking in a deep breath, he held it for a moment and then blew it out slowly. The air around them fell silent as Luke ran over his thoughts. "I'm sorry," Millie whispered. She sighed and her shoulders sagged even more. The feeling of regret sank like a rock in the pit of Luke's stomach. This wasn't what he wanted. For him or for Millie. "Did you miss the stop sign?" he asked, turning to look at her. Millie closed her eyes. He could see that she was shaking as she raised her hand up to her cheek and she pushed her hair from her face and tucked it behind her ear. "Yes, I was reading your text and—" "Wait, what?" Luke shifted and brought up his knee to rest on the bench so his entire body was turned to her. "You were reading my text?" Millie nodded. "Yes, it was only for a moment, but I guess that's all it takes sometimes." Luke tightened his jaw as he stared at her. Anger and frustration boiled up inside of him. She'd been reading his text. She could have died because he distracted her. Before he could say anything, process anything, the sound of an ambulance rang out. Luke looked up to see it turn the corner and park a few feet off. The events that played out after were like a blur. Paramedics jumped out of the ambulance and rushed over to Trevor and Millie. They asked Luke some questions, but for the most part they completely ignored him as they packed up both Trevor and Millie into the back and then sped off, leaving Luke alone. Luke blinked as the ambulance turned the corner and disappeared. Now alone, he stared down at his notepad still in his hand. He swallowed as he studied the few words he'd written, his mind swirling with questions. Realizing that this wasn't the time to lose his mind, Luke slipped the notepad back into his pocket and then focused on the cars in front of him. He was going to need to call Joey's Towing and have them remove the cars from the road. He pulled out his phone and called Gordon to have him arrange it. Once he pulled out his camera from the glove compartment, he took pictures of the crash. Then he climbed into his squad car and headed to the station. When he got there, Gordon was sitting at his desk tapping his pencil on a stack of papers in front of him. Luke brought his camera over and set it down in front of Gordon. Gordon glanced up at him. "Hey, man," he said as he nodded at the camera. "Pretty bad?" Luke shrugged as he folded his arms across his chest. Truth was, he really didn't want to talk about it. Not wanting to answer more of Gordon's questions about the accident, Luke nodded and then walked over to his desk where he sat down. He wasn't looking forward to the report he was going to have to write up, but on the other hand, a distraction sounded like exactly what he needed. From the way his stomach was tipping from side to side and the way his heart was hammering in his chest, he knew what he was going to have to do. He just didn't know how he was going to do it. Millie almost died today. Because of him. Had he not involved himself in her life, she wouldn't have been distracted. She wouldn't have run that stop sign. He was a danger to her. And if he loved her, he'd let her go. He didn't have the luxury of saving Sherry's life. If he could have, he would. If walking away from Sherry meant she would have lived, that somehow his absence would have cured her cancer, he would have packed his bags and left. But it didn't. That wasn't a choice for him. But right now, with Millie, he had a choice. He could leave. There was a chance that she could be happy without him. He'd seen enough car crashes to know that what Millie had gone through was only minor. There were so many people that didn't walk away from a crash. And he wasn't willing to take a chance with Millie's life. She deserved better. She deserved more. Luke scrubbed his face as he rested his elbows on his desk. He closed his eyes for a moment before blowing out his breath. He rolled his shoulder and stared hard at the computer in front of him. He'd get as much information down as he could, then he'd head over to the hospital. Even though the desire to rush over there burned deep in his gut, he forced himself to stay. There was no need to give Millie false hope. There was no need to make her think something was going to continue between them when it wasn't. It was best to have her checked out and stable. Then he'd go over there. It was breaking his heart, but he knew it was the right thing to do. Ending things with Millie was the only thing that made sense. It was better to do it now than later. Better do it now before something worse happened. This was a game of chance he'd played before, and he wasn't willing to play it again. Millie deserved a full and happy life, and he was going to make sure it happened. No matter how he felt, he would give her that. He loved her too much to let her get hurt. And if keeping himself away from her ensured that, then he'd do it. He had to. 16. Millie. Millie was sore but alive, thank goodness. Never had she done something so foolish as she had that morning. Normally, she was a strict, no cell phone use in the car kind of person. After all, driving a stick shift made that almost impossible. But she'd been excited about Luke and couldn't help but check to see what he'd texted her. That intersection had come out of nowhere, but she was lucky that a few bruised ribs and a mild case of whiplash was all she was dealing with. She was even more grateful that Trevor was okay. Had she hurt someone, she wasn't sure she would have been able to come back from that. If she needed to swear to herself and God right here in her hospital bed that she would never use a cell phone again, she would. "I promise," she said, tipping her eyes up toward the ceiling. She had been foolish, but she wasn't going to be foolish again. There was a soft knock on the door that drew Millie's gaze over. The little too smiley nurse came in. Her name was Barbie, and she had bleached blonde hair that was pulled up into a ponytail on the top of her head with a scrunchie. She had bright red lipstick on, which on any other person would have looked like too much, but on Barbie, it worked. "Hey, darlin'," she said as she flashed her smile at Millie. Her teeth were a contrasting bright white against her lips. "Ready to break free?" She placed her hands on her hips. Millie nodded as she pulled the blanket over her lap and moved to stand. "Good, 'cause we're ready to kick you out," Barbie said with a hint of laughter in her voice. Movement by the door caught Millie's attention, and when she saw the familiar cowboy hat and brown jacket of Luke, her heart took off galloping. She stopped moving to study him. It was hard to read his body language. His hands were tucked deep into his front pockets and his shoulders were slumped forward. The brim of his hat covered his eyes, making it impossible for her to read how he was feeling. The way he acted at the accident had her mind swimming. He seemed so desperate, so broken that it crushed her heart to see him struggling. The last thing she wanted to do was make him worried, and here she was, crashing her car. The man had issues with the way she shifted the Jaguar. It was no doubt that he was upset that she totaled the thing. After seeing the car he'd been fixing in the garage, she had put two and two together. Luke liked cars. He had a reverence for cars. And what she was doing to hers bothered him. Desperate to discover how he was feeling, Millie smiled. "Hey," she said, fearing that if she spoke too loud, he'd spook. "Who are you talking to?" "Oh, hey," Barbie said as she turned to follow Millie's gaze. Her smile widened as she turned back to Millie and raised her eyebrows. "How's it going, Luke?" Barbie asked. Luke didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to the window and stood there. Millie wished he would look at her, wished he would speak or yell. She was okay with either. The silence was killing her. "Go ahead and get your shoes on. I've got some paperwork for you to sign, and then you're done here." Barbie turned to face Luke before she left. "Are you driving Millie home, or do I need to call you a cab?" Millie wasn't sure how to answer that question, but thankfully, Luke spoke up. "I'm taking her," he said, tipping his face in Barbie's direction for a moment, almost as if he wanted to make sure that she heard, and then moved his focus back to the window and continued to stare out at the rustling trees. Barbie nodded and disappeared through the door. Millie attempted to slip on her shoes without wincing and stood up. She turned to see that Luke hadn't moved from his spot. Instead, he continued to stand there, staring. Worry settled in the pit of her stomach as she began to make the bed. Even though she knew that they were just going to strip and wash the sheets, she was desperate for something to do. Whatever he was thinking couldn't be good. Sure, she hadn't known him too long, but a brooding man was never good. He had something on his mind that he was trying to work through. Millie had a feeling that something had to do with her. "Trevor okay?" she finally asked, desperate for the silence between them to stop. Luke tipped his head slightly toward her, but remained hidden by his hat. Millie was getting sick of that cowboy hat and had half a mind to rip it off his head. Perhaps getting frustrated with him was her defense mechanism. She had a sinking suspicion that whatever he was holding back wasn't his sudden declaration of love for her. He was going to break her heart. She just knew it. "Yes," Luke growled. His voice was deep, and it cut through Millie like a hot knife through butter. What was she doing? Why had she been stupid enough to think that Luke was actually going to stick around? The skin on her body bristled as she swallowed down the lump in her throat. The feeling of dread and fear coursed through her as she turned her focus to fluffing the pillows. Once the bed was made, she had nothing else to do, so she turned her focus on finding her purse, and fiddling with the contents inside of it. Luckily, Barbie appeared a few seconds later with a clipboard of papers for Millie to sign. Thankful for the company, Millie turned her full focus on what Barbie was saying. She even made a point to laugh, just so Luke knew that he couldn't control her emotions like this. He could be all cold and distant, but that didn't mean she had to be. She was going to rise above where he seemed to want to wallow. With her discharge papers signed and a packet of aftercare advice clutched in her hand, Millie made her way out of the hospital room, not really caring if Luke was following her or not. When she heard footsteps behind her, her skin pricked with heat. Luke was following her. She had half a mind to stop and tell Barbie that plans had changed, and she wanted that cab after all. But she knew that Luke would fight it, and she didn't want to put Barbie in an awkward position, so she just kept walking through the hospital doors and out into the warm afternoon air. She slowed so that Luke could pass her, and then she fell in step behind him. He knew where he'd parked. She didn't.
"I'll get the car,"
he growled. Yet again, he refused to look her in the eye. She wasn't an invalid. She could walk. She was stronger than he thought. "I'm fine. I can get there on my own," she said. Her voice was short and to the point. Hopefully, he'd pick up on it. She watched as he tipped his head up, and for the first time since he'd walked into her hospital room earlier, he met her gaze. Millie felt her breath catch in her throat as she saw the turmoil going on inside of him. Luke's eyebrows were furrowed and his jaw drawn tight. He looked like he had a hurricane of emotions going on inside of him, so much so that Millie could almost feel his pain. Something had happened inside of him, and deep down, Millie realized that it had to do with her. And the battle to fight her desire to reach forward and grab him versus her desire to give him the space that he seemed to desperately want raged inside of her. She wanted to tell him that she was okay, that she'd survived, that not every bad thing ended in the death of someone he cared about. It wasn't until this moment that she realized just how hurt and worried he'd been while walking around the accident. She could see it now when she analyzed their interaction with a different lens. The accident had been her fault. She was the reason he was hurting like he was. Her foolish action caused her to put her life at risk, to put Trevor's life at risk. If she could, she would take it all back. She would make sure that she never picked up her dumb phone in the car and caused this sort of heartbreak that she'd caused. How could she be so foolish and selfish? Had her experience with her parents not taught her anything? It was as if she were losing her mother and father all over again. Luke pulling away was breaking her heart, and it was making it impossible to breathe, to feel. She wanted to help Luke, but she wasn't sure how. How could she convince him that she was going to be okay? That they were going to be okay? When she glanced up at him, she saw him studying the parking lot before crossing. Millie quickened her pace to keep up with him. By the time they got to the car, he unlocked it with a key fob and headed straight for the passenger door. Millie tried to keep her emotions from bubbling to the surface when she realized that, despite his frustration with her, he was still taking care of her. It broke her heart and made her feel cherished at the same time. Stupid, conflicting emotions. Luke didn't look at her as she slid onto the passenger seat. Instead, he stared out as she buckled. The only time he looked down was to run his gaze over her, as if to make sure she was okay, and then he slammed the door shut. Millie focused on forcing back the tears that threatened to spill. She heard Luke open the driver's door and climb in. He buckled and started the engine. Then he pulled out of the parking spot. Luke turned onto the main road and headed to the highway that would take them back to Hidden Hollows. Millie tried to relax as she settled back in her seat, but she couldn't. Not only because her body ached from the crash, but because the tension that Luke was putting off was killing her. She knew he was going to talk, and she had a sinking suspicion that she wasn't going to like what he said. It was like waiting for the dentist to pull your teeth out. You know it's coming, and you're counting down the minutes until he comes in with the gloves and that gleam in his eyes. Except with Luke, he hid his intentions under the rim of his cowboy hat. Millie sighed as she folded her arms and watched as the scenery passed by. She allowed her body to relax slightly. Luke didn't seem to be in a hurry. Instead, he was sitting with his wrist resting on the steering wheel, his jaw clenched as he stared straight ahead. If he was going to look this relaxed, so would she. It wasn't until Luke pulled into her driveway that he finally cleared his throat and turned to face her. She held her breath as she waited for the inevitable conversation, the one where he told her how disappointed he was with her actions. It was coming. She could feel it. "I'll need you to come down to the station to give your account of what happened," he said, as he brought his gaze up to meet hers. Millie pinched her lips together and slowly nodded. She had so many questions, but she feared that she might scare Luke off if she asked them, so she kept her concerns quiet. Luke studied her for a moment and then pulled his hand from the steering wheel and fiddled with a few knobs on the radio. It was definitely a diversion tactic. The radio wasn't on, and she couldn't imagine that he was going to turn it on. She blew out her breath as she scrubbed her face. "Just blurt it out," she said, a tad louder than she'd intended. Her face heated as she shot him an apologetic look. Luke was studying her with his brows furrowed, like they'd been since he picked her up. The man had a signature stare, that was for sure. It felt as if it could melt anyone who tried to confront him. But his stare didn't last long. He blinked a few times before he took off his cowboy hat and ran his hands through his hair. His normally distant demeanor faltered a bit. "Millie, I don't think I can do this," he said, his voice drifting off to a whisper. It felt as if Luke had sunk a dagger into her chest. Her heart rammed into her ribcage as his words settled around her. Was he seriously backing away now? After what they'd experienced? After last night, he was walking away? Millie fought the tears that sat dangerously close to the surface. They threatened to spill, which only frustrated her more. Why was she so weak? She'd only just met the guy. It wasn't like she was walking away from years with him like she had with Samuel. She'd invested so much time in her ex-husband. Why was she reacting in a similar way? Luke had never declared his love to her. He'd never vowed to be with her. If anything, she should feel apathetic about all of this, especially since she knew going into this that Luke was going to struggle, that the death of his wife was going to affect his ability to form any meaningful relationship, especially if he'd never dealt with it the way he should, which he hadn't. So, despite her desire to fight back, to tell him that he was a fool to let her go, that he was going to regret what he said to her, she just nodded as a tear slipped down her face. What else was she supposed to do? "I'm sorry," she whispered, as she reached out and grabbed the door handle next to her. She was too embarrassed to stay any longer in his car. She needed to get out. The walls felt as if they were closing in on her, suffocating her. She needed to get away from Luke, get away from the fact that, yet again, she wasn't enough for someone. She wasn't enough for Samuel to stay, for her dad to stay. And now, she wasn't enough for Luke either. It was easier for all of them to leave than to stick around with her. Was she that bad that she was so easy to cast aside? She fumbled for her purse and slipped the strap up onto her shoulder as she climbed out of Luke's car. She heard his voice call after her, but she couldn't make out the words. Instead, she kept her head down as she barreled toward her house, desperate for the protection she would find when she locked her door and collapsed on her bed. She was ready to shut out the world and never come out. And why would she? She was obviously that unlovable that 3 men she cared about left her. Why would she try to put herself out there again? Whatever was left in her heart, Luke had pulverized. He'd stomped on it, kicked it, and crushed it to death. She doubted she'd ever come back from this. What was left was a hollow shell of a person. Her chance to start over hadn't worked. She'd allowed her heart and her attraction to a man she couldn't have get the best of her. After slamming her front door, she kicked off her shoes, shot a quick text to her aunt saying she wasn't going to come into the bakery, and headed upstairs to her bedroom. After she changed into her silk pajamas, she pulled back her covers, not caring that it was the middle of the day. She was going to hide in her bed until her heart stopped hemorrhaging, which, with the way she was feeling, wasn't going to happen anytime soon, if ever. And really, what did it matter? It wasn't like she was ever going to be able to give her heart away again. Not when she knew that no matter what, men left. Well, they left her. Again and again and again.
17. Luke. Luke was in a sour mood as he sat behind the wheel of his squad car, speed gunning people that were driving down the road. It had been exactly 2 days since he pulled out of Millie's driveway and drove away, and he hated every minute of it. It was like he had his heart wrenched from his chest and stomped on once again. Fate had a crappy way of treating him. Twice he'd lost the woman he loved. Twice he'd allowed himself to think this time would be different. But it wasn't. It never was. He might as well stop trying. All love ever did to him was break his heart, crush his spirit to the point that it ached to breathe, to think. The sun gleamed off a car in the distance, drawing Luke's attention upward. He squinted as he brought the radar gun up to his eye and stared through it. He waited for the gun to register the speed. 70 in a 55. Luke dropped the gun into the passenger seat and started his engine. He waited for the car to fly past him before he flipped on his lights and pulled off the shoulder and onto the road. His heart picked up speed as adrenaline ran through his body. A feeling of endorphins pumped through his veins as his siren wailed. The car slowed and then pulled to the side of the road. Luke parked behind it, taking his time to get situated before he got out. He adjusted his cowboy hat as he walked across the gap that separated his squad car from the Ford Fiesta. When he approached the driver's window, he glanced inside to see a pimple-faced teenager staring back at him. Oliver Smith. Of course. He should have known. This wasn't the first time he pulled this kid over for reckless driving. Oliver's gaze shifted to look everywhere but at Luke. Luke smiled, enjoying the fact that he was nervous. He should be. "Do you think speed limits are a suggestion, Mr. Smith?" Luke asked as he took out his ticket pad from his pocket and tapped his pen with it. Sure, he didn't fill out the ticket while standing there. He just liked how nervous it made people he had pulled over. Anytime he could intimidate someone, he did. Especially when they were breaking the law, like Oliver seemed to do over and over again. Oliver shook his head, his forehead glistening with sweat. His gaze finally landed on Luke and he attempted a smile. "No, Officer St. Clair, I didn't see the sign." Luke furrowed his brow. He hated when people played stupid. He knew that was a lie. Oliver just didn't care. He never did. After all, this was a country road and he was a bored kid. Who would be around to see him speed? "Right. License and insurance," Luke said, reaching his hand out. Oliver glanced around his car as if he were looking for something. Then he looked back over at Luke and shrugged his shoulders. "I must have forgotten it at home." Luke studied him, frustration and anger rising up inside of him. He knew kids like Oliver, the ones who didn't care about how their actions affected other people. He was fine to play roulette with someone else's life. Well, not on Luke's watch, he wasn't. Sighing, Luke stuck his hand back out and wiggled his fingers. "Keys," he said. Oliver stared at him and then back to the steering wheel of the car. "What?" he asked. Luke wiggled his fingers again. "Come on. I can't let you drive like this. I'll take you to the station and you can call your mom. She'll pick you up." Luke stared at him in a way that he hoped said he was serious. Oliver scoffed. "Excuse me?" He folded his arms as if he were attempting to fight Luke on this. Ooh, Luke wanted to let this kid know what he thought. That it was a joke for him to think he could play Luke like this. Any other day, maybe Luke would have let it slide, but not today. Today, Luke was going to have the upper hand. "Come on, You don't want me to give you another ticket for resisting arrest?" Sure, that one was a stretch, but he wasn't joking around. Oliver was an unsafe driver, and the fact that he was speeding yet again and didn't have the right documentation, well, it would be irresponsible of Luke to let this slide. Oliver's jaw twitched as he moved his hands to grip the steering wheel. Luke could see the conflict in his expression. Worried he was going to have to push harder, Luke shifted his weight. Thankfully, Oliver pulled his keys from the ignition and threw them out the window. Luke bent forward as he narrowly missed catching them, but as soon as he felt them brush his fingertips, he closed his fist around them. Oliver grabbed his backpack from the back seat and pulled open his door. Luke tried not to smile as he waited for Oliver to shut his door and stomp over to the back seat of Luke's squad car. Then Luke followed after, taking his time to open the driver door and slip onto his seat. Oliver was already on his phone, complaining very loudly to someone on the other end about the law enforcement in this town. Luke just chuckled to himself as he pulled out onto the road and made his way toward the station. It didn't take long before he parked in his spot and turned off the engine. Oliver had to wait for Luke to open the door. Once he did, Oliver kicked it open and stood, not wanting to shut the door and instead leaving it wide open. Anger coursed through Luke at Oliver's behavior, but he pushed it down. Oliver was a punk kid, but there was no reason to lose his integrity over it. Taking the high road, Luke gently shut the back door, grabbed his paperwork from inside, and shut the driver's door after him. Then he whistled as he walked across the parking lot and into the station. Oliver was already talking to Gordon about logging a complaint. Gordon looked bored as he handed his phone over to Oliver and informed him that he would jot it down. Luke caught Gordon's gaze and shrugged. Gordon widened his eyes as he shook his head ever so slightly. Oliver didn't seem to take notice. Instead, he turned his back to the two of them and leaned against the desk with his legs extended out in front of him. He had his arms folded across his chest to prop up the elbow of his arm that held the phone. Luke saluted Gordon as he disappeared into his office. Thankfully, Oliver had been pretty vocal about what had happened, so Gordon seemed to have gotten the gist. Once Betty Smith picked up Oliver, Luke would go out and fill him in on the rest of the story. After filing away some paperwork, Luke settled in on his chair. He leaned back, bouncing a few times as he steepled his fingers. He stilled his mind for a moment, and that was all it took for his thoughts to return to Millie. Her smile flashed in his mind, warming his skin and his heart. Frustrated with his reaction, he sat up. He reached for a pile of paperwork on his desk. He was desperate for something, anything, to keep his monsters at bay. He'd welcome a long-winded chat with Gordon at this point if it meant he would go 5 minutes without his thoughts returning to Millie, or how she made him happy. Happier than he'd ever been in a long time. And how he'd broken her heart 2 days ago. He doubted he would ever get over the look on her face after she processed what he'd said. How he told her he needed things to change. That what they had needed to end. He'd done it as an act of self-preservation, but now he was finding it hard not to regret telling her that things needed to end. His heart ached, his soul ached, his body ached like it hadn't for so long. A woman's voice drew his attention to the open door. He watched as Betty Smith came whirling into the station, her blonde hair standing up on end as if she'd been struck by lightning. She was yelling at Gordon about police brutality, and Luke winced. He hadn't meant to make Gordon bear the brunt of Betty. It was his choice to bring Oliver in. He should probably face the jury. But just as he stood to make his way out to where Gordon stood, Betty cursed, grabbed Oliver by the arm, and practically dragged the kid out of there, screaming at the top of her lungs that she was filing a complaint with the city. Gordon stood with his lips parted as he watched them leave. Once the door swung closed, he turned and met Luke's gaze. He raised his eyebrows as he blew out his breath and rested his hands on his back. He pressed his stomach forward as if he were trying to crack his back. "Well, that was eventful," he said, his gray mustache twitching as if he were fighting a smile. Luke winced and shot him an apologetic smile. "Yeah, sorry about that." Gordon chuckled as he shook his head. I needed some spice in my life. Betty Smith is definitely good for that." He glanced over at Luke, and Luke could tell that he wanted to ask something, but was hesitant to do so. Since Gordon had just saved him from getting chewed out by a Smith, Luke decided to allow whatever Gordon wanted to ask. "Ask me," he said, as he raised one hand palm up and waved his fingers together like he was beckoning Gordon to come forward. He shot Gordon a smile, hoping he'd feel comfortable enough to be honest. With all he'd been through this last week, Luke felt weak. Weak from his feelings for Millie that hadn't disappeared even though she had. Weak from his past that had been dredged up from Millie. And weak from his exhaustion of being angry all the time. It took so much energy, and he hadn't realized that until his anger for the world had been pushed aside as he let Millie in, it took so much energy. And he hadn't realized that until his anger for the world had been pushed aside as he let Millie in. But now that she was gone, it was hard not to fall back into old habits, even if he was tired of feeling that way. "What happened?" Gordon asked. The expression that fell over his face told Luke that he was worried that he might overstep. Luke folded his arms across his chest and leaned into the doorframe of his office. "What do you mean?" "You were happy for a few days there. Happier than I'd seen you in a long time. Happy like back—" His voice drifted off as he winced and dropped his gaze. True, Luke had spent most of his time after Sherry died trying to keep his pain at bay. When people, or him, brought her up, it was too painful, too heartbreaking for his already pulverized heart. But for now, for some reason, the familiar ache didn't come. If anything, he felt calm as he anticipated Gordon's words. "When Sherry was alive?" he asked, offering a smile. A genuine smile, one that said that talking about her was okay with him. Gordon's eyebrows rose and he slowly nodded. "Yes, back when Sherry was alive, you were happy and then you fell into this dark hole. And I haven't seen you climb out of that hole until last week." Gordon reached forward and picked up a mug that was sitting on his desk. He sipped it but continued to stare at Luke from over the brim. "What happened?" Luke pulled off his cowboy hat and scrubbed his face with his free hand. He then ran his hands through his hair as he debated what to say, how much he wanted to confess to Gordon. But the earnest expression on his friend's face told him to be honest, that holding things inside wasn't going to help him at all. He was never going to heal from the pain of losing Sherry if he didn't talk about it. "I met someone." Gordon nodded. "The new baker. Millie is her name?" Luke dropped his jaw. "How did you know?" Gordon snorted. "When the crankiest resident in Hidden Hollows starts pining after a girl, people talk." He laughed, his voice booming throughout the small room. "Welcome to living in a small town," he said, as he wiped at his eyes like he was wiping his tears away. Luke scoffed as he slipped his cowboy hat back on. "I'm not the crankiest resident," he said. Gordon pinched his lips together and nodded like he believed what Luke was saying, but his wide eyes told him something different. "Man, do you know how little paperwork I had to do this last week? Before, the pile would be this high." He motioned with his hand above the desk. Luke shook his head. "What are you saying?" Gordon shrugged. "I'm just saying the town was really starting to like the new sheriff, the one that had finally found happiness." Luke's heart squeezed at Gordon's words. It was as if what he said was true, but it hurt to hear. How could he be happy after Sherry? Didn't that mean he was forgetting her? How could he fall in love again while still keeping her memory alive? Gordon must have sensed Luke's change in demeanor because he blew out his breath and shifted his weight. He shot Luke an apologetic look as he folded his arms. "Listen, I know it's hard to lose someone you love. When I lost my Denise, I didn't think I could survive again. She was my world. How does someone go from loving the woman of their dreams to loving another?" He offered Luke a gentle smile. "It's hard to imagine one's heart is that big." Luke felt tears brim his eyelids as he studied Gordon. His thoughts were swirling as Gordon's words settled in around him.
He'd never bothered to ask Gordon anything. He never bothered to get to know the man working right alongside him. And yet, he knew. Gordon knew what Luke was going through. And Luke had been too pig-headed to see.
"What did you do?"
he asked. He needed this, the ability to speak openly about his worries, his fears, with someone who had done it and come out the other side. Gordon shrugged as he shoved his hands into his front pockets. Nice thing about the human body, if we just get out of the way, it figures out how to love again on its own. You don't need to tell yourself to fall in love. You just do it. If you let your heart feel again, it will. He smiled, causing his mustache to lift as he did it. There's enough room for a lot of love in your life, man. You can't pin yourself down to a memory and think that's it. I know my Denise wouldn't want me to hold back. Loving someone is the single greatest thing a human will do in their lifetime. If you want to love Millie, let yourself. It's what Sherry would want. Gordon raised his eyebrows as he studied Luke, like he knew what he was speaking was the truth. And it was. All of it. Sherry would have never wanted him to hurt, to crawl inside of himself and die because that was what he was doing. Living a half-life was dishonorable to those who passed away. He needed to experience everything that Sherry couldn't. If he wanted to preserve her memory, he needed to live his life the way she would have. Carefree and risk-taking, falling in love, getting married, having children. These were all the things Sherry had wanted for him, and yet they were everything he decided he didn't deserve. Not anymore. Regret and worry filled his chest. Luke glanced up at Gordon, fear clinging to his breath.
"But I told Millie to leave. She hates me."
Gordon chuckled as he shook his head. Women say that all the time. In my experience, there's nothing some chocolate and a few dozen roses can't fix. Then Gordon's gaze fell to something next to Luke. Intrigued, Luke shifted away from his door and studied the bulletin board. A flyer for the auction was tacked there. Luke glanced back at Gordon, who had his eyebrows raised. I bet Millie is entering. That's the perfect way to make sure she talks to you. After all, if you bid on her basket, she has to take you on a date. Gordon let his voice trail off as he moved to focus back on his desk. He began shuffling papers around and then swung his chair around so that he could plop down on it. Luke stared at the flyer as his mind swirled. Could he do it? Would Millie hate him for bidding on her basket? He didn't want to upset her, not when he was trying to win back her trust. But he couldn't just let her go out on a date with some guy. After all, what if Cooper bid and won? Did Luke really trust that guy to keep his hands to himself? Standing up straighter, Luke shook his head slightly. He'd come to a resolution. He was going to go to the auction to bid on Millie's basket to make sure she was safe. After all, it would be up to her. He'd tell her how he felt and leave it at that. But first, he would make sure that no other Hidden Hollows man took her out. With him, it was safety first. Always. 18. Millie. Millie was lying flat on her stomach on Haley's bed, watching as Haley was moving around her room in a panicked fashion. She was trying to figure out what to wear for the auction later that afternoon. Millie groaned as she flung a pillow in Haley's direction. Just pick something, it's not a big deal, she said as she rolled to her back and stared up at the ceiling. In fact, Millie had half a mind not to even go. She'd almost forgotten about it until Lucinda had mentioned something to her and began to pack a basket. When Millie suggested that her aunt enter as a contestant, Lucinda just laughed and shook her head, stating something like this was a young woman's game. That if she wanted to date, she would have done so long ago. And then Lucinda entered into a monologue about how Millie had made a mistake. She should have never let Luke go, and she was going to regret it. Millie was slightly shocked by what she said. After all, her aunt had told her to keep her distance. When Millie brought that to her aunt's attention, Lucinda just laughed and swatted her with the dish towel. Then she said that she was an old spinster, What did she know about love? And if Millie didn't want to turn out like her old, lonely aunt, she needed to start putting herself out there. This auction was a perfect place to meet a man. Millie hugged one of Haley's pillows as she shook her head. She finally agreed to do this stupid thing out of desperation. She made Lucinda promise to never say that again if she agreed to enter. Lucinda promised, but now Millie was starting to worry if all of this was worth it. She didn't want to put herself out there because she wasn't over Luke, and she doubted she would ever be over him. It had been hard this last week. Every time someone came into the bakery, Millie would find herself wishing it was Luke, looking for that ridiculous hat and sexy swagger every time she passed someone on the street. Even though she wanted to tell herself that she hated him and that he was a fool for breaking her heart, she found herself wanting to call him, to text him. When she got the news that Samuel's Jaguar was totaled and she was getting a check from the insurance company for what it was worth, she wanted to call him, to tell him what was going on in her life, to ask him to help her pick out the perfect car. But she couldn't. He let her go and didn't come after her. And that wasn't something she could just overlook. He'd broken her heart, and she wasn't that big of a fool to put herself in that situation again. Haley bounced onto the bed next to her as she stared up at the ceiling. Then she glanced over and gave Millie a desperate smile. "Please help me pick something to wear. If I don't at least try, I'll never hear the end of it from my brother Brian." She entwined her fingers together and brought them up into a pleading motion. Millie studied her and then laughed as she nodded and moved to sit up. Haley was the one good thing about this town. They'd become so close after Luke ripped out Millie's heart and stomped on it. She really had been a godsend. The least Millie could do was help her out. So Millie pushed up to a sitting position and motioned to the toppling over pile of clothes next to her. "Try that sundress on again. I want to see it one more time." The entire town seemed to be gathered by the gazebo at 11:30 when Millie and Haley walked across the green grass and over to the tables that held all the overflowing baskets. Everyone was chatting, and at the far end of the park, a DJ had set up and was blaring some Jack Johnson from the speakers surrounding them. Millie said hi to a few people that she recognized, and it was surprising to her how at home she felt here, even if it had only been a few weeks since she'd moved in. Everyone at Hidden Hollows made a point to make her feel welcomed, and she really couldn't imagine herself moving away. This had become her home, more than New York had ever been. "I'm going to turn my basket in and catch up with Kenzie. Are you going to be okay?" Haley asked as she motioned toward the tables. Millie nodded as she threaded her arm through the handle of her basket and then folded her arms across her chest. "Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm going to do the same and then find a place to hang out. As soon as this is over, I'm going to head home and change into my pajamas. I've got some Hallmark movies burning a hole in my DVR." Haley laughed as she started to peel away from her. "Save me some of that ice cream that I know is in your future." Millie saluted her as she turned and weaved through the crowd that had formed around the registration table. After Millie filled out the form that stated what was inside, she smiled at Genevieve, who waved at her and then turned, scanning the grass for a place to hang out. She didn't really want to talk to a lot of people, so she decided that keeping low-key was best. There was a large oak tree that was just beginning to fill out with bright green leaves that looked like the perfect place to hunker down until this entire fiasco was over. As she made her way over to the tree, a man she hadn't met stopped her and offered her a complimentary lemonade and bag of popcorn, which she took. When she got to the tree, she sat cross-legged in front of it and watched as people milled around her. They didn't seem to take notice of her, and she liked it that way. She missed people watching in New York, and even though there were infinitely less people here, she was going to enjoy reliving a favorite pastime. "See anything interesting?" Luke's familiar voice boomed above her. Millie yelped, gripping her cup a little too tight, causing her to slosh onto the ground. Her heart raced as she took a moment to take a breath before she narrowed her eyes and glanced up. And just as she suspected, Luke was leaning one shoulder against the tree with his ridiculous cowboy hat brought low and an awkward smile spread across his lips. "What are you doing here? This is my tree," she said, trying not to wince at how juvenile she sounded. Instead, she brought her knees to her chest and wrapped one arm around her legs and began to eat her popcorn. Even though she wasn't that hungry, she needed something to do, and stuffing her face with the little too salty snack seemed like the best course of action. Luke cleared his throat, and from the corner of her eye she saw him shift. He seemed agitated about something, or just plain anxious, and for a moment she allowed herself to wonder what that was about. But then she instantly pushed it from her mind. He wasn't her problem anymore. She didn't have to analyze what he was doing. He'd made it pretty clear that day in his car. He couldn't do this, whatever this was. Thankfully, Bob, who ran the hardware store on Main, stood up and tapped the microphone. Once he was finished, he announced that it was time to start the auction. Millie sat up straighter as she waited for her basket to be called. She was ready to get the heck out of the park and move on with her life. She was ready to get away from the Hidden Hollows sheriff once and for all. Because right now, he didn't seem to want to leave. 3 winners later, her basket was raised up. Millie's breath caught in her throat as Bob rattled off the items she had put in there. Homemade wild rice soup with 2 bread bowls and some of her signature sugar cookies. She even threw in a bottle of red wine at the last minute. Once Bob read the list, he started the auction. $10, $20. Millie moved to stand so she could see who was placing the bids. $30. Cooper was standing in the back with his paddle raised. Shoot, he was the last guy she wanted to spend time with. Thankfully, an elderly man who Millie had yet to meet raised his paddle and bid $40. Anything was better than Cooper. $200. Except that, Millie froze in her spot as Luke's bid hushed the entire crowd. She closed her eyes for a moment, forcing herself to pretend that she didn't hear what Luke had just said. Was he joking? What was wrong with him? Bob sputtered into the microphone and then a few seconds later declared Luke the winner. The crowd cheered as Luke abandoned the tree and headed toward the table to claim his prize. Still in shock about what happened, Millie forced her feet to carry her away from the tree. She felt as if she were having an out-of-body experience, like she was floating above herself, seeing what was happening but was having a hard time processing it as real life. Had Luke really just bid on her basket? And was she really going to have lunch with him? Did he not realize that spending time with the creator was part of this deal? He couldn't have realized this. If he had, he wouldn't have bid. How could he want to spend time with the woman he'd basically abandoned? The sound of footsteps behind her caused the hair on the back of her neck to prickle. She didn't know a lot of people here in Hidden Hollows and knew even fewer who would want to follow her, which meant Luke was behind her. Great. "Hey," he finally said. Millie felt his hand brush her elbow, and she did the first thing that came to mind. She pulled away. "Leave me alone," she hissed out as she continued to stomp through the park. She wanted to get as far away from Luke and the auction as she could. "Millie, wait," he said, his voice growing louder as he neared. Tears stung Millie's eyes as she kept her gaze trained on the ground underneath her. She blinked hard, trying to keep her emotions in check. The last thing she wanted to do was let Luke know how she was feeling. She didn't trust him with her heart, so bearing it to him was out of the question. "Please." The depth in his voice cut to her core. She swallowed as she found herself slowing down. Still not willing to look at him, she folded her arms across her chest and stopped, making sure to keep her body turned away from him. "What?" she asked, not even feeling bad that her tone was sharp. That's what Luke deserved after what he did. Silence fell around them, and Millie feared for a moment that he'd left her alone in the park. The music from the auction felt far away. Millie wasn't sure where she was, but she knew she was alone, with Luke. "Millie, I love you." Luke's words came out fast, but there was a depth to his voice that caused her to pause. She stared down at her hands as she tried to process what he said. "What?" she whispered. Did she dare hope that what she thought he said was true?
"I am scared to death to say these words, but it's true. I love you, Millie Parker, but now Thornton."
From the corner of her eye, she saw Luke approach her. He must have set the basket down because he had his hands shoved into the front pockets of his jeans, and his shoulders were slumped forward. He looked so raw, so open that Millie couldn't help herself. She had to look. And when she met his gaze, her breath caught in her throat. There was so much he was trying to say as he stared at her. For the first time, she saw the vulnerable Luke, the one that had fallen as deeply for her as she had for him. "You love me?" she asked, her emotions choking her throat so that it was hard to get the words out. Luke stepped forward and nodded. He reached his hand up and slipped off his cowboy hat. Then he set it down on the ground next to him.
"I was an idiot to think that I didn't need you in my life. I was an idiot to think that in order to protect you, I needed to leave you."
He was closer now. He was rapidly closing the gap between their bodies. Fear coursed through Millie, but she couldn't step back. She wanted to. The better part of her brain was telling her to run, but she couldn't. She was tired of running, and she was tired of pretending like she didn't care. If she were honest with herself, truly honest with her heart, she knew the answer to his statement. She loved him too. But she needed him to promise that he wasn't going to leave her again before she allowed him in, before she trusted him with her heart once more. A tear slid down her cheek as she dropped her gaze. She parted her lips, and before she could speak, Luke's fingertips brushed her skin as he wiped away a tear.
"I know I was an idiot. I was a fool. I'm so madly in love with you that I was scared that if I touched you, loved you, you would get hurt. That somehow loving me was a death sentence for you."
His voice choked for a moment before he spoke again.
"I lived for so long thinking that about Sherry. Thinking that if I had been stronger, she would have survived. And I hated myself for living when Sherry wasn't."
He inched closer. Millie could feel the warmth of his body wash over her. As much as she wanted to refute the fact, being next to him felt as natural as breathing. That when he had walked away after her accident, it felt as if a part of her was gone. And now that he was back, she was whole.
"But I know now, that's not what Sherry would want for me. She would want me to love, with my whole heart. To marry again. To start a family."
His voice had turned gruff, and it sent tingles across her skin. He leaned in closer, wiping another tear away.
"If you let me love you like you deserve, I promise I will never leave you. I will be so loyal it will annoy you."
Millie let her laugh escape as she tipped her face up to meet his. He was staring down at her with so much love in his gaze, it scared her. But there was part of her that knew he was telling the truth, and her heart swelled with trust. "Promise?" she whispered, her lips tipping up into a smile. Luke rested his palm on her cheek as he swiped at her skin with his thumb. Then he leaned forward and brushed his lips against hers.
"I promise. You were the sunshine in my cloudy world. You were what I needed to find to start living again. I will never hurt you."
He tipped his forehead to rest against hers.
"I love you."
Millie rose up onto her tiptoes, pressing her lips against his. Then she pulled back so that she could meet his gaze head on. "I love you too," she whispered. Luke's eyebrows rose, and before she knew what was happening, he had both arms wrapped around her waist, and he pulled her against him. He spun her around a few times and then set her down. His hands found their way to her cheeks, and he held her still as he leaned forward and kissed her lips. He was soft and gentle, as if he were trying to portray to her exactly how he felt. And Millie allowed herself to fall into a rhythm with him. It was as if they were finally synced. Their hearts, their lips, Their futures had collided, and from this moment forward, nothing was going to be the same. And that was okay, because all they needed was each other. Hand in hand, they could conquer whatever life threw at them. They loved each other, and that was all that mattered.